Here we go. So, in accordance with Executive Order AB 361, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors will have our meetings held virtually. You can participate via the Zoom call-in phone number, which is located on your screen and on the front of the agenda. So with that, Nikki, may we have roll call, please?
Good morning, everybody. Supervisor Bohn.
Morning, Nikki.
Supervisor Madrone.
Present.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes, here. Sorry.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning.
Supervisor Wilson.
Here.
All right, thank you. And so if you'll bring up the flag, we'll move on to the flag salute. Yeah, we've got one, and Nikki, are you gonna have yours?
I'm having technical difficulties. Hang on just a second.
We can use Supervisor Bones. We do have a flag of sorts.
Okay, perfect. Sorry.
We're creative. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So, welcome. If this is one of your first meetings with the Board of Supervisors, I'll go over the process a bit. For those of you who would like to call in and make comment on an item, please be sure to raise your hand early, even potentially by the beginning of that item starting, and you press *9 to do that. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be asked to press *6 to unmute yourself, and you will have 3 minutes. At 2.5 minutes, you will hear this sound, which tells you have 30 seconds left. And at 30 seconds, you will be thanked for your comments, and then you will be muted. Don't take it personally. It's the same for everybody. Also, when you do decide to raise your hand, be sure to turn the volume off on your whatever you're watching on video, because the time delay is pretty extreme, and you could very well lose your opportunity to speak if you're listening to the wrong item or the wrong screen, wrong volume, whatever. Listen to what's happening on the phone. That's what I'm trying to say. So with that, I think we will move on with our meeting. And our CAO, Hayes, do we have any modifications to the agenda?
We do have one modification. Item D2 is being pulled for discussion.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as modified?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Steve. All right, we have a motion and second for the consent calendar minus item D2. And we will go and see what attendees have their hands up. We do have at least one. So again, if you're interested in talking on an item that was on the consent calendar, now is the time to raise your hand. So our first speaker ends in the last 4 digits of 0116. So if that is you, press *6. To unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome, yes.
My name is Ash with the Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com. For all this COVID nonsense, I will admit that I had no idea of a lot of the things our county's Board of Supervisors deal with. While waiting for my time to speak on COVID issues, I have listened to a lot of other things the board deals with. So I do understand that you are busy with pertinent community issues. I understand that all these obligations make it convenient to just trust Dr. Hoffman to handle the health decisions or simply abide by his recommendations. However, I ask you to critically review all recommendations made by Dr. Hoffman, for much of what he says does not add up and often contradicts himself within his own health reports. One thing that doesn't add up is his definition of being fully vaccinated. The individual is only considered as such 2 weeks after the second dose of the Pfizer or Madrone or a single dose of the Janssen. Deaths prior to that are viewed as unvaccinated. Tracking these partially vaccinated deaths and not marking them as unvaccinated is a very important distinction that needs to be both nationally and locally. I request that Health Officer Hoffman clearly defines all vaccinated vaccinated and non-vaccinated deaths. Also be helpful to know the same how many are fully vaccinated, partially vaccinated, and unvaccinated. Another issue that makes no sense is that only unvaccinated county employees are required to take COVID tests when vaccinated people can still get, spread, and die from COVID. My wife had to take COVID tests before she lost her job with the city of Eureka due to their vaccine mandate. With the nasal swab, she said she got severe headaches both times one was administered, purchasing her own saliva-only tests from a company back east. Since the county is requiring this procedure, I recommend that they purchase the saliva-only option for those employees in need to avoid the invasive swab tests. The swab tests are sterilized with ethylene oxide, a toxic ingredient found in antifreeze. This story is one you can look up, and it shows that it has been debunked. But if you read it, it was debunked not because the swabs are sterilized with something else, but because they were cleaned to a nationally and internationally deemed safe level of residual ethylene oxide. Are there any long-term studies on cumulative effects for employees and students being forced to use these regularly? I mean, does it build up in their systems?
Okay, thanks.
Great, thank you, Ash. And our next speaker has the last four digits of 5300, and you're speaking on the consent calendar. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, this is Adam Lustig from Lost Coast Populist. I sent you all a video yesterday going through Dr. Hoffman's update to the board that's on the consent calendar. What I like to talk about further on the subject is, you know, this whole thing with the vaccine. This was all funded with taxpayer money. The development of the vaccine, the manufacturing of the vaccine, even the promotion campaign of the vaccine. And if there's any vaccine injuries, the U.S. taxpayer also is handling the liability and is responsible to pay out for all of this. This has led to record profits for these pharmaceutical companies. And if you look at Pfizer, you know, they have the largest settlement in the history of settlements, $2.3 billion. They've been found bribing doctors, falsifying studies, you know, basically every corrupt thing you can do. And you look at Johnson & Johnson and just with what they're going through with the asbestos and the baby powder, and then Madrone never even got a product to market ever in their history. So you either have corrupt or incompetent companies that have put these vaccines out. We were told in the beginning that they were 90 some odd % effective and that we wouldn't get COVID if we got them and we could take our masks off. And that was only 3 months ago, and now it's completely changed. We've been told that they would keep us out of the hospital, they'd keep us from dying, but a large portion of recent deaths in the county here have been of fully vaccinated individuals. So we can clearly see that these corrupt companies, along with their corrupt partners in our government, have once again lied to us, just like they did with the GMOs that we banned in this county from being grown. You know, this has been going on long enough that we can see these things, and we need our leaders to also see these things. In a recent poll, Dr. Fauci, 52% of registered voters, regardless of party, thinks he should resign at this point. So, you know, it's not like it's a small minority of people seeing this. It's now a large minority or majority. You can, you know, just look at like Bill Maher's recent comments. You know, a strong Democrat supporter gave $1 million to Obama. Now he's saying Democrats need to let this go. Like, it's time to let this go. We have football stadiums packed around the country for 2 months now, and our kids are running around the playground wearing masks. You know, you can look at Florida, and there's schools that haven't worn masks the whole time. You have some that have worn them, some have not in the same county. There's no statistical evidence showing that the masks are having any effect. These masks are just a virtue signal. These vaccines, you know, people want to take them, they should, but there's definitely not enough evidence that they should be mandated. And this authoritarianism just has to stop. This is not what any of us want. It's not what we signed up for. So we need you to lead and do the right thing and put an end to all this nonsense and let us get on with our lives.
Great, thank you, Adam. Our next speaker has the last four digits of 7033. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, this is Dr. Caroline Connor. Just wanted to say I understand so much about what some of these people were just saying. I just want to clarify a few things. The reason that we don't think that people are fully vaccinated till after 2 weeks is because it takes that amount of time to get your level of antibodies up so that it's actually protective. If you, I'd be happy to share with the board at one point exactly how that works, but it does take quite a while. That's why getting COVID, you can get very, very sick and die because you can't mount the antibodies very quickly. That's one. The other thing is, yes, COVID vaccines save lives. We get about 12 times as many deaths in the unvaccinated as people who have gotten their shots. And yes, these pharmaceutical companies, have a long history of malfeasance, but they are now, many of them are being required to provide shots around the world, especially I just heard about Madrone, who will get actually no profit from it. Because none of us are all vaccinated and completely safe until the world is vaccinated because people travel. I wanted to share a little bit about COVID in children. COVID, we have to vaccinate our young. 6 million children have been infected with COVID, and 23,500 were hospitalized, and over 600 children have died. We don't accept that in any other situation. And the one thing I wanted to share to the board and to anybody who's listening is getting COVID is not benign. The potential for getting autoimmune diseases and neurological diseases down the line is pretty frightening. I've always worried about whenever my kids, if they had a virulent, any kind of infection, like mono or the influenza, that they could get diabetes or any of the rheumatological diseases. So please don't think that COVID is benign. It is not benign. And we are seeing long COVID syndromes and we are seeing autoimmune diseases now. I mean, just go into a long COVID clinic. They're all around the United States now. So that's all I wanted to say. And I appreciate everybody who gets on this, who's thinking about this and who wants to learn more about it. I appreciate everybody's comments, and I'm going to leave the supervisors meeting now. So thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Connor. Our next speaker has the last four digits of 7108. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi. Is this item not on the agenda? Is that where we're at?
We're on the consent calendar, Bonnie.
Okay, so this is not items. So I'll call back when it's items not on the agenda. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, so 8655. It's your opportunity. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yes, Sean Trainer. I wanted to refer back to Dr. Connor's comment. What she's failing to recognize is that the bulk of people who do obtain COVID survive. And that seems to be what most people around the world seem to be forgetting here, that 99.9% of most people survive of this. And if we want to talk about deaths, deaths are certainly a sad situation for anybody that experiences it. But more people have died from the flu and pneumonia over the last 30 years per year than COVID has killed. And if we want to really talk about death and how to stop it, especially for children, I mean, we could talk about starvation because, more people, millions of kids are starving every year around the world. So instead of glazing over about the situation with COVID, let's maybe pay a little bit of attention. 11/1/21, Florida announces freedom with zero mandates has driven COVID rates down 88%. Florida, the first state to implement monoclonal treatments around the country with great success. Florida pulls funding from school districts who break the law by mandating the mask. The Mayo Clinic in Minnesota yesterday announced the J&J jab increases blood clots in humans 3.5 times over the unvaccinated. Southwest Airlines, American Airlines, In and Out all refuse to follow the mandates and be the vaccine mandate police. Mandates and executive orders are not laws. They're not created by legislative bodies. The CDC is a vaccine company. It's not a legislative body, and they have really no reason to be making any types of rules or laws for anybody in the United States. The Supreme Court in California ruled against Newsom's executive orders a year ago, but yet we're still complying with these things. Many countries around the world have chose freedom just like Florida and are living their life free, and they're returning to normal. Is the healthcare system profiting from COVID? Of course it is. I'm not sure what the doctor was talking about earlier there, but in the last 5 years, it's pretty interesting. The 200 most politically active companies in the U.S. spent $5.8 billion influencing the federal government. These same companies receive $4.4 trillion in taxpayer money. That's a 750 times return on an investment. Has these early treatment systems worked? Humboldt County instituted one. It seems to be working. So far, Fauci has lied about the origin of the disease or the virus. The Fauci and team have covered up the release of it. Fauci and team, they've lied about the possible other alternative medications. It's only been get the vaccine, stay at home, wear a mask. There are studies out showing that 30 studies that show the masks do not work.
Thank you, Sean. Great. If you're wanting to speak on items that are on the consent calendar, this would be the time to press *9 to raise your hand. We have 1172, you are next. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Catherine Gabaton, and I just emailed the Board of Supervisors and the Sheriff this morning. Alive in DC, there's currently an expert panel on medical mandates and vaccine injuries happening in Washington, DC, which has been put together by Senator Johnson. The testimonial that I just watched was of a mother, Stephanie DeGray, speaking about her daughter, Maddie DeGray, who was a trial participant in the vaccines for children. And her daughter, after receiving her second dose, had such extreme side effects. She's now unable to speak, and she's been bound to a wheelchair for the past 7 months. That's just one of the testimonials that I've watched this morning. There's also been a lot of doctors and scientists from MIT, UCLA, pediatricians, family doctors, so many doctors speaking up, really concerned about the trial data. The mother that I was just talking about, she spoke about the trial data, how she wasn't even able to share the true side effects that her daughter was experiencing because the app that's given to trial participants doesn't include any of the side effects that her daughter is experiencing. And so she says, and that also once the trial had finished, none of the information that she had given to the overseers of the trial was included in the ending trial data. So her daughter's information has been left out. And the mother also said that if a participant experienced such adverse, two adverse of effects after the first dose, they're removed from the trial. So she's concerned about what other type of effects are children experiencing. And the whole thing is really concerning because our governor has mandated these vaccines for our school-age children, and now with the FDA approval from 5 to 11, what type of effects are we going to see in our county? Your job is to protect our citizens and especially our children. And if our Board of Supervisors are not even willing to look at this other information that's out there, not just what Ian Hoffman is saying, not just what the CDC is saying, what other concerned doctors and scientists and parents and people who have been vaccinated.
Thank you very much for calling in, Catherine. Thank you. All right, and our what looks to be our final speaker for this item is 3053. I believe that's Thomas. Press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. Speaking on, I think it's item 9, Hoffman's update. So lots of things that I could go on about, but I'm not going to go on about those. I'm going to go on what you have control over. The CDC recommendations on the CDC website, it recommends that you are not required school to have masks on outside. Ian Hoffman, Humboldt County, recommends and enforces, makes kids wear masks on playgrounds. I believe Ian Hoffman is an employee of yours, and you guys could direct him possibly not to have that regulation and follow CDC guidelines to make sure kids don't have to wear a mask outside. I don't know that you have have the ability to push back on him, to have push back on Newsom's requirement of school-age children to be vaccinated with so many side effects not yet tested. I think it's crazy to think if the election would have gone a different way in September, things would be completely different. So you can't say it's not political, but you do have, I believe, the ability to have Hoffman follow CDC guidelines and remove the masks on playgrounds. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. We did have a few more people raise their hands. So we have 4478. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
I'm sorry, I actually wanted to speak at a different piece. So if you could just mute me back and I will come back a little later.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sure. All right. 1034. Press *6 to unmute. (1034). Press *6. Welcome.
Good morning. Thanks for having me this morning. My name's Andrew, and I'd just like to comment on the mask mandates. If we're following science, as science practically has been taught, sterile mask wearing is the only time that masks are sufficient is for a 2-hour period, and then they become contaminated. And I don't know if schools are mandating that there's a change of masks within every 2 hours so that they stay sterile. And that's a normal practice within the healthcare community. And if we're really going to be applying practicalities of health, then let's be serious here and say that there needs to be masks available for every kid every 2 hours, every single day, that can be changed so that there doesn't breed any bacteria and harmful pneumonia through wearing old, reused cloth masks. Cloth is actually not the recommended mask for healthcare professionals. It's an N95. And so if we're not talking about those practicalities, we're not really addressing health in any sensible way. So I feel like we're just getting away from what is really securing us and making us feel safe. We're jumping into these quick fixes that aren't actually providing us any safety. Let's talk about antibodies, and let's talk about natural immunity and herd immunity through testing of antibodies, and not just let's stab it and jab it and keep moving. We have to have some sense, and we have to take into account all the resources that we have and use our own critical judgment to really ascertain what is best for the community, and blindly following things just because it's a virtuous way of making sure that we are part of the collective, universal, health-minded things. It's hard to stand up and say an opposing view, especially now, because labels like conspiracy theorists and things are just to shut people down instead of lift people up and learn from each other. And we're all in this together. And so we need to stay together on those topics. And I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. That is the end of the public speakers. So we'll move back to the board. We are talking about the consent calendar. If there's any comments from board members, we do have a motion and we have a second. Any further comments?
Chair Bass?
Yes, sir.
Could we please have another explanation? I see Ian Hoffman and his whole team is on here. Could we please have an explanation of what our duties are in an emergency situation and that we aren't nowhere near in charge? And maybe get an idea of how long we're going to stay. We're 19 months into this emergency situation. And I know I was told 4 months ago it was because we were worried about getting funding, but I don't think I think the state's still an emergency. I'm just saying, I don't know what changes if we go out of the emergency situation.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Dr. Hoffman and Sophia.
Yeah, maybe Director Pereira might be able to speak more to the logistics of that. I'm happy to speak about any of the medical details.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of emergency manager Ryan Derby has also spoken about this as well with FEMA reimbursement. That is something that still is an issue and a concern for us, is to make sure that we still are eligible for FEMA reimbursement with a locally declared emergency. So that is something that we have been in close communication with our fiscal staff about, to make sure that we still are eligible for that funding. Ryan, I don't know if you have anything to add on that front.
So generally speaking, an emergency proclamation cannot be based solely on reimbursement. It has to be based on conditions in the community. So that would be ongoing case rates, hospitalizations, but the reimbursement doesn't matter so much for continuing the proclamation. It's really going to be based on what metrics public health and Dr. Hoffman determine are needed to be met before we can transition out of that.
Thank you, Ryan. And Dr. Hoffman, if you'd be able to give the landscape of where we're at currently.
Yeah, and so hopefully the report submitted today details that adequately, but just to review some of the figures from that report, we're coming off of a peak surge that was 2 to 3 times as high as our previous surges. So definitely the worst few months of the entire pandemic for our county and region. We're only just now this week finally getting to places where we were lower than the previous surges. Hospitals are in a recovery mode. They are still feeling very impacted by that surge and catching up from deferred medical care over the course of many months. So I'd say, we're starting to come out of this and recover. We need to be looking at those protective community factors going forward, like our vaccination rates, our hospital rates, and our case rates, and where they're at, and making decisions on what sort of responses that we have to this emergency, either through things like masking orders, other restrictions on movement. And then, I think eventually, yes, we will be needing to look at lifting the emergency proclamation based on all of those things. But certainly there's no guarantee that we're not going to see another winter surge. The state numbers are going up right now. Our vaccination rates in the Northern California region are not adequate to protect us against another surge, given the changes with the Delta variant. And so there is a lot of concern that we're going to see another surge. So I think we're going to continue to watch all of those numbers and make those decisions when it's clear that, we're out of this.
And thank you, Dr. Hoffman. One thing I did just want to add as well is that when we look at our staffing, we are utilizing state resources still right now through the surge, even as it's winding down, and will continue through the fall. And as we're anticipating what will happen in the winter, we are still utilizing these state resources. And that's another consideration is, our own capacity to respond and utilizing whatever state and external resources to respond.
And we have to, these are questions that are being asked constantly of, I imagine, the other board members, maybe not, maybe I'm the only one that gets calls. People are wondering how long we stay in this and what gets us out. So I appreciate this. And then it was made by one or two commenters today. Why don't we tell Dr. Hoffman what to do? And could you explain that we have no way in hell to tell you what to do? You get, and do I not want to, does this high school dropout want to make medical decisions for a county of 136,000 people? But could you explain that you're the supreme medical being in the county?
Well, thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I wouldn't say that at all. I think it's very much a collaborative effort between our office, myself, Director Pereira, and the many folks in our medical community who collaborate closely throughout all of this. So we work closely with our hospitals, with our clinics. We take their feedback. We work with our colleagues at the regional level, at the state level. We take feedback from the federal government as well. So it's I appreciate the collaboration with this board, and I think there's been a lot of back and forth between the board and our office to ask questions and clarify them when they come up. I think that's what our role is. We offer advice, and ultimately it's a collaboration between everyone.
But I'm just trying to get you're evading. Ultimately, you make the decision. I mean, you take all the information in. You're the sponge. You make the decision in an emergency situation on medical decisions. You use as much information as we hoped you would, but at the end of the day, you make the decision. We don't have any input on, well, we go, why's that, or whatever we want. But at the end of the day, it's your decision, whether you agree with us or not. It's you make the final medical decision. Our guidelines, with the help of the CDC and Sophia and Michelle and your team and everybody. But at the end of the day, in an emergency declaration, it comes down to you at the end of the day as the health officer, right?
I mean, I think as the authority does come from our office and my position, that is correct. But I look to everyone in the community for input for those decisions. I certainly am not doing that. Not doing that in any sort of authoritarian way. I'm working closely with the board and all the members of the medical community and many constituents across,
Well, we understand, and I appreciate that. I just think there's a disconnect with a lot of people that says, well, why don't we just go ahead and the last thing I want to get into is, what happened 16 months ago when Orange County, all these counties that were firing their health officers because they weren't doing what they said because they didn't have to. They were what you just said, the authority. So I say
Ryan has his hand up too. I didn't know he's had a hand up for a long time. I'm not sure if he has anything to add to what Ian was responding to, but I just did want to go to Ryan before I lost that hand in the screen.
Thank you, Chair Bass. And I don't know how relevant it is to the discussion, but I just want to put out there to the board that there are two different types of proclamations that are in place right now. There's a local emergency proclamation that was issued by the sheriff and ratified by your board. And then the local health proclamation is what gives the health officer, Dr. Hoffman, the ability to institute those protective measures such as masking, isolation, and quarantine orders. But they don't necessarily need to happen in tandem for those emergency authorities to be within his realm. So you could have a health emergency proclamation that still allows for those health officer orders exclusive of a local health or a local emergency proclamation, and vice versa, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I just basically what I want trying to get the point across. This isn't political. These are health decisions we make that we think are best for the community. And I caught hell for saying this before, but there's there's different opinions on everything, on every possible thing in the world. There's different opinions, and we appreciate that. But at this time, we have to turn to what hand we're dealt, and our health professionals that we depend on for the information we need to move forward. So this is about a health decision, not a political decision. So that's all I was trying to clarify. That's why we have, I like the supreme medical being, but I guess anyway. Thanks, Doc.
Yeah, and to follow up on Supervisor Bohn, I mean, I don't think many people realize, no one ever heard about what the health officer did most of the time, you know, and there's been all sorts of things, whether it's outbreaks of hepatitis, syphilis, AIDS in the past. It has never become, it's meant to not be political. And unfortunately, in these days, it seems like everything seems to get a little twisted in that direction. I did want to ask Dr. Hoffman, a comment was made about a tremendous decline in cases in Florida. And but I'm also under the understanding that about 80%, at least from if you can't believe what you read on the internet, but this is coming from an article from Newsweek. I think it's fairly accurate that 80% of the Florida adult population has been vaccinated. So I don't know if you know anything about what the real numbers are and what the decline is like there. But to me, if there is 80% of the adult population, how does that compare to our adult population at this point being vaccinated?
Yeah, it's I'm not following the numbers that closely in every state, so hard to comment directly on that. What I will say though is that there is certainly very clear evidence in our report this week as well, local evidence that vaccination rates absolutely tie to outcomes like hospitalizations and deaths. So, you know, the higher the vaccination rate in a community, the lower the hospitalizations and the lower the deaths from COVID. I think what we're going to start to see is maybe this, I mentioned this in there, kind of decoupling case counts from hospitalizations and deaths, where we see, you know, we might have a surge in cases without a surge in hospital demand. And that's really where we want to be, right? We want to see this disease become less severe. I don't think we're ever going to see it go away, at least not for many years. And so we need to have protections against it. And so, what you're seeing in the UK right now is a tremendous increase in cases without a huge spike in hospitalizations. So I think that's sort of where we'd like to be. That's what we saw in certain counties in our state in this last surge that had high protection from vaccination. And certainly, unfortunately, was not what we saw locally here, which was the highest hospitalization and death rate yet in this latest surge. So, those are the things we're going to be watching really, or that, moving forward, we are going to continue to watch the case counts because it's extremely important as a first indicator that things might be going the wrong way, but really the ultimate outcome is hospitalization and death. And once we see that kind of moving apart from each other, we know that things are getting much better in our community.
Thank you. Any other questions from any board members or comments? All right. I think we'll that means everyone else can go back to work. Dr. Hoffman, Sophia, thank you very much. And Nikki, would you do the roll call vote on the consent calendar?
Yes. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes, but I would like to request, if we're going to have this kind of discussion on consent, that we pull the item so the public can comment. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. And we'll have to, it's up to the individual supervisor if they want to pull it, because what I would say is, to me, there were more just answers to some questions, and we weren't necessarily talking amongst ourselves, but it makes perfect sense. Any supervisor can pull it. So with that, we'll move on to public comment on non-agenda items. This is a time to speak on items that are not on our agenda. And you'll have 3 minutes. And we do have 3 hands up. Again, this is for items not on the agenda. And our first speaker is 5059, and press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Donnie with Humboldt Freedom Coalition, calling in with deep concerns regarding agenda item 9.
Sorry, Donnie, that item already went through, and the time to comment on that item was actually in the previous public comment period. So thank you very much. But we've already had our discussion or comments on item D9. So sorry about that. So we will move on to 0116. And if by chance you were commenting, let me just put this out there. If by chance you were wanting to comment on anything else that's COVID related.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Ash, welcome.
Hello, my name is Ash. I want to discuss national things are changing, that we cannot count on the trends and many aspects of the physical world like we have in the past. We are seeing supply chain issues, runaway inflation due to irresponsible monetary creation. And just look at Venezuela, where the highest denomination of their currency is now worth 25 cents. Our currency is fast on the path to a similar destination. Getting a bigger budget for next year is not always going to be a viable option. Counting on central planning from a federal and state level to have the answer for our local problems in times such as these is a bet we cannot afford to make. Instead of giving money to communist organizations like Cooperation Humboldt, who have it in their mission statement that a prominent goal is to destroy capitalism, perhaps we would be better to invest in our county funding in industry that makes tangible food or other products that have value when our paper fiat currency becomes worthless. I'm just thinking that while the currency is still worth something, it would be good to invest it into things that generate real-world materials that people have need for. This action could be valuable in a scenario where we could temporarily be reduced to trade of actual resources while the powers that be sort out new currency or something like that. I know many people think that this would never happen to us. I just ask that people look around because it is happening right now. As we speak, illegal immigrants are being given $450,000 apiece on arrival. This is not sustainable behavior. I mean, you can really just see it everywhere. I mean, you look at the national budget, it has, I mean, the deficit, it's like tripled to like, what is it, like almost 20 trillion now? It's at least doubled in the last couple of years. But anyways, I just want you to take this into consideration and think about it when planning what to do with our county funds. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And what I was going to say is if there is someone who is planning to talk on anything COVID related during items not on the agenda, it has to be specifically different than the report that we had on our consent calendar. So 1172, it's your turn. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Catherine Gabaton, and I just wanted to respond to, I think it was Supervisor Bohn that said this.
No, actually, the responses, we don't take those, and that was actually in the previous item. So, yeah, I think to me that would be covered as something that had been on the agenda, and we generally don't do that. So I apologize, Catherine. I don't think this is the appropriate time. All right, so then we're going to go to, it's like 7108. Press *6 to unmute.
Good morning. This is Bonnie Blackberry, and I just wanted to say a little process thing, which confused me. When you said, you're pulling item 9, it would be nice to say what item 9 is, because unless you're looking at an agenda, you wouldn't know. So that would just help clarify things for people that are listening. So what I wanted to talk about was your decision last week to go into in-person meetings at the first of the year or the first week, regardless of whether you have the hybrid connection. And I'm hoping that the equipment will be here and you'll be able to do the hybrid. But if it's not here, I would really like you to reconsider the impacts to your constituents by requiring people, if they want to participate, to drive to Eureka, to go to in-person meetings. Driving to Eureka from where I am is a 2-hour drive. Gas prices, I don't know how much it costs now. Going to in-person meetings, there's obviously all sorts of different ideas about this pandemic, but there is a lot of constituents that do not feel safe going to an in-person meeting, so they would be cut out. And Humboldt County has a climate action plan to cut carbon emissions. That's what's happening now. Virtual communication and connection promotes that. If it goes back to you got to drive to Eureka, and then we're going in the opposite direction. And the general plan with the public participation provisions, if you go back without a hybrid available, then you will be cutting off public access to your meetings. So thank you for listening, and please consider this. Thanks.
Thank you, Bonnie. So our next speaker would be 5059. Press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, I would like to speak on the consent calendar from last week.
Firstly, we realize you used the consent calendar to shield Ian Hoffman from scrutiny, as it indeed caught us by surprise the last 2 meetings. But this is a learning experience for everyone involved, including the board and Hoffman, your selected appointee. The board, being our elected officials and direct representation of the county at the county level, you are all assigned to the duty of appointing worthy officers. It is equally your responsibility as our county leadership to recognize when you've appointed an officer in error and work swiftly to replace them. Otherwise, their dereliction of duty falls directly onto the representatives who are responsible for their ongoing position with the county. Ian Hoffman, in his last 4 health officers' reports, fits this description precisely, and you all, as county representatives, need to really rethink keeping him on board. Between the following article and video breakdown, both available on HumboldtFC.com, the first published last week, showing Ian to be so in love with the COVID-19 vaccines that he can no longer trust the science, and the second, a video by Lost Coast Populist, providing basically a detailed video breakdown of this week's health officer's report. Both just go to show that Hoffman has divorced himself from any credibility, and so have you if you continue to use his fraudulent advice for policy decisions. Ignoring the petitions of your constituents while working to shield an officer from the public and the public scrutiny they deserve is clearly not behavior incumbent of public service. As our representatives, you should openly invite the scrutiny of officers whose recommendations you use to predicate policy decisions. By sweeping agenda items predicated on Ian Hoffman's health officer's report into the consent calendar, it allows the board to skip mentioning the agenda items one by one and thereby confuse the public wishing to speak when exactly they can do so about the agenda item they wish to provide comment on. If they don't raise their hands to provide comments on the consent calendar because perhaps they lack a deeper understanding of how board meetings can be executed, well, their voice is effectively muted by this type of action. Furthermore, Humboldt Freedom Coalition has received numerous complaints concerning the high-tech nature of virtual board meetings, being difficult, if not impossible, to access by some elderly constituents, as well as those with inconsistent internet access or no internet access at all. These constituents who shared complaints, as well as those they represent, they have concerns they'd otherwise communicate in person, but unfortunately their voices are constantly muted with these on a weekly basis by these unwarranted virtual meetings. This is yet another policy decision by you, our elected representatives, based on the unwarranted recommendations of the health officer you appointed. HFC has an ongoing petition calling on the Board of Supervisors to bring forth a motion ending these unwarranted mask mandates.
Thank you very much for calling in. And next we'll go on to 4937. If that is you, press star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Chairman Bass. Thank you, Chairman Bass. Oh, am I on?
I started your time over. I had an accidental, the alarm went off early. So you've got 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you for being patient.
Thank you, Chairman Bass. My name is Dan Berman. I'm a resident of McKinleyville. I'm an employee of the county, although I'm taking some leave time to call in today. I'm not calling on behalf of my work at the county. I'm calling as a county resident. I wanted to speak to your decision in recent weeks not to require vaccinations of county staff. And I'd also like to speak in support of Dr. Hoffman and all of the public health experts and public health staff that are so hard for the county and for all of us. I was really disappointed that the board did not show the leadership to require vaccinations for everyone who does not have a medical exemption not to get one. Vaccinations are the way to resolve this pandemic and bring it to an end. I heard lots of people commenting earlier about regretting that things were political. I think everything is political, frankly, especially for a group like yourself. It is unfortunate that so many people in this country and in our county are convinced somehow that all of our centuries of public health and medical and scientific knowledge is wrong and trying to trick us here. I think it is fabulous that we have a vaccine that helps protect us against this dangerous new respiratory disease that has killed so many Americans, and including over 100 of our fellow residents here in Humboldt County. Vaccinating county staff, the choice that the board made to require testing for people that are unvaccinated is, not nothing, but it's like the most expensive option and probably the least effective of the ones before you because of how COVID works. And, when people test positive, having people vaccinated is just common sense. It's how we get out of this, and delaying doing that. Everything we can do to encourage vaccination. And the county itself is offering vaccine clinics with, great public health workers all over the county and over, as they should. But then why not have public workers that are employed for public service interacting with the public? They should be vaccinated. It will help save lives of your own county employees. It will save money for the county. And I strongly encourage you to reconsider that decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan. All right, our next speaker is 0116. That's you. Press star 6 to unmute. 0116. Oh, wait. I think 0116 already spoke, didn't they, Tracy?
Yeah, I have them down as speaking, yeah.
Okay.
For non-agenda items, yeah.
Okay, thank you. 7102. That would be press star 6 to unmute. 7102.
Okay, this is Catherine Gabaton speaking on a non-agenda item. I just want to remind the board that the way that our political system is set up is so that a smaller section like our county elected officials are put in place to protect us from government overreach of the state. And the state is put in place, our state, politicians are put in place to protect us from government overreach of the federal government. And that's the way that our political system is set up, is to protect the constituents and the residents of our smaller communities. And so if we're just repeating and taking orders from our higher up, then you're not truly doing your due diligence of protecting your constituents, the people of our county. And so when you're making decisions based on recommendations of this other organization that is not part of our county, then you're not really doing what it is, like why we even have local politicians. If we were just doing that, why not just have one federal organization that makes the decisions for everyone in the country? That's not the way that our system is set up. Our system is set up the way it is to protect us from almost like unconstitutional overreach. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have 710, oops. Looks like we have 5300 with your hand up. And that would be our last one on non-agenda items, unless one more comes in.
Hi, this is Adam Lustig, Lost Coast Populist. One thing I want to address first is this whole thing of I'm curious who makes up the consent calendar and why they would put something like COVID-19 on there. It seems almost like a way to keep people from speaking on it or make it more difficult. And I find it disturbing that, it didn't get pulled from consent yet. Everybody was able to make comments yet. And then we're not allowed a space to reply to the comments made by the board and Dr. Hoffman. It just seems like, our First Amendment rights are getting infringed upon here a little bit. And then to speak on the previous caller, claims about vaccines stopping the pandemic. I mean, there's information from around the world of highly vaccinated places where there's still plenty of transmission and spread. So, if somebody personally wants to take the vaccine because they feel it'll reduce their symptoms, that's great, but it's not helping anyone else. That's why masks have to be worn by vaccinated and unvaccinated people, because we know that vaccinated spread it just as easy. They still get it. So, that's the basis for that. And I don't know but then when we talk about something else, we ignore that fact and we test unvaccinated but not vaccinated. So, I mean, it doesn't make any sense to anybody with 3-digit IQ and a somewhat healthy ego when they look at it. And talk about it being political. I mean, that narrative is coming completely from one political party, as everyone knows. The numbers and all the data and the polls and everything clearly show that. So, I find that interesting. I also definitely find it concerning the way these meetings are run. COVID should never be on the consent calendar. And I'd like to encourage any of the supervisors to just immediately pull it if you see it on the consent calendar so we can have a reasonable discussion and not have the feeling that, our rights aren't being respected. So, and I guess the last thing I want to touch on is, the mask mandate, because that wasn't specifically mentioned in item 9. Again, masking kids on the playground, who does that? Like, no one's doing that. They got to sit in there all day with the mask on, and they finally get some recess time and they're running around outside with masks on. I mean, this just shows how incompetent our local health officer is. He's going above and beyond and past even what the CDC recommends. And this idea that he's got all the power, you guys gave him all the power. Like, we didn't elect him. That needs to stop now. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to return to the board. What I'm going to say is the general comment on consent calendar items, no matter what they are, they're generally to be considered routine, such as a report that has no big action items. But yes, any supervisor can pull one at any time that they wish. But there are many things that go through consent that are considered routine and are still open for comment by the public. So with that, we have a time set. Unfortunately, we had one more item to try to squeeze in, but we are at 10 o'clock. So we are going to go to our time set public hearing, which is, all right. The first time set comes to us from the County Administrative Office.
And Chair, I have just a quick question on process. We had an item pulled from consent, and was it pulled from consent because there was an expectation that there would be people here for that?
I don't think I see anyone on there, but I did tell the polling supervisor that we have a time set that could interrupt.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't like a couple of people waiting for a short item. And okay,
I looked on here to see if the person who is receiving it is on. I'd like us to have more time than trying to rush it through, because I have to say, we want to honor John as much as we can and not just speed through it just for speeding's sake. So if that's what I would like. After this, we will definitely be able to take our time and let him know our appreciation without him feeling like we're in a hurry to get past it.
I appreciate the indulgence in my interruption.
Yeah, no, because I was hoping that we'd gotten a little faster, but here we are. So our hearing at 10 o'clock comes from the CAO's office, and it's a public hearing on redistricting in Humboldt County. And at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and turn this over to staff.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Today is the second of 3 public hearings to be conducted for the evaluation of redistricting. I will pass the staff report over to Naftali Miller-Rubio, our Senior Administrative Analyst, to provide your board with a comprehensive report.
Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Hayes, and good morning, Chair Bass and members of the board. My name is Naftali Miller-Rubio. I'm the Senior Administrative Analyst for the County Administrative Office. As CAO Hayes mentioned, today is the second of 3 public hearings to be held in open session before your board this year related to redistricting. The primary function of this hearing is as a briefing on the final recommendations made by the 2021 Redistricting Advisory Commission on draft supervisorial maps. Additionally, the hearing gives your board the opportunity to hear updates on the work of the commission and listen to public testimony on how potential district boundaries may affect communities across the county. Our consultants at Redistricting Partners have a presentation which includes a visualization of the recommendations from the RAC, as well as an opportunity for your board to do a live map drawing should you have desire to. Don Arledge, Executive Director of the California Center for Rural Policy, or CCRP, is here with us today as well and will be available to answer your questions on outreach following the presentation. So I'll start things off with a look at the process thus far and finish with the RAC recommendations. New legislation brought changes to process requirements, timelines, and decision-making authority. Steps were taken to depoliticize the process and place greater emphasis on ensuring transparency and inclusiveness. In addition, municipalities were required to put forth a good faith effort to engage communities who historically, for various reasons, may or may not participate in public processes of this type. Per your board's direction, the Redistricting Advisory Commission, known as the RAC, was formed in July of this year to do just that. The formation of the RAC established a neutral process to evaluate population shifts and to consider the full range of feedback collected through public input. Specifically, the RAC was charged with hearing public comment, reviewing population totals, advising our consultants on how draft lines for future district maps should be drawn, and to eventually make recommendations to your board on which drafts best represent communities in Humboldt County. The RAC met each week in August to train on the legal framework, principles for outreach, and their roles as commissioners. The RAC then took a brief break from official meetings for most of September, which was reserved for outreach specifically. Each of the 4 workshops held were attended by 2 of the commission members and recordings were made available to all 5 members. I'll share more details on outreach specifically in just a moment. And so the RAC reconvened at the end of September, where they were able to put the information gleaned from all of these workshops together with the new data, which had just been released from the state to guide what became the first and second round draft maps. The biggest challenge facing the commission, and one frequently mentioned in public comment, was the condensed timeline available for the creation and review of draft maps. State mandates dictated this timeline. Initial draft maps could not legally be created until the local and state census data had been publicly available for 7 days, meaning the first opportunity that the RAC had to begin crafting draft maps was at their September 29th meeting. The commission had 3 scheduled meetings follow the release of data, and to their credit, they added a 4th meeting in order to provide more opportunity for public comment and discussion amongst RAC members in advance of releasing that first draft map. The second significant challenge relates to historic and continued inequities facing our Native communities, specifically the way Indigenous populations are represented or left unrepresented in the data. As a county, we recognize our local tribes as an essential piece in the fabric of this community. Staff has worked with our consultants to ensure the lack of reporting on Native communities was addressed, and you will see that reflected in your packet materials today, in the RAC's recommendations, and in the presentations from our consultants. So going back to outreach, in redistricting terms, the input provided to the RAC or through the outreach workshops is known as Community of Interest Testimony, or COI. COI testimony comes from residents and includes information on what unifies a given community, how current and proposed boundaries may affect them. In all, the RAC received 185 responses to the Community of Interest and Draft Map surveys, over 100 pages of emailed public comment, and 35 public commenters in their live meetings. As noted, the CCRP hosted 4 workshops. They were promoted to the entire community. CCRP also provided regular communications and updates to the public through networks they had established through their work on the California Complete Count Census in 2020. The majority of public comment and participation in all of the meetings occurred at the last public outreach workshop and after the first draft maps were released. This left the RAC to create first and second round drafts based on a relatively narrow slice of the total COI testimony received to date. As such, the largest portion of public comment came in during the last session of the RAC and after the release of the second draft maps. The following recommendations are based on the totality of feedback received up to and including those who spoke at the RAC meeting on October 27th, which was just last Wednesday. So with that, the Redistricting Advisory Commission recommends the following to your board: that you, 1, reject both draft maps titled A2 and draft C2. They also recommend that you request an additional draft or drafts be created for review, posting, and approval, in which your board will pay particular attention to Native populations in each district. These drafts should include a heat map as well as population totals for each district. Your board should also consider keeping the areas of Glendale and Blue Lake together in either District 3 or District 5 based on COI testimony. Consider not splitting Eureka from east to west by putting Northern Eureka and Arcata, as was shown in one of the drafts. This is also based on COI testimony. Making as minimal change as possible to the existing district map. And last, consider COI testimony received thus far and any changes made to the existing draft maps. So just to kind of recap your options, the board may choose to accept these recommendations or move forward with their own set of criteria. Whichever option your board selects, your first opportunity to vote on and adopt a map will be Tuesday, November 16th. On that date, you will have the opportunity to adopt a draft or request additional changes to be made. The final opportunity to adopt a map is at your December 14th meeting. That gives us until the next day, which is the state mandated deadline of December 15th to have a map adopted by the county. And so with that, I thank you and turn the floor over to Paul Mitchell from Redistricting Partners to share the presentation I mentioned with the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naftali. I have a presentation. Is it okay if I run it from my screen? Great. So thank you very much for having me. I think that you got all the information you really need from that perfect kind of summary of where we're at with this process. I will echo the fact that in your county and in a lot of counties, this late census data, the requirements for how many meetings you're going to have in the process, especially when you're using a advisory committee, and then this impending deadline to get the process done does create time pressures that wouldn't have been here if we had had the data out in March, as was expected, obviously. So we like to start just by going over some basics, because there might be people who are participating or watching for the first time and aren't familiar with redistricting. So if you'll allow me, we use in our process some traditional redistricting principles that are now codified in the Fair Maps Act. I'll talk a little bit about the process from the community of interest testimony to maps, go over the current lines, the input, the rejected maps, and the next steps, and even one additional visualization. The traditional criteria that's used in redistricting begins with districts being equal sized. The idea is that districts that are equal sized, everybody has a fair amount of representative power and voting power. We don't have situations where one person is, has 10,000 neighbors that construct their district, and another person has 400,000 people that construct their district, which would really give a lot more power to the person in the 10,000 person district and a lot of diluted power to the person in the 400,000 district. We don't see extremes that large, but that's just kind of the principle of it, that equal sized districts means equal representation and equal voting power. Districts need to be contiguous, meaning that they need to be whole parts. They need to maintain communities of interest. Some communities of interest are things like, where I live, my neighborhood. It might be the hillsides or the coastline, or renters or homeowners, or people with different issues before the county. Following existing census places, and those, we call them census designated places, which is towns, kind of unincorporated towns, and also incorporated cities. And then keeping districts compact. And let's not confuse that with small, because in Humboldt County, you're going to have some very large districts, but shapes should be more compact, less octopus shaped kind of things, and more circles and squares. In addition to those traditional criteria, the Fair Maps Act has additional rules with regards to the process and the ways in which you draw lines. The first is that in the law, it mentions incumbents and candidates once in all the criteria. And that one time it mentions it is to say that you cannot use those as communities of interest. So we try to abide by that and make sure that that is not a part of the process when we're drawing lines. We also do not, based on Fair Maps Act, we're not allowed to and wouldn't want to draw lines based on partisanship or drawing lines to advantage or disadvantage a political party. The process parts of it include the minimum number of hearings, the kind of public engagement focus. These are all changes in the process that have been very helpful in ensuring that those community voices get to come forward and are part of the process. And then finally, some kind of the paperwork of redistricting, all of our hearings, all of the deliberations, all of the draft maps, all of that is posted onto a website that is maintained by the county and is available for the next 10 years. So in 10 years' time, somebody could be looking back at all of your hearings to determine how you came up with their boundaries that they have and have access to all of the information. We don't have access to that information from 10 years ago at that kind of level, but the next commission or RAC or county supervisors, however you do it in 2031, they'll have access to all this information, which is very valuable. One of the biggest challenges in this redistricting versus in past redistrictings is the complexity of bringing the public in, getting that community of interest testimony, and then kind of moving from there to drafting maps to approving maps. It's an arc that wasn't really necessary part of the process in decades past. So when we do this process, we want to make sure that the outset that community input drives the map creation, and that we provide multiple ways for people to engage, either drawing maps, emailing, coming to hearings, and testifying verbally. All of that is important to building that base of understanding as to how we want to draw maps. The rules in the process, when we get this community of interest testimonies, we want to try to make sure that we mold that to the requirements. If somebody says, well, I want Arcata to be 4 districts and the rest of the county to be 1 district, well, okay, we're not gonna be able to do that, because we need to mold this community of interest testimony to the requirements of equal population and everything else. But we could take that kind of input and say, well, okay, this is expressing something. It's expressing some viewpoint about a value in redistricting, and maybe try to ferret out what it is that submission is really trying to say about communities of interest, and try to see if there's ways to utilize some of the principles of what people are putting towards the process, within the rules, not outright dismissing community of interest testimony because it doesn't match exactly what we're wanting to do. And then when we are drawing maps, having these maps out before the public, well in advance of when we're actually talking about them, is a key part of the process. Under the California Voting Rights Act, for agencies that are converting from at-large to districts, there's a requirement that all maps being discussed are public for 7 days before they are debated. In the Fair Maps Act, it's a little bit looser. It says that you have to have maps public for 7 days before your final adoption. But we like to have this principle of making sure that maps are put out before the public well in advance of any kind of discussion on those. When we look at your current lines, the current lines in Humboldt County are what we would consider fairly rational, and we're not off to a bad start with this current construction. We are working in other agencies where they're basically coming at the redistricting process from a gross looking gerrymander. That's not the case here. So that's a good point to start with. When we look at the current population, these data tables are with all of our maps. And the first set of data is data from the 2020 census after it's been adjusted by the state. There's a little bit of a post-census adjustment that the state does to move prison population, to make sure that if some census block has 12,000 prisoners, that the districts, when they're drawing in that area, aren't all messed up by that 12,000 person, set piece in their redistricting. So they remove that population from that census block, and they distribute it around the state to where those people were living prior to their incarceration. So that is the data we're looking at in that first set of data up here. And when we look up there, we can look at the total population, and that total population has changed since 2010. So in the last decade, the county has grown by a small amount, around 2,200 people. The change in each district has been a little bit more or less, depending on the districts, where you see the greatest growth in districts 3 and 5, and population actual reductions in 2 and 4. So the change is pretty small in terms of the overall percentage, that 1.6%, and in terms of raw numbers, around 2,200 people. But that is reflected in that first data table at the top. And when we look at that data, we're going to talk about something called a deviation. A deviation is if we were to look at every district in its perfect size, perfectly equal population, that district size would be around 27,400. When we look at the actual districts, we can see how much they are above or below that ideal size. And when we look at that, the one that's the most below the ideal size is that District 2, one of the districts that was shrinking over the last decade. And the one that's most above that deviation is District 3, which was one of the ones I mentioned earlier that was growing. So the difference between negative 2.7 and positive 3.5 is what gives you the total planned deviation, and that's 6.2. So apologies for everybody working in redistricting. Whoever came up with the terminology, use the same word for both things. We talk about a deviation being for an individual district deviation, that 2.7 or that 3.5. And then we also talk about deviation being that planned deviation, meaning the difference between the highest and the lowest. So apologies that when I say deviation, you kind of have to infer what I'm talking about, whether it's the planned deviation of the individual district. But in most cases, I'm talking about the planned deviation. Each of our packets of maps includes individual tables and data and maps for each of the individual districts, kind of just pulled out so you can see it a little bit better. We also have web maps that we've provided that are kind of the zoom in version of maps, so you can look at actual, where actual boundaries are. And we have these for each of the districts. And in the lower right-hand corner, you'll notice that we have like a kind of shaded out map of the entire county, and then you can see highlighted the district you're looking at, so you can see where you are on the overall map. This shows each of the districts, and then their demographics is also the other part of that table, and I want to point out how this works. When we look at the demographics in terms of the ethnic populations of residents in the redistricting context, we step away from the full decennial census, and we look towards a census product called the American Community Survey and look at what's called citizen voting age population for the different ethnicities, because redistricting is ultimately about who's going to be voting, and who's going to be voting are adult citizens, presumably who are registered to vote, of course, but we aren't allowed to use the voter registration as this. We have to use the census data and their citizen voting age population. And so from this, we can see the breakdown of Asian, Black, Native American, and Latino populations here. And you can see, as an example, that the highest Asian or Black numbers are still really small relative to the entire county, and not at a level that would kind of trigger some idea of them being able to influence the outcome of an elections as a block voting ethnic group, as if we were somewhere else in the state where that might be true. The Native American population is similarly small in most of the districts except District 5. In District 5, you start to get to a population number that is, well below the Federal Voting Rights Act kind of numbers that you might see. We're actually working in New Mexico, where the Native American population can be 50% of a district. We're also working in Alaska, where the Alaskan Native population can be 50% of a district. But here we're talking about this population probably more as a community of interest, one that might want to be together in a district, but not with kind of a Voting Rights Act focus, more of a community of interest focus. And the Latino population is higher than both the sum of the Asian and Black population. But again, at 10.7%, the highest in District 3, it can be thought of as a community of interest. It can be brought into the redistricting discussion, but unlike other parts of the state, we're not able to have some kind of Voting Rights Act requirement to how those districts are drawn regarding the Latino population. So that's important to note. Now, within the Fair Maps Act, this process, we take the community input and then we utilize those traditional criteria to create the plans. And we did create a number of plans for the committee to review based on what we were getting from some of these outreach hearings. And some of this was stuff that Naftali already talked about. And so I won't repeat it, but this input did come from the public, and it's worthwhile to note that that's all public information. People can go back and look at that to make sure that they're confident that was actually, homegrown public testimony. Now, there were plans that they reviewed that they did not recommend that you move forward with, and that was A2. A2 was a plan that was built off this idea of West Eureka with Arcata, it would represent a significant change to the current lines. And one of the things that came up in the conversation around this was density of renters. That is a data set from the citizen vote, from the American Community Survey. And we reviewed this and we showed both the lines with the set with where the cities and census places were and with overlaying to the district lines. The deviation was actually larger than your current plan. And then Plan C was another plan that was looked at. This was originally a minimum change plan. I think, frankly, it didn't catch on entirely. It did make District A here more compact, significantly more compact, except for that area down here going down the water. That's no population. That's just the shape of a census block. And it created a large, more rural District B that included both the inland South County and the coastline. And that was something else that I think might have received a little bit of pushback in the process. Again, we showed it to them with the cities overlaid and also with existing lines overlaid. And you can see, particularly in A and B, the yellow shaded area is the existing lines and the green shaded area. And this is the new construction of those districts. Deviation was lower. Those were plans that the commission requested that you not consider. So we had since then done some work with a visualization to work off of. And I think that the most important kind of feedback was, as Naftali illustrated and went through, trying to stick with much of the existing architecture of the current lines and seeing what adjustments can be made. This minimum change visualization was completed. This is something else that could be utilized. It looks very similar to the existing lines. When I do the existing lines overlay, you can see in here, District 5 and 3, the red and brown pretty much line up perfectly. There's little changes here in from 1 to 2, but roughly this does follow most of the existing lines. And it has a deviation of 5.5%. And then we have population breakdowns for this, and we can make sure that you have the maps with the population breakdowns inside of them with also, we can provide for you that plan with a heat map of the Native American population. And that is the presentation. I'll go ahead and stop the sharing. I will finish by saying it might have crossed the board's mind. Our current plan does have a less than 10% deviation, which is the requirement. It would be fine after all this process for you to essentially make some minimal changes or adopt something that is roughly your existing plan, provided that you go through this entire process. There were some counties a few months ago that were being told, oh, you're within 10%. You can just, not do anything, which was the law 10 years ago. You can have a plan that is essentially your existing districts, as long as you've had the required number of hearings, you've had the process, you've had the community engagement, you have the community of interest testimony to support that. And so you're right now in a position, I think, where we have just a couple more hearings. You can look at some minimum change plans or some things that you want to pass. We can make sure to turn those around pretty quickly for you so they can be made public and kind of assist you through the tail end of this process.
All right, thank you. So suggestions from here. I see Supervisor Bohn has his, he has his pen up. I think that means he has his hand up.
Well, I'll go all the way back to July, what I said before. Now that we've met all the requirements, we're still going to go through the process. I did get a series of emails. They were mainly from Arcata last night, proposing a map that one of our supervisors had written. So obviously we've started, but I'm kind of with the way everything stood and got 9.5, over 9 years into my district and consider myself representing my district fairly well. I have no problems at all making the motion. Well, the problem is you said the way they sit now is rational. If you take a look at all the survey results, the one thing that's always 55, 60% when they're talking about the maps, it's very clear that it says not my community, not my community. So they're not favorable of change, nor am I. So I would be perfectly fine with making a motion that we make no changes whatsoever now that we've met the state requirements and keep the maps, as you said, status quo. That's a motion.
I have a question before I go with the motion. Paul, you said we'd still have to continue through the process. So is a motion, what kind of motion would be most appropriate this time? I mean, can we say we are looking to do this, or?
So it might not require a motion per se, and I'll leave you and your council to determine how you run your meetings. But at this point, we're going to have another scheduled meeting, right? You could take action formally or informally to ask your demographers to only bring back one map for the next hearing. If you're only bringing back one map for the next hearing, then you'd be basically limited to discussing that map because it would be the one that had been posted for 7 days. And then a motion could be made then to actually do the adoption and set it for the final hearing. So I would just suggest you could just verbally say, at the next hearing, redistricting partners, please bring back the existing plan, have it prepared so that it could be adopted if we choose to pass it, something like that.
I will change my motion to reflect that. It doesn't stop, the motion doesn't stop community comment or public comment or anything.
Supervisor Wilson, there's not a second yet, but Supervisor Wilson, perhaps.
Thank you, through the chair. I mean, I do want us to minimally have the existing map come back to us, but I'm not adverse to having one or two other options that are based on that map, the existing map, in terms of modifications based on some of the public comment that we've received, so that we can have a discussion and actually discuss some ideas at the next meeting as opposed to just having one map. So for me, I would much prefer that we have at least one, if not two other options for discussion at our next meeting.
Could something work that might say maps that have minimal changes to the existing situation? I mean, minimal adjustments, and that doesn't limit it to the number. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, because I hear where Supervisor is going, and if I also hear where Supervisor Wilson is. Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think it's way premature to be making any kind of a motion, Frank. I mean, it's certainly the prerogative of any of the supervisors, but
thank you.
To honor the process, we've got a hearing scheduled for the 16th. There's a lot of input happening. A lot of folks are having a very difficult time over the last couple of weeks, even opening up the maps. The links were broken, different problems were occurring. So I think we're going to see a continuing increase in community participation, and I really value that. So I'd love to see that play out and not shortcut that in any way. First of all, I wanted to say a big thank you to our Redistricting Advisory Committee. They spent a lot of time over the last month and a half, 2 months, really delving into all this. And each week they'd get input, they would shift them one way or another way. And not an easy process. So I just want to make sure that we're really honoring, that hard work they did. And I recognize that in the end, with the short timeline that was mentioned, they ultimately didn't recommend either of the maps, but did make some recommendations of significance, such as keeping communities of interest together like Blue Lake and Glendale. When we look around the whole county, I'm trying not to just look at my own district, but look at the county as a whole. And Scotia and Riodale were separated 10 years ago, and they clearly are a community of interest. They're connected by a bridge. They've always been connected as communities. Ferndale and Petrolia have always been connected, and Honeydew via ranching communities. And, frankly, the Mattole Valley was the breadbasket for the Humboldt Bay region back in the late 1800s before the highways came in and everything else. So when we look around Humboldt County, there are a number of communities of interest that were separated back 10 years ago with the last redistricting. Scotia Riadel is an example, and Blue Lake and Glendale put into different districts. In fact, 10 years ago, the Blue Lake Rancheria with the redistricting was actually cut in two. So when we think about Native American populations, that's kind of bizarre to split a rancheria into two different districts, right? So I know change is difficult for all of us. It doesn't come easy, but I do think that there are some minor changes that we could make that would make things better, like grouping Scotia and Riodale together again, like grouping Blue Lake and Glendale together again, and trying to do an even better job of balancing populations, something better than 6.2%. The other thing is, balancing the size of districts. When you look at the existing shapes of the districts, it really dawned on me over the last several weeks that a lot of the shapes have everything to do with geography. We have a very diverse geography here in Humboldt County. It's not flat in very many places, except right on the coast. And also road networks. For instance, the Mattole Road connecting Ferndale and Petrolia and things like that. So these road networks and geography, I believe, have a lot to do with the basis for how the existing districts are shaped. The other thing is, the 5th district is almost half the county. It's massive. And I'm pretty sure that had to do with 20 years ago, before McKinleyville grew by another 12,000 individuals over the last 20 years, in order to get a balanced population, because the 5th district had no big cities whatsoever. The 5th district got very, very large. And so the 5th, the 1st, and the 2nd are large districts. The 3rd and the 4th are small districts, the 4th in particular. And that's always going to be the case because Eureka is the largest city in the county. And by population alone, you can't put the whole area into one district and still be balanced. But it does make sense that, Eureka proper is concentrated into one district. So the 4th is always going to probably be a small district compared to the others. But there are ways that we could balance the size of these districts a little more equitably. And I say that because, when you look at the districts as they are right now, the districts 1 through 4, the vast majority of the constituents in those districts live in a city. Fortuna, Riodale, Ferndale, Eureka, Arcata, Blue Lake. Whereas in the 5th district, how many cities are there in the 5th district? 1. What is it? Trinidad. So 250 people in the 5th district live in a city. The other districts, as I said, the vast majority of the constituents in those districts live in a city. That affects workloads. It affects the ability of a representative to actually represent that district. And with the 5th being so large, so massive, it has its own issues with that. So I spent quite a bit of time working with the mapping tool under District R, which is a fantastic tool, but it probably took me about 10 hours to actually get to the point where I could actually use the tool. It's not easy. It's not super intuitive, but once you spend some time with it and you learn that there's a little box you can click to lock existing districts, you paint it in, and that way you don't, mess things up. You keep saving and saving your work. So at any rate, I did that. And at some point in this hearing today, I would like to share that map. I don't feel the need to do that right now. I think what we're doing right now is having some general conversation between the board, and there are a couple of board members that have not spoken yet, and I'd love to hear their ideas, thoughts as well. But I can share that at some point later here in this hearing as a possible idea of what some of the districts might look like, and I can explain my thinking from a county perspective of why I drew the lines the way that I did. So anyway, I think that's probably enough to be said right now. That was quite a bit. Thank you for listening. But really, I think there are some minor things we can do to really balance things even better and bring some community of interest back together. So I'll leave it at that for right now. Thank you.
I have one of the I think one of the RAC members with their hand up, Supervisor Bohn. I was just going to.
The only thing I want to do, the Scotia Rio-Dale, it hits on a lot. And just so you know, Scotia made a very impassioned plea and wrote a letter at the time from the town of Scotia and the residents that they wanted to stay in the first district because they identified as a tourist town and hopefully a filming town later on with their, and now we're seeing it with the Scotian rebirth and things like that. They figured themselves with Ferndale, and that was what their letter said exactly. I remember, I don't have a copy of it now, but I remember they asked for that. So that was at the time, that was a request that was met by whoever did it back then. Obviously I wasn't involved with it because, as we well know, I was 184 feet taken out of my district by the input of 2 people. So fully aware of how this redistricting works.
Lisa Dugan, I believe you were one of our RAC members.
Good morning, Chair Bass and Board of Supervisor members. I was one of the appointees to the Redistricting Commission. Tough job given the very, very short time frame. There is one piece of public testimony that I feel I would be remiss in not bringing forward that didn't, for whatever reason, make it into any of the recommendations. There was a voice out of the Manila community that said that Manila would like to be grouped with, on the peninsula with Samoa and Fairhaven, given the amount of development that will be happening there. And that's all I wanted to let you know.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Thank you for the time you've invested as well in retirement.
Yeah.
So any other supervisors? We had a motion that didn't go anywhere yet. Some good conversation. We only have one hand up in the comment queue, which surprises me, which we'll go to that shortly. If you are listening to this at home and you do plan to call in, now is the time to do it, and press *9 so we know you are interested in commenting on this, because if you don't raise your hand now, we may not know. Supervisors Bushnell and then Wilson.
Thank you through the chair. So I have gotten many emails and phone calls concerning the redistricting. Every single one of them has asked that we keep the, excuse me, I have a frog, keep the lines as close as we can to what is current. They, my constituents, or even people outside of my constituent area, have expressed great concern that they do not wish for the lines to be moved any more than a minor deviation. And so I'm inclined to second Supervisor Bohn's motion.
So we have a motion and a second for only one map to come back, which is only with the current. But you sound like you'd be willing to look at some sort of slight deviation as well. Is that correct, Supervisor Bushnell?
I would, yes. I also want, one reason we had a committee formed is we really wanted to stay away from any kind of political dominancy. And I'm not saying that's happening, but we wanted as a board not to have that input on the maps. And that's why we did that committee. And so, yeah. I'm more inclined to keep the lines where they are.
Okay. Well, this is before I go to Supervisor Wilson, because it sounded like a second for the motion, but Supervisor's motion is to only bring back the current map as we exist today, from what I understood from the motion. So Supervisor Bohn, would you like to make some type of modification so Supervisor Bushnell's second will actually match?
Well, I actually attended 3 of the public meetings. One of them nobody attended, and then I actually listened at the last meeting the other day of the overwhelming testimony, and 20 some odd people spoke, and I know all the environmental groups got a chance to speak, and it sounded like the testimony was all the same, but I think at the end of the day, nobody liked A, nobody liked C, nobody liked, and then I got, like I said, I got 5 or 6 emails from basically Arcata mentioning the map that I guess Steve is talking about that he did. So somebody's wrangled up some support for that, which makes me feel political because I'm getting all these emails and I'm going, why am I getting emails from people that don't live in Blue Lake that want Blue Lake? And, you know, so I'm just kind of concerned with that. And I didn't hear any of that. I mean, I heard a couple and everything else. I heard lots of things. I mean, and there were some rapid changes. I'm just saying the best non-political, if that's what we're trying to do, and what would affect the majority of the people that did speak says, I don't like the maps, keep them the same. That was the number one. If we do I don't know if Paul's got that number, but that's what at the end, everybody would finish. Why don't we just leave them the same? That seemed to be 75%. Why not just leave them the same? That's what I heard. And that's what I think I'd like to represent, unless maybe Paul could clarify that. Wasn't that a common theme?
Well, can I ask, I'm just asking about your motion, first of all. So you're still saying your motion stands for you want no changes. Paul, what do you think of Supervisor Bohn's? I mean, I got a lot of things saying keep them as close to the same as possible, but what is your thought? And I do want to go to Supervisor Wilson. Wait, hold on. Dawn Arledge, who is there for all these. I'm going to actually go to Dawn because her hand is up. She may have some information that can help Supervisor Bohn.
Thanks, Dawn.
And the rest.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Bass. And Paul, feel free to chime in. We did look at the some of the input that just came in, and 81 out of 114 commenters, so 71%, identified as supporting a draft map similar to the current district map with minimal changes. So I think that that set of input that we looked at suggested a lot of support for a similar map. And if you're interested, we summarized some of the minimal changes that were mentioned by the public, but I'll let you ask for that if you want that. So if that helps, Supervisor Bohn.
No, I was wrong. I thought 70. I was fairly close. I said 75%. And that was just a dartboard guess, but I think if I could satisfy 70 to 75% of the people in my district, I'd do that. So that's kind of where I'm going to go. I don't know what districts they were out of, but that was a common theme. And I don't think some of the changes we're talking about are not minor. I mean, they're moving 1,000 people. So that's a pretty big jump. So I'm pretty happy with.
Okay, your motion is to bring exactly what we have now back with no minimal changes added. That is your motion.
I'm going to second that as stated.
Okay, so Dawn, I would like to ask you, sorry, Supervisor Wilson, when you talked about you could summarize some of the minimal changes that can be made, can you kind of tell us what those might be? Because I think if they're making sense, we should at least know what they are in case some of the rest of us would like to see something come back with more than just what we currently have, but with minor adjustments. So Dawn, if you wouldn't mind, and then Supervisor Wilson, then Madrone.
Sure. So as your commission recommended, there was testimony around combining Glendale with Blue Lake. There were 16 pieces of public input suggesting bringing Rio Dell and Scotia into the same district. As Commissioner Dugan said, there was input suggesting to connect Manila with the rest of the peninsula. There's a piece of input that says pull from the areas of Cutton and around the municipal golf course. I'm assuming to rebalance District 4. And then a mention around looking at geography and transportation networks. And let me just scan this other one real quick. There was input around freshwater and Neeland wanting to not be in District 3. That came early in the process. And then a little bit more early in the process around South Eureka, included with the greater part of Eureka.
Okay. That's probably good. It seems like more than minimal in some cases, but.
Yeah, some of the last couple things I said were early in the process before we reached the minimal change thought, but just so you had that information. But yeah, I think that's a good summary of what we've heard.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Wilson and Madrone.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Yeah, I'm still inclined to have more than one map brought back. I do think that we maybe at least discuss a little bit what minimal change is, and 1,000 people in a 27,000 population, I think is verging on minimal. I don't think, it's not huge necessarily. In terms of like if we're trying to balance and actually bring back some options, I don't want to, it's not personalized. I don't think we should personalize this in terms of how these balances come back. It's, from my perspective, it's not about me, it's about the district as it moves forward and the representation within it. And so if those lines get moved around, if any district gains or loses some population in this, it's not personal, I don't think. And so in terms of us, and so I'm happy to at least have an option come back that addresses the request with relationship or even just the concepts. And I think, they're all valid ideas, and they all have cogent, concepts associated with them or what interests in those. And not everybody, just because you get one or two comments from a certain place doesn't mean that whole community is like, yeah, this is what we want to do, right? Because generally speaking, people are more likely to promote change than they are to have things stay the same, or at least they're just more motivated. And we saw that in this process. We saw that until there was changes, and then people then reacted to the changes to say, to bring it back. I think that's indicative of these processes. Also, I think I want to point out that I also want to thank the commission or the committee that did all that work. And I know after that process was done, I did talk to one of the committee members who felt a little bit bad that they had done all this work and then didn't recommend anything specific coming back. And my response was it just showed that the robustness of the work that was done 10 years ago. It just shows that it may not have been perfect, but it's pretty darn good. And that's reflective of that. And can there be some changes that make it a little bit better? Sure, I think that's reasonable. I think we should consider those. And so for me, I think what I'm hearing the strongest viewpoints about, or the ones that kind of like really sort of have the most legs from my perspective, is figuring out a way to connect the Glendale and Blue Lake together, figuring out a way to connect Rio Dell and Scotia together. And I think there's, and I have seen this, the connectivity between Samoa and Manila is something that is relevant. You've seen it, especially in the efforts in the last few years relative to the sort of community cleanups and of course the development on the peninsula and those sorts of things. I think those are cogent ideas that we should at least analyze and have before us as an option to choose from. But nonetheless, the existing has some roots that are completely reasonable, and I want to make sure that it is one of the options that we look at. I'm more inclined to have at least one or at least two or three total options to come back to us for consideration at our next meeting, but that's just my preference.
And Supervisor Madrone and then Bushnell.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I think we would do a real disservice to the community to try and jump to just one option here today. We've got a hearing scheduled on the 16th. As I said, the links were difficult. I think that's been fixed. I think we're going to see a continuing increase in participation by the community. I recognize that, as Dawn said, that 70% or more of people like the existing boundaries, but with some minimal changes. So that really is the question. What are those minimal changes that we can do to make things better? And while there may have been a few letters from Arcata in the last day or so, there actually was quite a bit of input at committee hearings and through emails about connecting Glendale and Blue Lake from the people in Glendale and Blue Lake, that spoke up and want to have those communities reconnected. If the two supervisors don't want to reconnect Scotia and Realdale down in the south, that's, I understand that prerogative and that consideration, but I'm hearing from my district area that people really want Glendale and Blue Lake combined. And, if we're going to keep population balance, what happens if you do combine Glendale and Blue Lake and move Blue Lake back into the 5th, which is actually what shows on that map C2. Map C2 has Blue Lake back in the 5th district. In order to do that, because the 5th and the 3rd are already significantly, they increased in population in the last 10 years, whereas 1, 2, and 4 decreased in population in the last 10 years. And if you were to move Blue Lake into the 5th, it makes even more of a population imbalance. And so, what you try to do then is say, how do we group communities of interest? What does that then do to population? And how might we redraw those boundaries so that we can balance those populations? So that's a bit of what happened in C2, frankly, was move Blue Lake into the 5th, where it's been for 50 years or more, and then increase the size of District 3 in order to try and create more of a population balance. So what I would like to do right now, because I think it's timely, is to go ahead and ask CAO Alicia Hayes if she could pull up the item that I gave her that lists the reasoning behind my map. And then I would like to pull up map M1 that is in the District R space on the website and just briefly share with the board my thinking around those. I agree with Supervisor Wilson that it would be really good for our community to come back with several options at the November 16th hearing. We're not delaying anything. We still have plenty of time to finish by December's deadline. But I think we do a big disservice to the community to not at least come back with some ideas on how we do those minor changes to be responsive to the input we've received from the community, rather than just stick with one map at this point. So, Alicia, can you pull up that?
Can I just have a question while she's pulling it up? What about, if we're saying Blue Lake and Glendale have been wanting together, why not pull Glendale into the 3rd district was a question that I think a couple people were having.
Yeah, that's certainly an option, Chair Bass. But again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. District 5 is already shy having cities in the district. The rest of you all benefit from having the majority of your constituents in a city. And so if they have a problem, who are they going to call? They're going to call the city a lot of the time. Whereas in the 5th district, I only have 250 people in a city. It's a massive district. It's almost half the county. That in no way creates a balance between the districts. And that's a glaring inequity, I'll call it, in regards to how the districts are shaped. So, and furthermore, Blue Lake has always been in the 5th district until 10 years ago. That's when it got shifted out. That's when the octopus leg got created in the Eel River Valley to pick up a lot of those other communities. And, when Paul Mitchell was speaking earlier and talking about octopus-like shapes, that's exactly what that looks like down there on the Eel River. You got these big tentacles sticking out there.
I know what you mean. Supervisor Bohn's house used to be in his district for a very long time. Yeah, let's get your map up and you can explain it, and then we can move on from there and let the other supervisors have an opportunity to talk.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, can you make that a little bit bigger somehow, Alicia? Oh, that's better. Great. Thank you very much. So my finished map that I put together, which is listed as M1 under the District R section of the website, ends up with a balanced population of 3.86. So that's pretty good. It sticks to close to existing configurations with the following exceptions. It combines Blue Lake and Glendale in one district, Scotia and Riodell in one district, and it reduces the size of District 5 while increasing the size of District 3 to make a better balance of those 4 districts in size and population. And it also helps move a city back into District 5, which I think is an important equity consideration. So if you could then pull up M1, Alicia, thank you. Yeah, so basically, again, in order to move Blue Lake back into the 5th district where it's always been, that increases population size. So in order to balance population, what I did was increase the size of District 3. Basically, almost all of those areas south of Highway 299 as a logical divide, except for the city of Blue Lake, to be in District 3. And then I sort of evened out the lines between 1 and 2, put Scotia and Riodell together down there in the bottom, kept Shelter Cove with Redway and Garberville because they are communities of interest as well. So this is certainly not in any way perfect, nor is it going to be supported as it is, but it was just my attempt to try and think about the county as a whole and identify ways that we could balance the size of the districts better and also increase city populations within District 5 in order to have some equity there. So those are the basic principles, and you can see on the population balance over there, District 5, even cutting off that large section of the existing District 5 and moving it into District 3, still leaves District 5 with a little bit larger population, but still well within the boundaries of the numbers that we're supposed to have. And the other 4 districts are almost identical in population, all about 27,000 or so. So anyway, that's just an explanation of what I tried to do here. I, again, think it would be really good for us to agree to come back with at least 2 or 3 options at our November 16th hearing so that the community can have something to really think about that shows some of those minor changes that we might be able to make in the map, rather than just coming back with the old map from 10 years ago that does have some problems. It divided communities of interest, divided a rancheria, things like that. So thank you very much.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell.
On mute.
Okay, you're on mute.
Thank you, through the chair. I wanted to respond to the Scotia Riodell joining those. I have not received one email from constituents in those districts that request them to be joined. I don't know if Supervisor Bohn has, as Scotia is his, but I have received in those districts emails that say, please don't change us. And then to the emails that I received similar to Supervisor Bohn's to join the Blue Lake area, it was a cut and paste job. It was the same email. So I don't know if that seems clearly like a campaign getting those emails out. I don't know, but it wasn't, it was the exact same everything. And so I would be interested from Dawn, the people that said they wanted like Riodell and Scotia joined, were those constituents of that area? Do we know?
That's a good question. What I have is that there were 16 pieces of public testimony emailed through public comment. I can find that out. I mean, I could find that out for you. The answer to that. It's a good question.
I just, if people from outside of that district are requesting those 2 population areas to be together, I would be curious why, when it would, to me, I would be more interested in constituents of that area if they want to be joined. Once again, almost all of them, I don't think I had one email that said change it. They wanted it to remain the same. And I would be interested in public comment, which we have 2 of, to see, what the feeling is. But I am interested in where the commenters, Dawn, came from. It would be important to me.
I can find that out for you. We'll be able to get that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. I have a question for Paul. Here we keep talking about, and then Supervisor Bohn, minimal change. And we're seeing there's different ideas of what minimal change might be. In what you've seen, are there other ways you would be looking at what would make sense for minimal change? And then like even Supervisor Madrone mentioned, I think it sounds like there's a disparity because he doesn't have enough of the cities in there, and other counties have fewer cities than we do at times. And so I'm just curious if that's ever used as one of the items to look at as well. But mostly just curious if you had other ideas of what minimal change might mean from what your experience is.
Yeah.
Numbers.
So minimal change in a plan that, like I said before, is done on a rational basis and it is relatively good lines is something that we see fairly commonly. If you had lines that looked like some other counties we see or some cities, or if you had like a potential Voting Rights Act district that you weren't drawing because you were wedded to your existing lines, then we would probably be having a very different conversation. So there are instances like we're working in a county that just redid their lines in 2018, redid them working with groups like MALDEF and a whole legal process. But in the end, they came up with lines that were really kind of great consensus maps and everybody was happy with them. And so our minimal change plan for them is literally moving like 2 census block groups between an overpopulated district and an underpopulated district, bringing their deviation down, and that might end up being something that becomes their final plan. So that minimal change in districts where you already have a fairly narrow deviation, where you can do a little swapping between districts that are over underpopulated to narrow that a little bit, is, I think, something that we see a lot. There's also sometimes minimal change plans that address, like, let's say a city was entirely within a district 10 years ago, but now it's annexed some unincorporated areas. And so they're going to make a minimal change plan, but they're going to bring that new boundary of the city to match with the district line based on those annexations. So that could be another minimal change plan. Sometimes minimal change plan becomes more of there's gradients. So you might have a minimal change plan that addresses 1 or 2 community of interest testimony, but doesn't change the overall architecture of the entire plan. And then Supervisor Madrone's comments were very interesting to me, just from a redistricting perspective, because you do have this push and pull between utilizing redistricting under the State Fair Maps Act, where you're supposed to identify communities of interest and make sure that as much as possible they're put into one district in order to maximize their representative power, versus how districts are constructed and how effective supervisors can be at representing these communities when they have, as he was expressing, so many unincorporated areas versus other districts that might have more incorporated areas where those community members have other representatives they can access for assistance with issues that they're having. So I thought that was a very interesting conversation, because there's a little push and pull in the law where in one sense we want to have districts that are maximizing their effectiveness and how they can be governed. In the other sense, that the state law does really reinforce the idea of taking people with a similar community of interest and as much as possible putting them in one district so that they can elect that champion that will always fight for those types of residents, rather than having those types of residents, their power diluted between multiple districts. So there's an interesting push and pull there, and this is why the decision-making authority is with you to kind of balance these issues and determine what is most effective for your county going forward.
Thank you, Paul. The first one you mentioned was one I think of most frequently. I think Supervisor Bohn had his hand physically up, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
Yeah, I understand. I don't understand the city county thing, because the way the new map would be, I would be the one with the least amount of incorporated. It looks like I would have Ferndale. I would lose what I have in Fortuna. I'd lose what I have in Eureka. So I understand the thinking, but I don't know. I serve the people in Eureka, I would think, and I know Virginia does as well as I do in the unincorporated area. And I think it's well known that I get out in my district quite a bit. So I didn't quite understand all of the unincorporated, incorporated part. And I think the people in Trinidad love having you, Steve, and the city of, you call it the city of McKinleyville, but McKinleyville, which you do quite a bit over. And I don't know where that city, I don't know if we're going to make it a city yet, but I don't, so to get you more city folk, I guess is what you're looking for. It also takes quite a bit of city folk. Because I think I'm probably number 2 now of unincorporated areas by far with Cutton, Humboldt Hill, the Mattole Valley, I mean, Lolita, the Bottoms, and things like that. So I've never thought of it in that realm that if they were incorporated or unincorporated, if I get a phone call, I do what I can do to fix it. So I don't put anybody in a box. They're in my district. I'll do what I can. Sometimes we can't do very much because they are incorporated, but it's never stopped the level of input I have. So with that being said, and then as far as, like I said, I've got some stuff on Blue Lake Glendale, but nobody from Blue Lake and Glendale, and albeit there's quite a few people that I know out there. So I would like, and this is in no way at all trying to limit people's input. I guess what I'm really worried about is I'm going to get all these canned cut and paste emails that somebody, not any of our people, but I mean, some people go out and start generating that we need this and we need that. When we found out that we've had this whole process since July, we've got this committee that did a great job, the Lisas and everybody did a great job. And over 70% of the people are saying, don't change it, with the caveat, change it as little as possible, which is just another word is I don't want to put my sword in the sand so deep that I can't change it, but I really don't want anything to change. It's working real well. So we're gonna take this last 2 weeks to try to get as many people to kind of dissuade that 70% of the people that would like everything to stay the same. And if you read the 242, the questionnaires and everything else, everybody says 60, 65, 50, not my community when they're talking about the maps. So I don't know what, except to be self-serving, what's wrong with just keeping it the same. I'm not getting the input you guys are, and maybe that's it. And I'm not getting the idea that some of these people want to get out of my district. I mean, I guarantee you, there's 36% that want to get out of my district. I see that every 4 years, but I'm just saying I work really hard for those 36% too. So I think it's worked real well. It's done well. We've served everybody. So, as here we go. And I understand the Manila switch. That's a good idea. But as you know, it's 2 different worlds, except for the road that goes through it. It's 2 different worlds if you go left or go right when you cross the bridge. Because we're not building a fish plant. We're not going to build wind towers over there. Don't have a power plant. We don't have the industry that we have when you go right. So they are quite a bit different and have a distinct relationship to Eureka. So that's why I'm kind of in favor of keeping it the same. It seems to have worked until we tell people it's not working because they're not telling us.
Supervisor Bushnell and then Wilson. And if you are listening and you want to comment, please do press *9 to raise your hand. Right now we do not have many. So after Supervisor Bushnell, Wilson, then Madrone, then we will go to public comment.
Thank you through the chair. So I want to reflect also that my second is prompted by my interaction with the community for the last month and a half. And that's why I am seconding it. As I said earlier, have not gotten one email that says to change. They said, if you have to, make as small deviations as possible. So that's why I did second that motion. Additionally, I would like to ask Supervisor Madrone, if you take in Blue Lake and you said your area is so unincorporated, which it is, it's large, a lot of public lands and tribal lands, which I think tribal lands are guided by, do they have a council or something like that? So you're not giving anything up. So that's going to be more work for that district, not less, when you're saying you
your unincorporated area is a lot of work for that district. But on that map that you created, I didn't see you giving anything up that would make the unincorporated less work, but you're adding more work, it looked to me, just in that district. So that would just be my question for you and my comment.
Did you want to answer that now before I go to Supervisor Wilson, Supervisor, since it was directly asked of you? Excuse me.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Bushnell, that's a good question. And you make a very good point that there are large areas that are tribal, Hoopa, the Square, the Yurok Reservation going from Witchpeck all the way down through Pequon to the Klamath. Of course, the lower end of the river is in Del Norte, but down through Pequon and Johnson, that is in Humboldt and Witchpeck area. And, on the maps, we don't really do a very good job of showing the other tribal areas like the Wiots, Bear River, the Sanungwe, which are on the South Fork of the Trinity River, the Blue Lake Rancheria. These things they don't really show up. But as we saw in the demographics, the 5th District has 13% of its population is Native American. I think it was 12.8. So there is clearly a very large concentration of Native American populations in the 5th District. And, I think that's a good thing in that it actually gives them a significant voice in the election of the supervisor for that district. There have been times that the election has absolutely turned on the vote out of Hoopa, for instance. A number of years ago, that was absolutely true, and I think it's still true. So, you're right. You've made some very good points, Supervisor Bushnell. I'm hearing all of you in response to what you're hearing from your constituents and from the polls and the surveys that most people are saying, let's not change things very much, but maybe some minimal changes would be okay. So I could support this motion if we were coming back with 2 or 3 maps that, number one, would be what you've got in the motion right now, Supervisor Bones, and your second, which is pretty much stay with the maps as they are. Another one would be to come back and having Blue Lake and Glendale combined back into the 5th District. Another one would be Blue Lake and Glendale combined back in the 3rd District and not splitting the Blue Lake Rancheria in 2. So right there in that little cosmos of Blue Lake, Glendale, and the Rancheria, there could be a map that shows those. It wouldn't change the rest of the county significantly, but it would be responsive to those comments we heard out of Glendale and Blue Lake, and to recombine the Rancheria into one district. I frankly, obviously think that Blue Lake and Glendale ought to be in the 5th for the reasons I've stated about equity and cities and things like that. But I'm open to having options. Should Manila be grouped with Samoa and Fairhaven? Or should Manila, I think as Supervisor Bohn pointed out quite eloquently, is Manila is a very different community than Samoa and Fairhaven. And in many ways, Manila has always been far more aligned with Arcata on some level. So again, if we could just amend this motion in a minor way to come back with, say, 3 maps, 1, as things are, 2, combining Glendale and Blue Lake in the 5th, 3, Glendale, Blue Lake in the 3rd, and maybe 4, Manila and Samoa together versus where it is now. I just think that if we did that, it would really give our community something to chew on, something fresh to think about. And I'm absolutely certain there will be a lot more input coming in from all of the community about those options. So that's, I think, what I'm saying is that, I'd love to support this motion. I would very much like to see a unanimous vote on whatever we ultimately do in redistricting, because I think that sends a very strong message to our community that we're trying to work together and bring our communities together rather than divide them. So those are my suggestions of how we could do that. I hope they're considered. Well, I know they'll be considered. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson, then back to Bohn.
Thank you. And again, it is hard to not talk about these things in your district and my district. Really, this is District 3, District 4, District 5, District 2. They're not ours and they're not yours. And so it just, we're in this so deep sometimes we just kind of attach a little bit, maybe more than we need to in this conversation. And so I just ask that we try. I mean, it's even hard for me, I just have to say, to detach in the language that we're using. But I would prefer some options moving forward. I'm interested in hearing what the public has to say about this, and I do think that's offering some options. We'll hear from the public about those different things, and so I'm ready to hear that testimony.
All right, and Supervisor Bohn.
And the one thing, and I brought this up, I think 2-3 months ago, because we didn't have our Native American population broke out, and I asked for that, and Dawn and the Center and our partners pulled that out real well for us. I would, just because it's brought up so many times, I do think we could probably fix the map so the Blue Lake Rancheria is either in the 3rd or the 5th. I think that would probably be the easiest, because I think they are our smallest tribe, I believe, with under 60 enrolled members, and then they're on 76 acres. So I think out of respect to them and our Native Americans, I think that could happen in a heartbeat. And I mean, now I consider that a minor change. 1,250 people, that's getting a little bit more than minor, because then you're going to have to do with Mike, and then we're going to have to, the trickle down if we're going to try to do it by populations. That's why I wanted to do. But out of respect for them, I would, if they wanted to, if they are requesting to just have one supervisor and who they'd want, then maybe we should recognize that. But besides that, I'm pretty much stuck on mine. I just with the cut and paste emails I'm getting now, I don't know what can be organized in a short motion. Because like I said, they've had these district meetings where nobody showed up, and all of a sudden everybody says, hey, maybe we can, and then it blew up. So I didn't have anything to do with it earlier. I just watched it a lot. I wanted to make sure my house stayed in the 1st district, which one of the maps was only a few blocks away. I was really pleased they couldn't figure out how to do it this time again. But anyway, so I would consider that a minor change, but everything else seems to be a little bit more than minor. It seems like there's a plan here, and I don't know what it is. So the unknown scares the hell out of me.
So I was going to go public comment. Supervisor Wilson, your hand is back up.
Yeah, I actually just sort of forgotten one of the points question point I was going to make, which it's a question to Paul, Mr. Mitchell. So we talk about aggregating groups when there's enough of power in that space in terms of to create change or to have a voice. I will say that some of these things are so small that the division in some ways does, in my experience, hasn't been a detriment necessarily. And I would give in Blue Lake and the Peninsula 2 examples of that, because oftentimes because of the line as they currently are, both supervisors from the 3rd and the 5th will show up at whatever it is, because the issue is on both. And so in some ways there's representation from two supervisors at that. And the same on the Peninsula, when in doing a lot of stuff with the Peninsula efforts, there's 2 supervisors that are there and present in those spaces. And in some ways they're, that community of interest has the ear of 2 supervisors. And I'm not totally clear if the numbers are so small, whether combining them all together actually emotes more or derives actually more influence, right, to that group necessarily, because the numbers are small either way. It's just something that it's just an observation in terms of small town sort of demographics.
You're hitting on 2 issues that come up a lot in the redistricting process. One is this idea that the state law, there's a spectrum, let's say, of put communities as high a concentration as possible into districts, like I was saying, to maximize their representative power. And the other is the idea, hey, this downtown would be really great if every one of the 5 council members or 5 supervisors represented it. So let's split it into 5 pieces. And now everybody has to care about downtown because they all represent a part of downtown. And the way that generally works is that if that is a group that has political power or that already does benefit from being a group that the county supervisor is already very responsive to, then yeah, they'll have two supervisors show up to their thing, or 2 council members, or 2 school board members, or 5 all show up to their thing because they now are at least touching each of these supervisors, and those supervisors are already responsive to their issues. The challenge is that it wouldn't necessarily apply to all groups. If there's a group that the supervisors have historically not been as responsive to, and they're split into multiple districts, that splitting is making it easier for supervisors to kind of disregard them. And so the principle of it is to try to maximize the representation in each individual supervisor district. But you are, again, taking these rules and taking all these different things and weighing them together and considering it for how it works in your county, because the state's trying to create a law that works for, all 58 counties and hundreds of cities and school boards and everything else like that. So you need to make sure that it works for you. And if you say, well, we don't believe that this group is being disenfranchised by being in another district. In fact, we feel like they are maximizing their support from county supervisors, and especially if they agree, then definitely, you can make a decision like that. The state law is pushing counties and cities in one direction, which is maximizing their strength in one district, but there's all other kinds of things that you're having to balance,
I appreciate that analysis. Thank you.
All right, going to public comment. We only have 2 hands up, so if you are listening and you plan to comment, press *9. And 0116, please press *6 to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes to talk on this redistricting item.
Hello, this is Ash. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to talk about, I think it's back earlier in the presentation where they mentioned using the census data that goes into making this decision. And one thing I remember from the most recent census is that it did not differentiate between citizen and non-citizen or undocumented individuals. So I was just wondering how big of a factor if the county even knows what undocumented populations would have as a effect on redistricting, just because the census data does not differentiate between citizens and non-citizens. And if we are using that data to redraw voting districts and stuff, are citizens or undocumented people allowed to vote in our Humboldt County elections? And that's pretty much all. I just hadn't heard any of that talked about. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is 7429. If that's you, please press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. This is Roby Tenorio. I support the rejection of the 4 maps produced by the redistricting company that was hired. It appeared that the maps that were produced did not, or whoever produced the maps did not have the knowledge or familiarity with our county, its unincorporated towns, its the way the districts lie over those unincorporated towns, its road systems and public transit, and its centers of commerce. So the public was given maps that were not basically relatable to. I do support keeping Southern Humboldt as one district, as our supervisor has talked about, and listening to Supervisor Madrone's suggestions seem very practical, but I don't live in those areas, so I support the opportunity for folks living in those areas to have a chance to comment on another map that incorporates those suggestions from Supervisor Madrone. And I'd like to thank the commissioners who served. Unfortunately, they had to work with a deficient product being produced by the company, and who didn't seem to understand the county and the communities of interest. but I felt that the commissioners welcomed public participation, and I felt that they were really listening to the public. So I very much appreciate all of their volunteer time. Thank you.
Thank you, Roby. Right, 8689, that's you. Press *6 to unmute. And if you're interested in talking, remember, please press *9 to raise your hand. Now is a good time. Welcome, 868.
Hi all. Tom Wheeler. I first off would like to echo Roby's appreciation for the advisory committee. They really did try to listen to all voices and incorporate all voices into maps. So you did a great job with your appointees, and they should all feel proud of their efforts, even though we didn't have a recommendation coming from the committee. They did a very good job of trying to represent all voices in this process. I also like the idea of just keeping existing maps to the extent practicable, with only minor changes if necessary. I appreciate Rex's suggestion to keep together the Blue Lake Rancheria through redistricting. Minor changes like that I think are sensible. That said, I also appreciate Supervisor Madrone's suggestion to come back with a couple of different maps to solicit public comment on. We have some time in this process for the supervisors to do this. One of the things that was a takeaway from the Redistricting Advisory Committee was that the maps really helped people to understand the consequences of this process and drove people to get out and comment. So if the board is interested in soliciting public comment, having a variety of draft maps for folks to weigh in on is appropriate and is a good suggestion. And I think that they should all be relatively minor changes to the existing supervisorial districts. One thing that this process has taught me is just how much of our communities of interest are formed by existing supervisor districts or jurisdictional boundaries, and how important it is that we be conservative in our changes to existing boundaries and not try to pursue interesting schemes. So thank you so much for considering my testimony, and thank you for your work on this. Look forward to seeing the final maps.
Thank you, Tom. And our final speaker, it looks like, is 7108. That's you. Press *6 to unmute.
Yes, this is Bonnie Blackberry, who is in the 2nd District. I wanted to make a few comments about the maps that were given. The amount of information on them, unless you're a computer guru, which I'm not, looking at them, the first round and the second round, there's no identifying information. It was great, and I hope in the maps, if you present other maps, that they have the current districts in color and then draw your lines over so you can see. But I can't tell where these lines are. I'm in southern Humboldt, and these plans came down and cut us in half or took a big bite out and made some really radical changes. But I can't tell whether, one of them took Shelter Cove and then they put that back, but where's Edwardsburg, all these other places. So very difficult to read. And the website, that was very, very frustrating, difficult to navigate. I took the survey. That was like pretty frustrating. And I did notice that a whole bunch of people looked at it and decided not to do it. So, and I think there will be more interest as people know more about what's being planned, the outreach has been minimal. And it would be nice for people that don't have computers. I don't know if you could print some of the maps, put them in the paper or something. Yeah, so I'm with the everyone that I know, which is keep them the way they are or make minimal changes, and don't make those changes down here in Southern Humboldt. Sacrifice our communities to even out something somewhere else. And on the maps, they all are A, B, C, D. Why not put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? That's what we're all talking about. It's just further confusing the situation when you don't identify them easily. So those are my comments, and good luck.
All right. Thank you, Bonnie. All right. There are no more public comments. Go back to the board. Does anyone need a brief break, or is it no? Okay, let's see what we can do here. So I just did want to say, Paul, I know you're still there, correct? There you are. You know, we have Supervisor Bohn's motion, but it also sounds like a potential ability to accept some modification or slight changes. I'd be interested in seeing something come forward that had some of your perhaps minor changes that were census tract type, the evening out. My personal thought is, well, I'm fine with the current map. I think it's easier for the community because they already know who their representatives are. And remember last time we switched, it took a while and we did switch into different areas for them to know who their representatives were. But at the same time, I think if we only come back with the existing map and saying nothing more, I feel like we should be giving people some choice to weigh in on the next couple of weeks. I prefer with minimal changes as possible. But you know, those are only my thoughts. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I can see that, but I mean, this meeting today is the first of 2 public hearings, well advertised. I mean, it was obviously put out by everybody because we got these emails and things like that. And we had 4 public comments, 5 public comments, and I think 3 of them said just try to keep it the same with as minimal as possible. And I will change my amendment to the Blue Lake Rancheria one. That shouldn't affect population. That shouldn't affect much of anything. But it would if they want that. I think out of respect to them, I would like to see them as whole. But then the other thing is, I don't know. I wouldn't mind having a piece of property represented by 2 supervisors, because if I didn't, it's just kind of like you go to your mom asking for a cookie and she says no. You go to your dad and ask for a cookie and he says yes. So you have an option of one of them supporting you. So I mean, that's I don't think having dual representation as, you know, splitting cities or anything else is a bad thing. It just gives them more representation. But you said something about breaking the maps up by census. You got to remember the 2 biggest ones are 5 and 3. I only lost 200. So I mean, that's the thing is, if you want to do census, then there are gonna be more than minor changes. So I would, except for the Blue Lake thing, I would stay with my motion that we bring, and this is in no way trying to put off public participation, because there's been 7 or 8 meetings on this. And I mean, we've had 3 public meetings. I mean, when we first started and everything else, and then they've had their input. We're sitting here thanking the committee and our representatives who did a great job. I want to thank the Center for Rural Policy at Humboldt. It seems like every time we have a grant issue or an issue, we scream at them and say, hey, help us out, please. And I don't think we can underestimate what a partner, you know. And at the same time, I mentioned HSU, that came up in districts. Arcata is so much different because we have a university. We have a smaller university just right of us called College of the Redwoods that actually services more students and does a great job too. So I want to recognize them, but they never came up in the conversation because. So what I would like to, at least I will stay with my motion as is, and with the caveat that if the Blue Lake Rancheria wants to move that line, you know, a little bit to make them all in one, so they're not divided as Supervisor Madrone had mentioned. I'm all for that.
If I could help, yeah. If I could help, yeah.
Yeah, I just my question, and this maybe is part of where you're coming from, is, you know, I just kind of wonder I know nothing's normal in this process, and we're all trying to figure it out. I just don't know if it's normal to come and only have that only one map on the very last, on the second hearing, but perhaps you have an answer to Supervisor Bohn's query.
Yeah. So one thing I want to make clear is that if you did go forward and say, okay, we're going to take our existing lines, maybe fix that one issue with Blue Lake, and we can talk about exactly how that change would be. What you're essentially saying is that you're not saying this is a fixed object, we can only pass this plan at our next hearing. You're saying we're going to take this forward and we're going to do what the advisory committee said, which is to not look any further at A2 and C. We're going to set those aside. We're going to focus on the existing lines. We're going to use this as the foundation. And at our next hearing, we're going to entertain potential other minimal changes that you want to address, because it's not like it's being boxed up and sealed and it can't be amended at the next hearing. It's now the foundation for what will eventually be your last plan. Noted that at your next hearing, any changes that you do make and adopt to make to that final plan to go to your final hearing, that means that those are sealed. You're no longer then able to go back and make changes.
So if Supervisor Bohn's motion, it's more like not our exact meeting map to last for the rest of our lives, but the map is the only one, that one we'll bring back, and there could be tweaks made at that
We're going to keep working from this map.
Oh, no, that's good. Yeah. I'm actually fine with that.
And the second part of your question was it common to have one map? And it's honestly best, I think, to have one map, because then the community knows what to respond to. When they have 5 maps or 2 maps or 3 maps, sometimes you find people it's a little harder for them to understand what exactly they want to target when they have their community input. And so in Long Beach, where we're doing the work and we finalize, we're one map, and LA one map, and other places around the state where we're seeing a lot that are just putting forward one map to continue in the process.
So one map based on current. All right, I'm good with that. I got that. Any other supervisors? And that helped clarify things for me. It wasn't just walk away with exactly what we have today. Supervisor Wilson, Supervisor Madrone's hands up. Sorry. Oh.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bass. Well, it seems how we're looking at poll numbers, 70% of the people said this, that. Well, we just had a poll of 4 people commenting, and 3 out of 4 said they like the maps as they are with some minor changes, and they couldn't speak to the things outside of the area they live, like Blue Lake, Glendale. I also thought it was interesting that one of the commenters brought up the participation in the surveys, and I think that's quite telling as well in terms of the difficulty people were having in terms of accessing the maps and other issues with the survey. Draft 1 had 468 visitors, but only 111 provided individual responses. That's less than 25%. The second draft survey had 294 visitors with only 51 responses. So in both cases, for whatever reasons, and I'm not going to, conjecture on what they were, people didn't respond. They went to the survey and then they simply did not respond. Only somewhere between 20 and 25% of the people actually responded. I just think that, if we could provide some alternate maps that show what some of these minor changes might be, it would give the community more to bite into and provide direct input. If all we do is provide one map that is the existing map in the county, what are they supposed to say? They don't know what other things are even being considered. So I think it does a disservice to them. And I just frankly can't support the motion as it is without coming back with some options. And I'm not saying that they should go one way or another to District 5 or District 3, but when you make some of these minor changes, if population balancing is also important, which I hear it is, then that creates some other adjustments that have to occur. So I've said all the points that I think I need to say. I appreciate you all listening. I just think we ought to really be coming back with at least a couple of different options for what those minor changes should look like.
Thank you. And Paul, I'm going to ask you again. It sounds to me that we're bringing back stuff we have currently that will show how minor changes can be made. Okay.
Yeah, and we can do I'm looking at it right now. We can make that amendment to essentially take that area around Blue Lake and make it more whole in District 3. Again, it's very, very small population numbers, and we can bring that back with the existing lines and that one change, and have that prepared for you for your next hearing. We can probably just have that to you later on, today or tomorrow.
So the motion is perfectly fine the way it is with what Supervisor Bohn has. Okay, so I saw Supervisor Wilson's hand up, but then now Supervisor Madrone's hand popped back in place. So I guess we'll go, wait, and Naftali is on. Let's go to staff first in case she's got something.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bass. And going back to Paul, I did just want to clarify. So if the board does ask for draft maps today, as they've been discussing, and we have those posted in the 7 days, they could in fact vote on the 16th and adopt one if one of those did seem to fit public opinion and their own questions that they've had. So they could make additional amendments on the 16th, but they do have the opportunity to adopt if it's posted for 7 days.
Yeah. So if they go forward with this plan, and it's the only plan that's been public for 7 days, and they want to make minimal changes, they can make those changes as long as it doesn't significantly alter the plan. So all of a sudden it's a brand new plan of some kind. So if somebody said, well, I want to wipe all these districts clean and renumber them 2, 3, and 5 and switch what cities are in which and do a whole new plan, then that wouldn't be within the spirit of the Fair Maps Act. That would be kind of like showing up that morning with a new plan, not having it be public prior to the hearing. But if what they're doing is just making adjustments to the existing plan, then that's completely legitimate. They just then now need to make sure that that is posted and available for 7 days for your next vote.
So, and if I could just clarify one more time, if the direction they give you today is posted in 2 maps and they pick one of those next time and vote on it, is that possible for them? I just want to make sure that they understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone, then Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, Paul and the rest of the board, I'm not saying which way it should go. I do think the community in Blue Lake, Glendale have said they want to be combined because they are a community of interest. So the options are, as you said, Paul, should Glendale and Blue Lake be in District 3 or should Glendale and Blue Lake be in District 5? Both of those districts are already overpopulation. Compared to the other 3. They grew in size over the last 10 years. So I really think there's at the very least 3 maps, the current boundaries as we have them now, another one that shows Blue Lake and Glendale in District 3, and another one that shows Blue Lake and Glendale in District 5. Those would be 3 very clear options with minimal changes that I would recommend that we consider coming back with.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I just have to say I do align myself with the comments of Supervisor Madrone. Although I would say that no matter what of those options, if they were to come back to us, they would maybe probably have some impacts to moving some lines in other places in order to adjust for those things, and then we would have to take that into consideration. And I think the peninsula was one place that you might see some adjustment, and also along in the areas of around the Myrtletown area, I guess you'd say, sort of the Pigeon Point and Myrtletown zone. Maybe even don't split the community of interest that is the Redwood Ball Fields as it's split now. So I'm just kidding, but so I just do know that I do agree with him that coming back with at least one other map kind of it fuels the public process in a way that I think is more robust. But that's where I'm at, and so I'm ready to vote. So.
Thank you. And then I do want to confirm with Paul again. Even if we just brought back this one map, is there still a way that could be considered the Blue Lake Glendale? Could that somehow be addressed if we brought back this basic map that we currently are operating on I mean, that's my question, because if we can't do it that way, that's where my preference would be.
We could come back with the basic map as it is now, the existing lines. We could do that with the small amendment to keep Blue Lake whole, which in my reading, maybe I can get affirmation of this, would be that it's in District 3 because it's largely in District 3 right now. And then we could also provide you with the data on if you were to put Blue Lake in District 5, what the population numbers would be, just as an informational, for information. It wouldn't be a separate plan necessarily. We don't have to make it a separate plan, but we could just say, if you move it to this other district, the deviations become this. And you all understand what that means.
Okay, so it's something that could still be brought forward because you've heard that there's great interest in at least saying what that could look like. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion. I think you've clarified pretty well that we can make sure the concerns are at least brought forward. If we vote on Rex's motion and say yes, we can still have that other information brought with us in that it qualifies under the motion that we already have. So I'm thinking Paul is telling me that's true. So if that's true, I think we're ready to vote. So Paul, that's true. Just nod. Okay. Any last comments? And then we'll just vote, and I'm sure Paul and Naftali will make sure everything gets back to us exactly as they think what we've asked for. So. All right, Nikki.
All righty, let's go. Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, I got a ding in my computer. What was?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Wilson.
Still Supervisor Bass dingy?
I
think so. Supervisor
Wilson. She has been called Supervisor Bash in the latest round of emails we got. No.
And Supervisor Madrone.
No.
Okay, so motion passes 3-2.
All right, I'll now close this public hearing. Thank you all for your attention here. And I do know we still have that one item. I know it's also lunchtime. We have a 1 o'clock time set. How about come back at 12:30?
Can we do John's thing?
Sure. I mean, as long as you guys are all still okay. I just wasn't sure if anyone's getting hangry yet.
Are the people that want to be here for that here? I mean, here in this.
I mean, Connie. I see Connie's here.
Okay.
All right.
Here, I'm ready to rock.
Well, so bye. Thanks, Paul. All right. So we're going to go. We do have the item that was pulled. Recognition for John McManus, and I think several supervisors had mentioned pulling this. Was it actually Supervisor Madrone? Or okay, Supervisor Madrone, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Yeah, I know that all of us want to honor John, and I'll just take a minute or two here to read the resolution in honor of John, incredible member of our community. And the resolution basically states that whereas John McManus is being recognized for more than 19 years of dedicated service in the field of addiction treatment.
Hey, hold on, Steve. Nikki, I think can you turn your volume off?
Sorry about that, guys.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, Steve.
All right, thank you, Chair. Whereas John McManus is being recognized for more than 19 years of dedicated service in the field of addiction treatments, and whereas John worked as an intake coordinator, employment assistance case manager, and substance use disorder counselor at the beginning of his career, and whereas John was the executive director of the North Coast Substance Abuse Council from 2005 through 2007, and whereas John was the program director of Singing Trees Recovery Center from the years 2007 through 14, and whereas John has been the executive director of Alcohol Drug Care Services Incorporated since 2014, John was a critical part of the partnership with St. Joseph's Health Community Investment to start the waterfront recovery services, and John has been relentless in his pursuit of improved SUD service delivery, program design and content, and raising the level of SUD clinical services in our area throughout his career. And whereas John is described by coworkers and community partners as a visionary, dedicated, community-minded leader whose compassion and kindness has touched many lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors offers this as statement of thanks and gratefulness for all his hard work and commitment to our community and for demonstrating the power of recovery as an inspiration to all still in need of hope and guidance. Thank you so much, John.
And if we could, if we were back in chambers, we could give a standing ovation because we used to do that. I miss those days. So, yes, thank you, Supervisor Madrone. And I do see Connie was on to speak to this.
Yeah, thank you so much for pulling this, Supervisor Madrone. Yesterday, I was able to attend the 4th anniversary of the Waterfront Recovery Program and was able to see John. He was in attendance, and a lot of his colleagues and our partners said wonderful things about his commitment to the community and around substance use disorder issues. I'm not sure that everyone's aware how fortunate we are to have John in our community. He chose to open Waterfront Recovery at the onset of our drug Medi-Cal funding reimbursement in our region. He led his staff through a very tedious and complex certification process. A lot of folks say that they would have quit. And a couple of times I even thought to myself, John, why don't you just quit? Because it was really difficult. He's saved so many lives in our community. The work that he does is so important, and especially at this time, I think we all know that there's a lot of issues in our community, and he's been instrumental in that. And so for all of that, and knowing that Waterfront is going to be able to continue because of the work that he's done, I just want to say thank you so much to him. And we're just so lucky to have him. So thank you.
Thank you, Connie. I would say the one word I can think of when I think of John is tenacious. And it's because it wasn't only going through that whole, I mean, I can't count the number of conversations that I was like you going, oh, this is never going to happen. But I remember too, when they were trying to get the building and how we got the Measure Z funding and then the building's no longer available. And he really stuck with it. And so it was, most people would have given up long before then. So it's definitely committed to the community. Any other supervisors wish to comment on this? Supervisor Bohn? You're on mute. Oh.
That's the preferred method for most people for me. I used to stop into Singing Trees quite a bit to see John, and he actually was very helpful to a family member of mine. And the avenue John took and what he did 4 or 5 years ago to stick his feet in the sand and be tenacious as hell and get recovery services with what he did, working with the county. And working with the county is such an easy project, but it worked, and it's even worse when you're trying to get medical reimbursements. But he's been fighting his own battles here lately, and I don't think we should underestimate everything that John has done for the addiction population. If we could find a couple more people that want to do what he did on the level he does it. John didn't do it to see how much money he could get. He warranted it by how many people he could save. That was what he put in his wallet. And I think there's a big difference from when we get into these services. And I think John does it the right way and has done it the right way. And I really appreciate him. Glad he's a friend.
Supervisor Bohn, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for the commitment. Anybody that has the effort, does the effort, and continues forward working with the addicted population, it at times can be very depressing and it's sad. And sometimes you wonder why am I doing this? And so I just want to say thank you. My son actually went through Singing Trees, and it was a very successful program for him. And I thank God every day that there are programs out there in our community that help and don't give up on our addicted population.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I just want to say I have the privilege and the honor to present this resolution at the celebration yesterday. And I say that because John has been a very long time friend of mine, way before we were ever in any sort of responsible, as a matter of fact, we were very irresponsible. Young people and the musicians in a time when we were playing a lot of loud, obnoxious music. But I would say that John is actually in the top tier of musicians in that space and that time, and a lot of admiration. But and I'm not going to give the gory stories that I gave yesterday at the event, but I would say that what I learned from him way early is John McManus is one of the most authentic people you'll ever know. I mean, there is not we use that term so loosely these days. It's so in vogue, but he wears it not on his sleeve, he wears it on his forehead, on the front of his nose, and flaming out his ears. This guy is everything. And one of the things he is fierce and full of love. And that is emoted in that space that is waterfront recovery. That place is covered in that commitment of love for the fellow human being, and the fellow human being that's truly having probably the hardest time in their lives. And John just is that and has done it. And I just have to say, like, he's a brother. I mean, and I want to put it out there that the best, really. If we need an army of him everywhere. And so anyways, I want to put out that he has surrounded himself with people who are just as devoted to the cause that he has created, and it was really through his leadership, dedication, and example that they're there. And so big thanks. This community is way better because of his work on these things. Thank you, John.
Thank you. I'll go out to the public comment. I do not hear. I don't see any hands up. So we will go back to the board. And is there a motion to approve the item?
So moved.
I will make the second.
All right. Nikki, we have a roll call vote.
Yes, Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Absolutely.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Perfect. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so guys, don't go anywhere yet. I think we can also, the assessor's still on. I'd like to see if we could, there's an item. Our next item is regarding employment of a retired annuitant, which normally goes fairly quickly. So I would like to ask Assessor Wilson to do her very brief report.
Thank you, Chair Bass, and thank you for squeezing me in before you break. I appreciate that. I guess it's good afternoon now, Chair Bass and board members. When Janine Ross gave notice that she was retiring from her position of Executive Secretary, we worked with HR to evaluate our current office needs in relation to that position.
I can't hear you now.
I know, I'm trying to up my...
You're back.
You're good.
Here we go, I turned my volume down. So when Janine Ross retired from her position of Executive Secretary, we worked with HR to evaluate our current office needs in relation to that position. We decided to deallocate the Executive Secretary position and reallocate the position to an Office Services Supervisor. Your board approved that change on October 19th. That process took an extended period of time to complete. We currently have a recruitment open for the Office Services Supervisor, but we have now had a vacancy for a month. We could really use help during this gap time to keep us up with time-critical tasks. Also, when we are able to fill the new position, it would be very helpful to have Ms. Ross help in training. As with other departments, we have several vacancies, are shorthanded, and have salary savings to cover this expense. Thank you, and I'm open to questions.
Right, thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would move to adopt the attached resolution authorizing an exception to the 180-day wait period of the California Public Employees Retirement System for the employment of Janine Ross as a temporary retired annuitant executive secretary. Yes, so there's the motion.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Go to public comment, of which there is none. Go back to the board. Any comments or ready for a vote? All right, I think we're ready for a roll call vote. Nikki?
Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a 1 o'clock time set. We have 5 closed sessions. We have, do we need is a half-hour lunch enough, you guys? Or do you want longer? I'm looking, Rex is even twinkling his face.
All right, I'm good. Whatever you guys say.
I'm just asking for the rest. I mean, I don't know how long, because we have a billboard.
Is it your idea that we would come back and then jump into some closed sessions and then?
Well, we could, yeah, if we have any that fits in that realm. It doesn't matter. I mean, we have a billboard and a hearing and something else. So, I mean, I'm fine if we come back at 1. It's just I wanted to give that latitude if anyone did want to get started a little earlier. I'm not seeing anyone jump.
I just feel like if we come back before 1, we're going to split something in half. There's no way around it.
Okay, well then we can come back at 1. We all know that we don't make plans on Tuesdays anyway, except to be here. So
I did.
Yeah, you did not. Did you?
I did. 4:30. All right.
I was supposed to leave town, but I gave up. All right. Okay. 1 o'clock. Back for our 1 o'clock time set, which is an administrative civil penalty assessment appeal, which comes to us in the Planning and Building Department. This is a hearing, so we will open the public hearing at this time. And now I'd like to hand this to Director Ford for staff report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bass and members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford. Joining me is Karen Manell and Shauna Soth with the Planning and Building Department and the Code Enforcement Unit. Going to be presenting an appeal of administrative and civil penalties that have been assigned to the property owner as a result of not curing violations. Karen Manell will now present the information associated with the enforcement action and the resulting penalties.
All right, thank you, Director Ford. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. What brings us here today is the Welsh assessment appeal, we are here because your board is being asked to confirm the administrative civil penalties in the amount of $36,977 on a property that's located in the southern Eureka area on Elk River Road. The property is approximately 5.3 acres and is zoned agricultural general and agricultural exclusive. There's no residence or any other permitted development on the property. This case began in 2014 in response to complaints and referrals from the Department of Environmental Health, and a notice of nuisance was served at that time. However, there was minimal improvements made to correct the nuisances. The nuisances included junk vehicles, maintaining a junkyard, building and grading without permits, and development within the SMA. Because there had been no progress toward compliance, a notice of violation and proposed administrative civil penalty, or an NOV, was served in 2017 with daily penalties of $1,600 per violation per day. That was a total of $8,000 per day. Instead of compliance, the property owners decided to appeal the NOV. An administrative hearing took place in April of 2018. The hearing officer ordered penalties of $950 a day for 35 days, or a total of $33,250. The hearing officer also ordered that the penalties could be reduced to $11,000 if the property owners corrected the violations within the stated timelines. Again, instead of complying with the hearing officer's order and correcting the violations, the property owners filed an appeal with the Humboldt County Superior Court in May of 2018. Before the matter could be heard in court, the county offered a compliance agreement where the property owners agreed to withdraw the appeal and the county agreed to not seek penalties in exchange for the property owners correcting the violations. By August of 2019, the timelines in the compliance agreement had expired. There had been no permits applied for, and there had been no progress toward correcting the violations on the property. The $33,250 ordered by the hearing officer was due and payable. The property owners were served a notice of administrative civil penalty assessment that included administrative costs of $3,727 that are detailed here. There was staff time, county counsel, the hearing costs, the transcripts from the hearing were requested, and then credited was the $793 that they paid to enter the compliance agreement. And those were funds that we had accrued in admin costs up to that date. This hearing gives your board the opportunity to decide if the penalties levied against the property are appropriate. And it's important to consider the following information. The property owners were given the opportunity to clean the property prior to the notice of violation being served. And after the violation was posted, the property owners could have cleared up the violation, but instead chose to file an appeal. At the appeal, the hearing officer granted the property owners the opportunity to pay far less in penalty fees in exchange for cleaning up the property within the prescribed timeframes. Instead, the property owners appealed the hearing officer's decision to the Superior Court. They withdrew their Superior Court appeal and entered into a no penalty compliance agreement with the county, but violated the terms and did not clean up the property. As of the most recent inspection, the property had not been cleaned up and the property owners are asking for relief on the administrative civil penalty. The property owners have been given multiple opportunities to clean the property in exchange for no or reduced administrative civil penalties, but this has not brought about the desired result. So at this point, there is not a rationale for a reduction or elimination of the administrative civil penalty which have been imposed. Based upon these factors, it's recommended that your board confirm the proposed administrative civil penalty assessment of $33,250. And in the event the property owners fail to pay the assessment, it'll be recorded as a lien on the property and returned to the county upon the sale of the property. Now, regardless of the outcome of today's appeal hearing, the county intends to perform a county abatement of the violations located on the subject property in the future. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Karen. Any questions, staff from the board at this time?
So,
Supervisor Bohn?
So they're not giving any penalty, everything's on hold on the penalties as of right now?
As of right now, we have served an assessment to them, and they have appealed that assessment to your board. So that is the matter before your board today, is to decide whether the penalties that we have brought before you are appropriate.
Because otherwise it'd be about $290,000 a year at $8,000, you know, and knowing our pension to cut things in half, it would still be $150,000, $148,000 a year if we cut the penalties in half. And I just, I would love to say the Welch's try it, but being the one who gets all the phone calls from all of the neighbors, I wish they would have tried harder.
Well, Supervisor Bohn, on that, I think, I know they're on here and they'll have an opportunity to do a presentation. Mr. Welch, and I don't know who else is with his team. And I'd like to say, please, you can give a presentation on what you want us to know. And then there'll become a point in time where after the presentation, the only conversation you'll be having with the rest of the board is in response to questions that are asked by the board. So do you have anything prepared that you did want to share with us today on why we should go for this appeal? I see you're on, so if you just wanted to press star, there you go, star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Are you asking us?
Well, since you are the folks who I believe are this action is upon, yes, I'd like you to be able to share, your information that you want us to know before we all start talking about it and having a discussion?
Well, I have some things to say, and my dad does also, who's here with me in my truck.
Okay, well, this would be the time now, and hopefully you're not driving while you're doing this.
Nope, the truck's in park.
Okay, good. All right.
Well, this started with me at the building department getting a permit for grading with my dad, which the building department's arguing that we never got a permit, but that's because their computer system didn't know the property was broken up into 3 different parcels. And we got the permit like within a few days of it being broken up. And so the permit had the first APN number, which was for all, the property got broken into 3 different pieces. And because they didn't know that ours was a separate lot yet, the permit became on one of the other parcel numbers. But I mean, we did go get the permit and we paid for it and signed the thing that said we were grading. And while we were there doing it, there was a sign up in the building department that said, "Do you need clean fill?" And I called the number, and it was the Public Works, and they said they had a bunch of clean fill they wanted to, they were looking to get rid of. And the county brought us 10 truckloads a day for several months and put them there. And I don't know how that was violating a grading permit, but it certainly was a permit that we had to grade the road at first. And Tom Madsen's was emptying Spruce Point, the agricultural center, and the airport in McKinleyville of piles of nice fill, which were mostly pea gravel, which we found out later were street sweepings. And there was some trash in it, and somehow the health department tested it and said there was too many hydrocarbons in it. And this is what our field looks like now. The Public Works Department came and put plastic sheeting all over our property and said that they're going to try to burn the hydrocarbons out of the dirt with the sun, and they're going to heat it up. So they bought rolls and rolls of this plastic sheeting, as you can see in my photo here, and they spread it all over our property, like from the road all the way down to our well, basically. And that was when it was the health department, before the code enforcement came. And they said, well, this is garbage and it has to go to a special landfill in Chico somewhere. And so the street sweeping quit happening for a while, I guess, because of this. And now they subcontract it to the garbage company. But anyway, there was like some reflectors in the garbage and in the street sweepings, but it was like 99.9% gravel with some like oil leaking in it, or whatever. Hydrocarbons is some kind of oil that leaks out of cars, they said, or blacktop, which makes great road base, the blacktop. But anyway, so then they sent us a letter that said we were violating this right here, Humboldt County Code 371-1. And they read me the whole top half of this paragraph and put it on the letter. And they never put the bottom half of this on there. They said that I was operating a wrecking and salvage yard. I had more than 200 square feet of stuff that they considered imported waste or inoperable machinery or inoperable motor vehicles or discarded or salvaged materials that were disassembled, handled, placed, possessed, baled, packaged, stored. And the whole second half of this same Humboldt County Code, which they omitted from my letters for the first 2 years, and I have no idea how many other people in the county they tried scamming like this. The second half of this code says the term wrecking and salvage yard does not include areas used for storage of automobiles, tractors, farm machinery, house trailers, or boats. The term wrecking and salvage yard also does not include any areas used for the salvaging of materials incidental to and or used in the manufacturing or farming operations, providing that the salvage of material takes place where the manufacturing or farming is done. You already said the property was zoned agricultural. It's definitely a farm, and my dad's been farming there. What year did you start farming there? May the 10th, 1963. started milking cows there, and we still have our farm there, and there's goats there intermittently. And I don't know which one of these health department or code enforcement people don't have a dictionary and doesn't know the definition of a farm, but it's definitely my definition of a farm. And I have been working on it, and someday I want to build a house there. And the county dumping their garbage there and then telling me I had to clean it all up and then putting plastic over it and then telling me that all my other stuff is garbage is ludicrous. I never went to their house and told them what I considered to be garbage in their storage shed or in their backyard or in their front yard. And they coming and telling me what's garbage in my yard is none of, well, I mean, you know, of course I want to follow the law, but that's my biggest complaint. And then them saying I'm developing inside some wetlands area is total baloney. The railroad grade goes through our property, and we never put anything past the railroad grade. And I don't know who drew this wetlands map and put a little triangle of something that's not there on our piece of property, or where that map's 20 feet off of the property line anyway. So I don't know who, you know, where they got that from, the Army Corps of Engineers or something. And then, so there is a barn on the property that we moved from the property next door, which does need a permit. And my dad got the application for that. And I know that needs to be dealt with. And then they said, oh, he went down in there and cut down willow trees by the well. But there's been a road down to our well since, I don't know, how old's that well? I don't know, probably 48 or earlier. He says it was probably dug in 48 or something. But I mean, there's always been a road to the well. And I don't know how the county can say we can't go down to the road, or how we can't mow the lawn down to there, or how do we get to our pump, which is down there. These are all questions that code enforcement wouldn't answer or doesn't have an answer to. And that's where we're at now.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that brief rundown, and now you'll be limited in your comments to questions that come from the board.
My dad has a comment too.
Okay, make it a quick follow-up on that. That's different than what we've already heard, if possible. So we have all your information.
I mean, the Board of Supervisors has already heard my comments? I don't understand.
I gave you time to share your comments on this. So you gave us a rundown of
that was me. Now my dad has some comments he would like to share with the Board of Supervisors.
Excuse me, Jonathan. That's
yes.
What I said. I heard you, and we'll let your dad. It's just good if you could give us something we don't already know. So if you can come with other things that he is concerned about, because we already have heard your concerns.
I haven't heard his thing, but here he's going to read it to you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Werner Welch. I started working there about 1963 for John Giacomini, and all the time that I worked there, we cut trees down there in that lower field for firewood for our houses. And just this last couple of years, I've pushed down most all of them because we are not milking cows there, and there's no water running down there, and they were starting to die off. And I took harvested out of there about 10, 12 cords of wood, and I'm just about ready to start finishing off all the rest of them. That blacktop stuff that was dumped up there, I called to the Public Works once, and I got some response, and the director came out and other men, and we looked, and they took samples and did tests, and they said no, they couldn't do anything. And I called again, and the message I got was, well, he's been instructed by the county council not to discuss it with you, and it's just been left. It's like no service. And he's supposed to be a public servant. He gets paid for it. And I felt like that's just like a slap in the face. And now it's sat there for 2 more years almost, and nobody has done anything, and I can't do anything. And I think that this is an opportunity for you guys to get to the bottom of it, sort it out, and you have an opportunity to gain our respect again. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Welch. So at this point, I was going to go, there's no public comment up yet, so I think we'll stay with the board. I know Supervisor Bohn had wanted to say something now that we did hear from the property owner. So Rex.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was under the understanding, and I didn't know, and these are the questions I've got to ask, because I've been to the site. Werner knows that, over the last 8-9 years. The county didn't haul in any of the vehicles, tractors, washers and dryers, tires, TVs, pipe, old fencing material, right? They hauled in some ground-based that they actually hauled most of it back out of there. Didn't they haul a whole bunch of dirt back out of there to?
They took one truckload out of there.
One truckload.
It was in a pile. And then they put the plastic
And how many
down.
did they haul in?
Probably there was about 14, 18 of that black.
We don't know, but I mean, some days they were bringing 5-6 trucks a day. I mean, they built the land's 10 feet higher there.
And just so you know, I'm out there a lot, so I'm very aware. How many loads of fill have you hauled in there?
Just little pay.
Your trailers, your fencing jobs, your other dump trucks that aren't county dump trucks off of side jobs and things like that?
Well, we don't own any dump trucks.
No, private dump trucks. I'm not saying, I know you don't own any dump trucks, but the county doesn't. These were non-county dump trucks dumping in there where you guys did your grading and your filling, and the time I was down there where we had TVs in the hole, and
there were no TVs ever.
There's never been any TVs in the hole there.
Okay.
You're thinking of a different property.
I guarantee you I'm not. I'm just saying, the pictures I'm looking at now, did the county haul in any of this stuff, these pictures that have been there? Because some of this stuff, the washers, dryers, the Ford pickups, the Dodge vans, did they haul that stuff in there too?
No, and none of that stuff
Okay,
is there anymore, and all the inoperable vehicles have been removed, and the code enforcement came and saw the vehicles that were there that aren't, the 3 that aren't registered. We drove them around for them.
So this is all gone now. I didn't get that in the presentation from our staff. What I got was very little had been done. That's the problem.
Solid waste there now. We had a 40-yard dumpster there from Eel River Disposal. I took away all the scrap metal. Nothing that's there is garbage anymore. Everything went to the dump or the scrap yard. The only thing that's there is stuff that we're going to use on that property now that we have been using.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Karen, I have a question, and Michelle, I'll go to you, but at some point, Karen, can you pull up all the pictures that you showed again of what is the most recent that we have, since we're hearing kind of conflicting information? And Supervisor Bushnell, while she's tracking that stuff down, go ahead and ask her a question.
The gate's open. You guys could come take a tour anytime.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell, where'd you go? There you are.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to ask Director Ford. So the fees are they fines? They're fines and penalties that have accrued, the $36,977.05.
There's approximately $33,000 in fines and penalties. There's approximately $3,700 in administrative time associated with the work to resolve the violation.
Okay, and so was the county, what the county hauled in, the dirt, was that part of the abatement?
No.
So that's not even a question in this case?
So there has been grading done that was done without permits. And I hear for the first time that there was grading that was a permit that was issued on a different APN for this, which I don't believe is true. We have no records of permits being issued. We
brought a copy of it to our meeting and showed Shauna.
Yeah, if I could real quick, this issue came up in the initial administrative hearing, and they did have a permit issued. It says in 2011 for grading across 2 parcels. And I believe the department issued a response back, and if I could read it from the hearing officer's determination of this particular issue. The Humboldt County Planning buildings records show that no inspections have been requested or performed as it related to that permit, and they usually have to have inspections done, I believe, every year in order to keep that grading and active grading permit valid, and no yearly inspections or any kind of contact to keep up the ongoing grading permit. So we had submitted to the hearing officer that the permit expired effective March 15th of 2012. And this work was done prior to the permit expiring. And it didn't have to do at all with the area where the Public Works had put their material. It's had to do with different areas of the property.
So Shauna, question for you through the chair, if I could.
Please.
Is the violation relative to the grading related to the violation that you just talked about? Or is that separate grading?
The Public Works grading has nothing to do.
No, not the Public Works grading. The grading for which a permit was issued. Is that part of the violation?
No, the grading that was done was outside of the scope and the effective time of the permit.
So there has been, I just want to be clear, there has been grading done that was not associated with the grading permit that was applied for. That was done completely separate from that.
Correct.
Okay.
So thank you, Shauna, and thank you, Director Ford. So the 36,977 or 30, I guess it would be 34 for the fees and penalties. What did we offer them? We offered them a settlement if they cleaned up.
We offered them two things. This is very important. In the solution that the hearing officer offered was that a reduction in penalties to $11,000 if they would clean the site up within a certain amount of time. That was not done.
Okay.
So the $11,000 offer expired.
Okay.
Subsequently, they filed an appeal to the court. They voluntarily withdrew their appeal, entered into a compliance agreement with the county, a no-fee compliance agreement, that if they would just clean the site up, there would be no fees and there would be no penalty fees associated with it. They did nothing. The compliance agreement expired.
Oh, thank you. Shauna, have you been back on site?
Yes, so I've been to the property numerous times throughout the course since I took the case over.
When was the last date you were on site, please?
I believe it was April of this year, before we had scheduled the initial assessment appeal hearing that was postponed. And after the compliance agreement, I did an inspection. And they had done some work. They did show me some of the vehicles that initially were ordered to be either restored or removed. They had been operable at that time, but not all of them. There were some box trucks and things like that that we would consider still vehicles that were inoperable. But to their credit, they did restore some of the vehicles, and that was one of the notable corrections that they did make. But on the last inspection in April, I think Karen can bring up the photos from that inspection. The most recent ones, they're still what we would consider junk and solid waste. I think that our definitions, the Welch's and the code definitions, we consider the things different, but what we consider the code to mean junk and solid waste, those items still very much exist.
Karen, can you bring those up again? Thank you. What were the dates of these pictures? Is this the April?
These are from April to 2021, yes. This was the grading. And that's what I have. We have a lot more, but that's what I prepared for today.
Thank you.
Director Ford, can you comment on the statement they made about ag properties and the code they cited?
Well, certainly an agricultural use on agricultural property is allowed. And activities associated with an agricultural use are allowed. But when it gets to be a point where there are nuisance piles of junk vehicles and junk, that is not part of the agricultural use of the property.
Well, that's not what the code says. That's dated 6/11/63.
Okay, Mr. Welch, we'll ask you a question if one of the supervisors would like a clarification on what your impression of the code is. But let's let one of them ask first if they are interested.
Shauna, could I ask you, when you were out there in April, did you walk around with them and identify things that definitely had to be removed, things that they thought they utilized for agricultural use that could stay?
The last visit, no, we did not. Kind of like what I said before, what we consider junk in solid waste, they do not. So it's me pointing something out.
That's why I'm asking if because when I look at the pictures, I do see things that could be utilized for agricultural use. So I was wondering if we had identified those things and talked to them about them.
Yes, no, we this last inspection we did not. The issue with the agricultural use had come up previously, and I like to refer to the administrative hearings, the administrative hearing officers finding and orders when this argument got brought up during the initial hearing, where they, and this is what she had written based on their testimony that.
Who's she? Who's she?
The hearing officer.
Thank you.
I can get her name if you.
That's fine. Just
okay.
Hearing.
Let me get back to my page. During the hearing, the property owners contend that the materials shown in my photographs were used for farming, and I believe Jonathan Welch had said that he farms worms as part of his testimony, while at the same time Werner Welch had testified that there currently is no farming or manufacturing occurring on the property. And then the hearing officer, in her findings, did not find Jonathan Welch's argument persuasive, so she ruled in the county's favor that there was no agricultural operation currently on the property, which would not exempt any of these items from being used for agricultural use because there was none at the time.
What I said was worms in a joke, like it doesn't matter what I farm. I have pumpkins there, I have goats there.
Okay, actually, I appreciate you wanting to weigh in, but we have to run this as far as we are now in the question and answer period. So again, if one of the supervisors wishes to have you clarify, we will definitely ask you for that.
Thank you, Shauna. That's all I have. Thank you, Director Ford.
Supervisor Bohn, can I ask you a question since you do go out there a lot? And you have been out there more. What have you seen that's changed since April? Because I mean, if you are out there frequently, you may have.
I haven't noticed any, and again, I'm only out there maybe 3 or 4 times a week driving by there. Sometimes I stop above the hill and look over to see if there's any activity and things like that. And usually it's upon as in most people, they don't really want to let the neighbor know that they're complaining, but this has been going on for quite a while. And I mean, when you hear $1,800 a day in the first, or whatever, $8,000 a day, and the first complaint was opened in 14, and we're in 21. I mean, you start doing the math that the 36,000, you guys, we've been over backwards. We said we won't charge you. We could staff time, everything else. The whole idea is clean it up. That's coming down into where they're going to start restoring the Elk River Valley, the overflow and stuff, the old vehicles. There's batteries. If you go farther down in your packet, all the photos are there from 4/6/21. Just so if you go down, they've got a myriad of like 40 photos, and there hasn't been much change. And I understand it could all be used for farming, but I mean, I don't know. You've got 3,000 pieces of pipe, it looks like. I don't know how much fence they're going to build, and they're not farming. So I don't know what kind of, I'm just saying, the whole idea we're arguing about is we want the damn place cleaned up. The neighbors want it cleaned up. And for 8 years, we haven't cleaned it up or made that big of effort. So, I mean, it's just, I nothing against the Welches, but I mean, they're surrounded by 5 other neighbors and others will look at it that would like it cleaned up.
Director Ford.
If I could share my screen, I'll show a progression from an aerial view.
And while you're doing that, can you remind me when the agreement had been signed for the, reduced fee and, get it cleaned up by, and sounded like a really good deal. And then you said nothing happened. So if you could clarify what date that was as well, that'd be great for me.
Karen, could you give us the exact dates on that?
Mm-hmm. The dates for the compliance agreement were, I believe it was signed in February of 2019.
And what was the time frame?
February of 2019, and they had timelines in there to perform the corrective actions. And by August, which is when all those timelines had expired, we hadn't had any activity.
Okay, thank you. Director Ford.
Thank you. So you should be seeing an image showing the property. This image is approximately 2020. This image that I'm going to click on now is from 4/21. You can see that little had changed. I'm now going to click on September of 2021. And you can see it still looks largely the same.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, Jonathan, I'm wondering why you guys signed a compliance agreement and then didn't perform what was stated in the compliance agreement.
Well, I got rid of 6 vehicles that were there that were inoperable, and I took all the trash and solid waste away from the property, and all the scrap metal went to the scrap yard. And I'm not sure how to fix the you're not allowed to cut down a tree thing. And my dad hired an engineer he hired somebody like a consultant. But I mean, all those, I don't know what's going on with that part. And as far as I know, the only other part of the compliance agreement is to get a permit for that barn or tear it down, which I'm not sure what's going on with that either.
So there's Jonathan, there's the issue of the grading. I'm just wondering, on here today, these fines and penalties still stand, and I haven't heard you say whether you have interest in, complying it sounds like it's been a long time.
When I signed the compliance agreement, that's when I started cleaning it. I mean, well, I had started before code enforcement came there. It was the health department that came there, and she said, okay, get rid of all 5 of these cars. And then she came back to reinspect, and she started getting super upset about another vehicle that was there that turned out it was her vehicle that had government plates on it from the county motor pool. But I got rid of all the stuff that was junk that was there. And the only other issues now is that I don't know why you keep saying grading, but apparently cutting down the trees down by the well is what you're calling grading.
No, there's a picture. Karen, can you pull that picture up?
I mean, grading means moving like more than 50 yards of dirt, and there was no yards of dirt being moved. I mean, the ground's all still the same shape it was. There's
an obvious picture right there. Do you see the picture?
I do.
What is that?
That's exactly what the land looks like. It still looks like that. It's always looked like that. I mean, that road's been there in the same spot. They're showing a picture of like where the well is. Look down there. I can't see it. Well, it's really small. I can't see. My dad can't see it. It's a picture of the goat pen and the barn. Oh, with a pile of trees there that you cut up. But I mean, I don't know how pulling up trees or cutting them down is is what you're saying is grading?
No.
Well, I don't know what grading is. According to the county, grading is moving 50 yards of dirt in a calendar year, I think, or at least it used to be. I don't know what it is now. It might have changed.
John, what is the terminology for grading?
That's correct. It's more than 50 cubic yards.
And
well, we definitely didn't move any dirt. The tractor it didn't even change anything. It still looks the exact same. I mean, we would have buried the well or like erased the road, or I don't know where the 50 yards would have come, besides the entry permit we gave to Public Works and them filling in that ditch.
So John, once if whatever happens today going forward, the county will clean that property up. Is that the intention?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
They're going to take all the contaminated soil too?
Yes. And it should be pointed out that it will be at the property owner's expense.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, so the county dumped contaminated soil on my land and then they're going to send me a bill to clean it up? Are they going to treat it as hazardous material like the health department said and take it to Chico to a special landfill because it contains hydrocarbons? Or are they just going to put plastic over it?
Well, I don't think this today is about that specific area. So I was just getting the questions I needed answered. Thank you, Jonathan.
That area is
Yes. All right. Thank you.
2 acres of the land.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Well, I will go to public comment just so we can say we were open to public comment. There are no hands up in the queue. If you're in the queue and you wanted to make comment, press *9 to raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands going up. Okay, so we can go back to the board. Hold on, I have Ms. Welch over in the corner, Supervisor Bohn. Yes, Ms. Welch, since you have your hand up and you did not speak before, please do at least share your commentary on this.
Okay. It has been a long time and they have cleaned up a lot. I just wanted to point that out because every Saturday I tell my husband I want him to do stuff at home and he says, no, I have to go clean up that property at Elk River. And he spends about 10 hours there every Saturday. And we've spent thousands of dollars on dump fees because there were some friends and random other people that had put their things there that we've hauled away as well. And so I just wanted to make sure that we have actually been cleaning, and I'm always like, get that place cleaned up so we can build a house because we have 9 children and we would love to build a house there. So I was like, get it cleaned up. We want to just file a permit to build a house. And then when I'm there, I would like to haul stuff away every single day. So my comment on this was that I want to help clean it up more, like now. And I would love for there not to be any huge fees. And they really have hauled away a lot of the stuff that's not supposed to be there. And yeah, anyway, I just wanted to say hello, I'm here and I'm a person here too. And also the April, when they sent out the last inspection, we were continuing cleaning up. And at the end of every weekend we were there cleaning up as a family, and I was pregnant with our 9th child. And then I had my baby in May, and then the end of June, our family got COVID and Jonathan was in the hospital and almost died and hadn't been able to even work for a few months. So we weren't able to clean up in that time. So there wasn't a lot of progress that happened during that time either. It was also just, he was too sick to even move. So that plays into some of our cleanup problems as well. But anyway, those are our excuses, and please don't give us fines and let us clean it up. That's all.
Thank you. So, I saw Dr. Ford had his hand up and then Supervisor Bohn at the same time. So
I just want to kind of help the board to reorient to the issue that's in front of you today. And that is not whether the site has been partially cleaned up, completely cleaned up, allowably cleaned up, or what. The issue is that as a result of the hearings that have happened, there were fines and penalties assessed by the hearing officer. There were administrative costs incurred by staff that the hearing officer granted. And the question before the board today is whether or not those are appropriate amounts. And so you've heard lots of testimony about a lot of different things about whether they graded or didn't grade or cleaned up or didn't clean up. This started in 2014. The original notice of violation was filed in 2017. It went to the hearing officer in 2018. It was appealed to the court, withdrawn, and a compliance agreement was entered into in 2019.
Okay. And since this is a question on those fines, if they're appropriate, what is the other piece of this that today, I mean, is this where the county would then step in and do it ourselves, or is that a part of a different process?
That will not be part of the board's decision today. That's a different process.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I appreciate that, John. I think we did lose a little bit of sight of that but my problem is there is 8 or 9 old tractors, backhoes, and he said they'd haul
definitely farm equipment, and I pay property taxes on that equipment.
I bet you don't pay any property taxes on that equipment. I mean, the stuff I'm looking at hasn't ran in 10 years, 15 years.
There's no tractors that do not run on that property.
Okay, Jonathan.
Okay, I'm not going to argue it.
Let me ask you a question.
If we're going to argue about it, I would like to make a motion that I was trying to help, but I'm done, because this is the first thing I got when I got on the board was phone calls about this, and nothing's been done. So in turn, I would like to make a motion to do staff's recommendation. I would also like to have requests that we have a new inspection done out there to make sure that everything is pertainable to an agricultural thing with current photos, no hydrocarbons, no barrels, no tires. All the tractors are running. I'd like to see them in a line all running, but I would like to have a reinspection of the property, and I would like to follow staff's recommendation.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I have a question.
Second.
Okay, we got at least 1 second. Yes, and Supervisor Bushnell?
Dr. Ford, so the fines were levied because they didn't follow an abatement that was already done, that they were instructed, or the compliance agreement?
The fines were levied because the clock was running up until the time of the hearing. The fine's $8,000 a day, basically.
On an abatement that we served?
On a notice of violation that we served, yes.
Okay. And when they signed the compliance agreement, that those fines stopped?
Those had already stopped when they filed the appeal to go to the hearing officer.
So originally, they didn't even respond to the notice of abatement. Is that correct? And that's where the fines came from.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Any other supervisors care to? We have a motion and a second. I do see Mrs. Welch have her hand up, but generally at this point now we are just in response to one of the supervisors asking a question. So perhaps there's a Supervisor Bushnell.
Well, I'm just wondering if, is there an opportunity that, if you do see huge improvement and cleaning up in the next however long it takes us to get all this, whatever we're going to do next, would there be an opportunity at that time to reduce the fines, or could we put that in the motion that the fines stand unless we see a huge improvement?
I would remind the board that offer has now been made twice already. And the board is certainly willing to offer it a third time.
Okay, thank you.
And, oh, Alex, you had your hand up and I'm.
Yes. Hi, Alex Growell, Deputy County Counsel here. I wanted to clarify the motion. This is on to adopt the resolution, and I believe also there was a desire to order a new inspection. I just wanted to make sure that that's clear to everyone. I think that I wonder whether the board can order a new inspection on this at this time. My desire would be for the resolution to be adopted and then code enforcement to do its normal duty in inspections and notice to abate and that process separately. I think that's what code enforcement wanted to accomplish today.
Director Ford.
And the way I understood the motion was that as part of our normal code enforcement action, we would inspect to make sure that the things that were to be retained on site were part of the normal farming activity, and we would document that.
Okay.
It's been 7 months since we've been on the property. A lot of claims have been made, and it sounds like it's going to be pretty pristine and will probably make Shauna really happy. But I want to know that for myself because I'm not seeing that in the aerials and I'm not seeing this from the road. So I hope I am wrong, and I hope I am wrong for the reasons if the neighbors would love for this to be a cleaned up property more so than anybody.
Okay, I will, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I support staff's effort to clean up the motion, and I supported the motion because I just wanted to have us kind of be moving forward with this. And I do want to say, it's hard for me to imagine that Supervisor Bohn has not been trying to be helpful to this property owner to try and help them get it cleaned up. I may have a lot of criticisms of Supervisor Bohn from policy and other things, but in terms of like wanting to help people get something done, I'm gonna have to defer on my experience in his drive to want to do that, and so. That's kind of where that's why I am kind of deferring to his experience in this case. And so I just will continue to support, whatever amended motion that the staff feels comfortable with that is moving in the direction of getting this place cleaned up. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Andy, I'm going to ask Ms. Welch a question, even though I know your hand is up, but this may not be it, but I'm just curious, given that there is conversation here about, trying to move forward, and we did have Supervisor Bushnell kind of asking some questions. I was just curious, where'd you go? You're down there. Oh, your volumes, your things off. Do you, because as a mom of 9, I think you probably have a lot of good action plans in you. And I'm just curious if you have something you wanted to share with the board that you think somehow is going to make a difference, that we will not be disappointed. And
well, the thing that I rose my hand about was that I never even saw paperwork about this addressed to me until I called and said, we have to reschedule this hearing because it never came to my house. It all went to Warner's house. And Warner goes to Africa on missionary trips. And Warner is out of town visiting his kids in Texas and New York. And so I didn't even know how big of an issue this was until just recently. And I definitely have action plans when something like this serious comes up, when we're having to go to a board of supervisors hearing because we have huge fines. This is not okay with me. I don't agree with the junk that's there, and it's going to go. And whether they like it or not, if there's pieces of metal on that property that they think is worth money, well, it needs to be recycled because it doesn't belong there, because it's ugly. And it's an eyesore to everyone in the world except for to them. So they are going to clean up their mess, whether we get fined or not. And I know Jonathan and Warner don't like hearing that, but I have the power because I am married to Jonathan. And I'm not going to sit around while he's dying of COVID in a hospital and have to look at his junk and say, oh, guess what? I have to deal with all of this now because I've got an 18-year-old son with a pickup and trailers that he can haul it away for me. And I will pay the dump bill, Joel. Come haul it for me and I will pay the dump bill because I am not going to get stuck with $30,000 in fines because I didn't know about a problem and Jonathan and Warner die of COVID or something. So I am so ready for it to be clean. And I've got 9 helpers.
Okay. So apparently need to add somebody to the list of contacts, sounds like, too.
I think we can only put the property owner on there.
Rex. And then as I said to you, Supervisor Bushnell had her hand up, and Karen, and then Rex, I'm sorry. And I'll go you.
Karen can go ahead of me.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would just like to say that our noticing is dictated by code, and we send individual mailings to each and every property owner separately, certified mail and first class mail. And so we're following our code as far as doing proper service of those. And we have those proofs of service available should anyone want to see them for all 3 of the property owners. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell.
Michelle's fine. I want to amend Rex's motion if I can and allow them 30 days to get the property cleaned up from today's date and that the fines could be reduced.
If there's no
it's cleaned up in 30 days. 30 days.
So Supervisor Bohn, are you willing to allow that amendment to?
I understand, but if we actually stayed with the $8,000 a day, the fines would be over $4 million if we would have gone back to 2014 when we started the fines, and nothing much has changed.
30 days, Rex.
No, we've given them the chance twice bitten. I mean, the
attorney's now got his hand up.
We're gonna have rain delays. I can hear it all. We're gonna have rain delays.
I'm not saying rain. They can work in the rain. I worked in the rain all my whole life. 30 days.
Jefferson County Council Billingsley, and then Rex.
I gotta look at council. I want to make sure this isn't a gift of public funds because these are fines made. Now we're going to tell them something to do. We have staff time involved, an immense amount of staff time just today alone. And we're talking about if we let somebody have 30 days. And I would love to do it, but we have a lot of other things that.
They're going to have to pay the $3,727.05 plus today for staff time, I'm sure. But I'm amending your motion. It's a yes or a no, and that's it. Dies or
no.
Wait, hold on. We've got County Council Billingsley had his hand up. Let's see what his thoughts are here.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to offer a suggestion. Perhaps Director Ford can give his input. Your board could adopt this resolution today for the full amount, hold it in abeyance for 30 days. If it's not cleaned up in 30 days, the whole process moves forward. You don't have to see it again.
Is that okay with you, Rex?
No, it really isn't because I've been on this for 9 years.
Have you talked to Jonathan's wife?
Nobody's talked to me.
No, I've been to the site. I've talked to your father. We had the thing at Christmas when we shut down the Elk River School and we were able to keep it open. Then this site came up. I've dealt with 4 different code of compliance officers at code enforcement on this site. I've begged Jeff Connors when he bicycled by there every time, can't we do anything about it because I'm getting calls from neighbors. your neighbors basically don't have a dislike for you. They just don't want, who would want to look out at that, what's next door? I mean, and I know it's,
Can I ask one last question? John, our Director Ford, do they have an opportunity to make payments if this fine is levied, or is it in full?
yes.
And it can be in payments.
Okay, thank you.
So, and then John, I have a question I'd have for you, or Director Ford, is we're talking about the fines right now. So whatever we decide today is about the fines, but things still have to be picked up, because if they're not cleaned up, then it's likely that the county would have to step in and clean it up, which is going to cost a whole lot more probably than $33,000.
That is correct.
You know, so I mean, it's kind of like, well, I know nobody wants to pay the $33,000. At the same time, having to pay the $33,000 and for the county to clean it up if it doesn't get done could get a lot worse than it is at $33,000. But, you know, I mean, I was with Michelle thinking, you know, I'd like to see that 30-day abeyance, but I do understand Supervisor Bohn has inherited this property from the very beginning of when he started, I think. Karen, did you have your hand up? Oh, sorry. Yes.
The other thing is the thing I'm so leery about, their definition of cleaned up and my definition of cleaned up, I think are 180.
But it needs to be planning department.
They actually think it's cleaned up now. I mean,
it's planning department.
Agricultural piece of property that has illegal grading with, I mean, washers and dryers and tractors that I guarantee you don't run, lawnmowers, must be 50 tires or 50 tires out there.
There's no tires anymore.
We say. So.
Okay. Michelle?
No.
I disposed of all that.
So, Supervisor Madrone, I don't know if we heard from you, so I'm just going to ask if there's anything you did want to add to the conversation.
I think it's all been said.
Yeah. Okay, well, we currently do have a motion on the floor that does have a second. Can you remind us? I mean, I think the motion was for the $33,000 in what the staff report, but.
And a reinspection.
And a reinspection. Supervisor
I would
Wilson.
love to show you my tractors all running in 30 days and all the rest of the garbage gone.
Right, thank you. Well, Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that from County Council, the reinspection, was that something you were okay with in the motion? Does that cause any issues, or just want to make sure?
Thank you. If Inspector Ford, if Director Ford is okay with it, then I am.
Fine.
Yeah, and I just want to say, it's like we talk a lot about property rights in this environment, but we all do know that property comes with responsibilities too. I mean, it's the other side of that, and the capacity to manage property is not everyone has the capacity sometimes, whatever that is, and whether it's by will or by resources or whatever that is, that it can be very stressful. And so, we have to be responsible to our own properties, and we have to be responsible to the impacts of the properties of those around us and the community in general. And I think this process reflects that. So thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to say I really appreciated Mrs. Welch's desire and drive, which is still very important in this not becoming a bigger issue down the road as far as getting it cleaned up now. But the $33,000, considering this has been going on since 2014, while it seems like a lot in comparison to how long it took to get there and how many times it was reduced and the history of it, I can understand where it was determined to be the reasonable cost. Any other questions, comments by the board?
I would just like to make the comment to the Welches that please reach out to Shauna or Karen and figure out what you have to do so you don't lose your property. You can make arrangements if the board so levies these, then you still have to clean your property up from no matter what happens today, so that you don't get more fines and end up losing your property.
Okay, with that, Nikki, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Absolutely. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we're going to close this public hearing now and go on to, good question, what are we going on to? Which item do we have? All right, well, we're sticking with planning and building apparently for items today. So, wait a minute. I can't think we're actually going back to the funding from the public hearing on the Cannabis Authority. Is that correct, John? Is that the one we want to go for?
Yeah, that is correct. That's the order.
Today. All right. So we were at another public hearing. This one's regarding planning. It was from Planning and Building regarding application of funding for dollars from the California Department of Cannabis Control. And at this time, I will open the public hearing and turn this over to Director Ford and looks like Michael Richardson.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good afternoon again, and members of the Board of Supervisors, John Ford and Michael Richardson, with the Planning and Building Department to present the local jurisdiction assistance grant program offered by the Department of Cannabis Control. This grant provides slightly over $18 million to assist the cannabis community in permitting and in CEQA compliance. The primary objective of this program at the state level is to assist the cannabis community to transition from provisional licensing to annual licensing, and part of that is CEQA compliance. Differently than what a lot of other jurisdictions are going to be asking for, which is additional staff and money to hire consultants to do the permitting, Humboldt County is in a unique position to be able to focus on meeting environmental needs, and that fits within the guidelines of CEQA compliance. So the biggest issue that the county has seen over the last year, particularly related to the drought, has been with respect to water. So this grant and what the staff has proposed has a high emphasis upon environmental compliance at the largest level, and then focusing specifically on water. And that has to do with both water storage and well permitting. So we've intentionally designed this to fit within the state program guidelines and to meet the greatest local environmental needs. So I'm going to ask Michael Richardson now to give more details on this proposal.
Thank you, Director Ford and Chair Bass, members of the board. Michael Richardson with the Planning Department. We're asking for the board to do two things. One is to authorize submittal of the application to the Department of Cannabis Control. And then the second is to adopt guidelines for the use of the funds, the $18 million. We did just learn that the proposed loan program that is reflected in the staff report that I wrote for this item, that is not available. We received some instructions, a Q&A sheet from Kelly at Madrone Advisors just a few minutes ago that clearly states the proposed loan program is not workable, it's not approvable, and so we'll need to shift our application to solely a grant program.
And so what we've got teed up is a grant program, 12.3 million for a grant program to fund water storage projects that would take cannabis farmers off of surface water diversions and hydrologically connected wells and enable them to use water storage during the dry parts of the year. And then the second part of the proposal is for 3.1 million to be used to incentivize cannabis farmers to move from gas and diesel powered generators to renewable energy systems. What we're proposing is to have a cap of $40,000 for the water storage side of the program, and then to have a $20,000 cap on the renewable energy system side of the program. We've got in the program guidelines a timeline and some basically instructions for the applicants that would provide them with the certainty that they need to apply for and receive funding. We would be accepting applications after publishing a notice of funding availability. We'd be accepting applications through May 31st of each year, and this is a 5-year program. And so we'd be doing that each year that funds are available. It's possible that we may be able to fund enough projects that we would use up all 18 million the first year. That would be ideal, frankly. But if that's not the case, then we would offer the same program in successive years. And so we would be accepting applications through May 31st of each year, and then we would review them for completeness, send out referral packets to all of the agencies and all of the permitting agencies that might be involved, like the Water Resources Control Board, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and in our own cannabis planning team. And then we would be bringing a set of recommendations to your board in September of each of these years. And your board would be making the decision of which projects to actually fund. We would be monitoring the use of the funds in the long range planning team, and we would be this is separate from the cannabis team, and we've got a lot of experience working with grants and loans. All of the county's home loan programs are funded through our department, and then also a lot of the CDBG community development block grant programs are handled by our team. And so we've got a lot of experience doing this work. And then I will just say we will need some additional assistance. We're planning on, after the funding is secured, we're planning on approaching your board to hire a limited duration admin analyst position to help with the paperwork associated with the program. The reason why we think the planning department is an ideal host for this program is because it is related to mitigation for environmental impacts, and that's something that is definitely in our wheelhouse. And so as opposed to the economic development department, which is handling the Project Trellis program, that is more kind of economically development based as opposed to environmental compliance based. And so that's all of the comments that I had. We did get some public comments, and I'm happy to respond to some of those if you like as well.
Thank you, Michael. Do you want the supervisors, any supervisors want in a response to some of the comments received? Supervisor Wilson and then Bushnell.
Just a quick clarification. So what you're saying is that there was an anticipated loan component of this, which was in the thing, and you're saying no, can't do that because of what you found out, new information. In my experience with grant programs that develop assets for properties, there is, while they aren't loans necessarily, there tends to be like a pay down in terms of if you transfer the property or transfer the license before 10 years, we basically, it's 10% a year that you would, what I'm saying? Like if you transfer at 5 years, you have to pay back 50% of the grant, that you can't use the grant to necessarily advance your assets that then are transferable. Is that something that you would anticipate that we would see here? Because that's the way it is for like facade grants and other, for most asset benefit granting programs that I've seen. I was just wondering if that was your expectation for this.
The program guidelines handed down by the state are very loose, actually, about what we can use the funding for. And so we can define the program as we see fit. The proposal is to just hand out the money for eligible projects and to not worry so much about whether or not the project is sold, the property is sold, 5 years or 10 years down the road. Instead, just make it simple and push the money out.
My response is that's pretty unusual for asset benefit programs. I was just saying, like, I would have I will have some concerns when this comes back to us in its final format if there's not some accountability associated with that, because you can really, that's why they put those things on there, so that those provisions are not abused. And it has happened in the past where you're getting an asset and it could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't know what we're going to call the cap on this necessarily, and then flip it, right, and derive that benefit in a really direct way. And I'm just saying we should just be cautious of that and maybe figure out a way to make sure we don't get taken advantage of in that way. But in an overall perspective, I have a positive assessment of where this is going. Thanks.
Supervisors Bushnell, then Madrone.
Thank you. Through the chair. So this isn't for retroactive people that have already thought ahead and did forbearance. This is for current projects and coming up projects.
Yeah, the state guidelines are pointing to the need of provisional license holders to transition to annual license holders. And so if a project has already crossed that bar, they are now annual license holders, they would not be eligible for the funding provided by this program. However, if there's future action needed in order to become an annual license holder, then those actions would be fundable, and your board has discretion about whether or not it needs to be a new project or whether it can also be applied retroactively to water storage or renewable energy systems that have been already put in place.
Michael, you just totally confused me. So can
Director Ford has his hand up. He might have a clarification.
Thanks. And what Michael's saying is entirely right. What the state's intent is for people who have not made it through the licensing process yet.
Okay.
What our intent is to find a overlapping box within that says we've got all of these provisional permits, which are permits that actually have been approved, but have conditions on them to comply with water storage requirements or other requirements. And under those circumstances, we would want to be able to use these funds to allow them to obtain water storage.
So additionally, though, provisionals 2.0s have those same conditions, but it's a permit. You have conditions of permit under 2.0, right?
Yeah, right. It is for water storage is what we're trying to do.
I understand that, but I'm asking if you have a permanent permit and part of that permit under a 2.0 was you cannot go forward because you have to have a 500,000 gallon pond. We know we've been doing this through the Planning Commission. Are you not able to utilize this program? That's a permanent license, but you have a condition on there that says you have to do forbearance.
Correct. And I think under those circumstances, this could be used towards that. It is for environmental mitigation. It is for CEQA compliance. So yes.
So yes, if you are 2.0 and you haven't already done it and you're in the middle of it, you could apply.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Michael. Thank you for trying.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, so just to try and clarify even more, if you have a 2.0 license, provisional, that has become an annual license with the state, but it has conditions that were placed on it through the 2.0 that have not been met yet, even though you have that annual state license, those actions that you're required as conditions of your permit could qualify. I think that's what Michelle was trying to get to.
Well, except for 2.0s aren't provisional. They're permanent, correct?
No, there are pre-existing 2.0s that would qualify. Absolutely.
And those are provisional? 2.0s are provisional?
For pre-existing, yes.
Okay. Oh, for pre-existing. Okay.
So another way to put this would be if you have your annual license with the state and you've complied with all of your conditions to get there, then you're not going to be eligible for any assistance paying back earlier investments you made in solar or water storage, et cetera. If you're already there over the finish line, then you're not going to be able to go back and get any assistance through this program. Is that correct, John?
I think with some exceptions, that's correct. And I don't want to draw too hard of a line here because we do want it to be as expansive as we possibly can, but we have to fit within the state guidelines.
Absolutely understood. And I agree with you. Go ahead.
So one of the things that I think, even if you're an annual license holder right now, and if you have requirements for water storage of some sort, you absolutely qualify. Okay. If you're an annual license holder and you're having struggle with your water source, I think we would want to open that door and have you qualify.
Absolutely agree. I think that makes a lot of sense because what we're trying to do here is encourage as many people as possible to have a more sustainable water storage and use system. And we certainly don't want to penalize those that have already taken those efforts to move forward at some level, as long as we can do it in a way that meets the state guidelines. I wanted to just back up a second and say that I wanted to really commend our staff and the cannabis community that have been involved in this process now for well over 5 years. And what I mean by that is that these funds are going to counties, a number of counties around the state. As I understand it, there's about $100 million in this program, and approximately $56 million is going to 3 counties, Humboldt, Mendocino, and Los Angeles counties. Now in LA County, and I'm absolutely certain in Mendocino County, the vast majority of these funds are going to go to environmental permitting costs, staffing costs, and they are not going to be going to grants to the applicants, to the cannabis farmers. And so I just wanted to point that out because the work that our staff and this board has done to make that early investment in an EIR, in really detailed and comprehensive environmental permitting, has placed us in a position where that's not our problem. Our problem is trying to assist applicants with getting really important sustainability practices done, like water storage and shifting to solar and wind. So I just really wanted to take a minute here to thank staff, thank this board, and the cannabis community and all of our community for having made that wise decision to really invest in detailed environmental permitting and planning early on, because the outcome of that is that we've now got 15 million out of our 18 million that we're sitting here today considering putting that into a grant program to assist, to help us move in that direction. And I think that really is important to go, not unnoticed, right? So that's a huge thing. The other thing is, I would say it would really be ideal if we could be making these awards in May, not in September. Making the awards in September means that you're going to wait another 9 months before May comes around for the construction season. Now, I recognize that in order to get this application into the state, get approval for it, get a contract with the state, and then put out a grant request for proposals, review and rank them, and make all those decisions takes time. And I'm assuming that's partly why you've set that September date as the date when you think you might be able to make awards. But I think we can all agree that that's not ideal in terms of the money ending up in the hands of applicants to be able to actually move forward with projects timely. If we can't do anything about it, that is what it is. But I really think that maybe it's year 2 or whatever we can do, that we move up the grant award period to May. Whatever we can do to try and do that, even if we can make it July or August. Because if you get your award, you get your award and then it might be another month or 2 before you actually get a contract approved through all the county processes, right? Yeah. So a September award means a contract maybe in November. Anyway, I just wanted to speak to figuring out any way we can to be more timely with those awards, to be able to not lose a season or 2 of opportunity. So those are my main comments at this time. Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have one more question about 1.0 and 2.0, I guess. If in our ordinance it says that if we're in a drought, we could cut people off from growing, right? Or not?
Yes.
But it also says that if you have forbearance, does it say if you have forbearance, then you'd be allowed to continue forward?
If people have been able to store water, certainly there is no reason to curtail cultivation.
So under that statement, wouldn't they be eligible to put in forbearance through this grant program?
I think so. I think so. That's why we're trying to capture it as environmental compliance.
So with that statement being said, then, if you are anticipating that you're going to want to put in forbearance, apply then, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I see I left my hand up. I guess that's because I do have another question I wanted to make. Matching costs. So again, if an applicant qualifies for the program, as we've already spent some time detailing, just to be clear, on these programs, we're looking for a one-to-one match, I believe, a 50% match. And if it was a conversion to solar or wind, could be a grant up to $20,000. If it's for storage of water and forbearance, it could be up to $40,000. So are we going to allow pre-existing expenses that have already occurred to move in that direction, as long as they qualify on all the other levels as part of that match or up to the total amount of that match? In other words, reward that good behavior that's already occurred. People have already been moving forward.
Let me put it this way. We'll do everything we can to accommodate that. We do not want to get afoul of the state guidelines.
Absolutely. Totally understood.
Okay. Just want to let folks at home who are listening to this or wherever you're listening to it, if you plan on speaking on this item, press star 9 now so that we know that you are wanting to speak, so we can keep track of everybody and make sure nobody gets missed. Supervisor Madrone, were you finished? I'm sorry. Your hand was still up. It's down. Any other supervisors with questions before we go to public comment? Okay. Well, then let's go to public comment. Right now we have 2 hands up. Again, if you intend to speak, press star 9 now. Our first speaker is 6344, and press star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Carla Knappik with Honeydew Valley Farms. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their time and their consideration today. There's been some really great comments brought forward. I just wanted to state that I'm under 1.0 and do have forbearance in place. Given drought, the severe drought this year, we were increasing our storage, so we would love the opportunity to be eligible under this grant round. And also our solar system is reaching, the batteries are reaching the end of their life, which need to be replaced. That alone is a $30,000 project for a 10,000 square foot cultivation site. So I just wanted to bring that forward, that even small projects for solar tend to cost upwards of $30,000. So just wanted folks to know with the $20,000 grant opportunity that most folks will be having to match that in kind at 100% or close there to 50 to 100%. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carla. We have 1 hand left up, and that is the last 4 digits of 5069. Another hand popped up. 5069, welcome.
Hello, supervisors and staff. Ross Gordon on behalf of Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Want to really appreciate staff for all of the work that went into this proposal, and also really appreciate just the discussion that's been happening over the past 10-15 minutes here. Definitely want to echo Supervisor Madrone's comments that I think it's really amazing and positive that we're in a position where there is this grant funding available, and we have a little bit more flexibility in terms of how it's spent, because the county has been able to move annual permitting forward in a way that some other counties have not been able to do. And so we're able to have this conversation about priorities and about water storage and infrastructure, which I think is really a shared priority for both the cannabis community and the community at large. Also really appreciate the discussion on annual licenses. It's definitely not, ideal that this state money is earmarked to really focus on provisional licenses. But whatever can be done within the guidelines that we have from the state to make sure that this funding can be distributed as broadly as possible, because ultimately we are talking about seeking environmental benefit and environmental compliance, and that's something which is applicable to a wide range of licensees. We submitted a letter a little bit earlier and just wanted to highlight 2 sort of thoughts or recommendations from that letter. First is on the question of the matching funds that are currently being proposed. Would agree with the recommendation that be also applied retroactively to already existing investments in water storage or renewable energy infrastructure. Many folks have already made that investment. I think that's even more important given the disappointing news that it looks like maybe loans aren't going to be a possible option. If you're looking at $15 million being distributed, I just did the math, and you're giving $40,000 to each person, that's 375 projects being funded. So I think do anything that's possible to help make sure that that all of that funding is getting out the door really sooner rather than later. And one thing that would be really helpful for that would be if the matching is sort of opened up to be retroactive. I would also suggest actually in addition to that, not just as an alternative, but in addition, to open up the matching a little more so that a smaller investment could qualify for a larger amount of matching funds. So let's say 50%. If you can show a $20,000 investment, then you qualify for up to $40,000 in matching funds, just to make sure that money gets out quickly. And then the other comment I wanted to highlight is just a question, and maybe it was answered earlier, and I apologize if it was. If people are going to be required to compensate for staff time, either for consultation or for other items, or if that's something which will be covered under the staff costs that are part of this program. So really appreciate it, and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Our next speaker is 9687. So if that's you, press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Kelly with Marco Advisors. I want to just highlight a few things. So yeah, this funding is to help move from provisional to annual state licenses. Some of the discussion I think was crossing over with interim and final permits, which is separate from the provisional and annual. So folks who have interim permits are not eligible for annual. And while that is still being worked on, the majority of folks are still under the provisional. Moving them to annual, generally that's either because of the local not being complete, or fish and wildlife agreements needing to be finalized. So one of the things that we wanted to highlight is as we consider environmental impacts, that improving waterways be included in this. That tends to be one of the most significant costs that farmers are seeing in terms of the requirements either from Fish and Wildlife or State Water Board, and assistance with those improvements are desperately needed. In addition, I know there's a lot of discussion around supporting water tanks and water storage. We'd like to also see funding being allowed for grading permits, engineering plans for ponds as well. And to reiterate what the previous person said, matching, if matching is required, we would like to see that significant participation through the last several years be included, because this has been an ongoing process. People have made significant investments and can use the support. And that prior expense should be considered for prioritization, not necessarily a requirement. So that you just need to think about how these things are going to be scored and evaluated. I do want to mention also in the DCC fact sheet, it does specifically say that funds cannot reimburse a purchase or cost that has already been incurred. So unfortunately, that would not be allowed, but allowing for prior expenses to improve the person's chances of receiving an award, meaning giving credence to their investment, I think would be fair and much appreciated. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is 2223. That's you, press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. This is Craig Johnson from Alpenglow Farms. Really excited to see more funds coming down the line to offer assistance to the farmers. I'm going to speak to a lot of the points that would greatly benefit us if it was tailored this way. One would be the retroactive of the one-to-one matching. We were one of the early adopters of forbearance. We put in a rain catchment pond right out of the gate. That included engineering, a liner company, consultants, 2 different contractors, timberland resource, and then finally fees from the county building and planning department. If we could have that money as our retroactive one-to-one, that would help us greatly to move forward with updating our solar. I think it's going to be important to first look at the farms that are off the grid for capturing these funds. And that would also help us to move forward with possibly a septic system that we need to put in to future, to get rid of our porta potties in the future. And I think we set a precedent last Friday with the provisional versus annual. The $1 million that came down from the Board of Supervisors was intended for annual permittees, but then they decided to make it open for provisional. So I'm so happy to see that carry over the other direction today. Thank you so much for your consideration to opening that up to annual licensees, because that would, again, benefit us. And I think when it comes to the solar 20,000 and the water 40,000, I think they both need to be 40,000. I believe Ross Gordon delivered some really key numbers, and it's more so how quickly can we get this out the door? And if we look at some of these points I made, I hope they can resonate with the rest of the staff and the supervisors. Thank you so much, John Ford, to your department, and looking forward to working with you guys in the future.
Thank you, Craig. Our next speaker is 7108. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry again, and it's great to see this money being available. One thing I was wondering about roads, they're really impacted by these farms. Are there going to be any grant possibilities for that? And yeah, and then there's our county roads. I don't know if we can get any money to repair those because of all the added traffic. So it'd be great getting the generators out of the hills and getting more water storage. So I think those are both great. And yeah, the question about the roads, because I know there's all these requirements to put in new culverts and do a bunch of stuff that cost a whole lot of money as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. We have 4478. Press *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, this is Mary Deegan, and I represent the Heart of the Triangle, LLC. It's kind of interesting is that we're have like, I guess, an interim permit with the county with things that we still have to accomplish, yet somehow we have an annual license with the state, even just because we had the sign agreement, which we've in the interim have actually had extended because we haven't had the funds in order to accomplish some of those items. I do want to kind of put out there that people have wanted to buy water tanks. They haven't necessarily been able to afford them. So when the match comes in, you know, if there's more ways than just paying cash to meet that. I also noticed in the board report that there was options to maybe forgive the match, or what I'm curious is I didn't see a requirement for a match through the state, that was a county parameter. And I suspect that is a lot to make sure that the money goes further. But maybe if you can't make the match, maybe you get less funding in order to make it still fair, that more farms can be funded. I do know that there definitely has been a very expensive road to go down permitting, and I appreciate all the work that all the farmers have put in, as well as the county staff has to accomplish that. It's been a huge undertaking, and in the end, a bunch of us farmers are farmers and not necessarily paper pushers, and so we've been at the really at the mercy of consultants that have figured out they can charge us whatever they want. So I hope that you can maybe put some parameters in there that the very small farms really can get some help that is fair. And, I totally appreciate all the time that everybody's put towards this. I do want to put one thing out there is the value of the property being increased by getting some of these funds. I do want to remind you that we pay excise tax, and we do pay for some of the improvements that we have. So if we don't get funded and we do lose our permits, you lose that excise tax. So in essence, you really are getting some money for helping us accomplish that. I just want, it goes both ways.
Thanks for calling in. All right, thank you, Mary. All right, so if you're interested on this item, press *9 to raise your hand. We only have 2 hands up right now, so we're nearing the end. 7429 is the next speaker. Just press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, this is Roby Tenorio, and I generally support applying for this $18.5 million. I very much support helping folks transition from generators to renewable energy with the loans and the grants. And on the Streamside Protection Program, I recommend that in addition to providing loans and grants for tanks, for water tanks, that loans and grants be available for pond development. Ponds can store a lot more water for less money, and they can also catch rainwater, and ponds can also help with fire suppression by allowing CAL FIRE to dip their buckets. I do have one concern about this proposal, and it lies with the hydrological assessment. I very much support the attention and effort to look at the well impacts. My concern is that this staff report says hydrologic assessment, and what we need is a hydrogeological assessment. So that would include the water and how it moves through the earth. Also, the persons conducting these assessments need to be hydrogeologists, not hydrologists, nor engineers with a little bit of hydrology experience as the planning staff has been depending on. And this is really critical to truly protect our watersheds for the long term. But in general, I very much appreciate this and hope that you do help out these new farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roby. All right, we have 1591. Press *6 to unmute. One 1591. You're next. Well, let's try 5375. We will come back to 1591. 5375. If that's you, press *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Jones. I'm a farmer in Willow Creek, and I wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to have this grant program and all the staff's work. I'd like to think about how historically it has been somewhat challenging to work with building and planning with just the amount of applications and things that come in. And I think that it would be helpful to have an automated way to submit paperwork that was standardized. The state has something like that is not perfect, but it does, I think, create a smoother pathway to get a lot of the information in a standard way. And I think that water storage, just looking at how we have invested, my husband and I, we had bought all of these tanks at $2,200 for just under 5,000 gallons, and they've gone up to 5,200 in the last 8 months. So it's been a challenge to try to put in the amount of storage we'd like to with the increased costs. So working with Department of Fish and Wildlife to get some traction to put in ponds would be so much more cost effective for adequate storage for forbearance. And finally, I think that it would be really nice to see a group of cultivation license holders on an oversight or advisory committee working with the building and planning that's specifically allocating these funds for the grants. Because then I think that there would be just a better back and forth and understanding of the timeliness of what's needed because the market is shifting so fast. So I think that clear communication on a regular basis with public input would be really helpful. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. And we have one hand left. If you're interested, press *9 to raise your hand, or we're going to go back to the board, but we do have 1591. It's still there. And if you can press *6 to unmute yourself, you'll have your 3 minutes. One 591. All right, well, that was the second effort, so I apologize, but we will go back to the board at this time. We're going to close the public hearing portion. Yes, Director Ford.
I just wanted to respond to a couple things, some questions that were brought up, perhaps help the board's deliberation. First is if people come in to talk about this program, will they be required to compensate staff? No, this is not a cannabis application. This is something that the program will be self-funded for. I would like to also point out that this is the first year, starting in July, that the board allocated money for the planning and building department to have cannabis planners working at the counter. And so we do that now, and we do not bill for that time. And so there is also the ability to come in and have conversations with planners at the counter and not be billed for it. The other thing that was brought up, and this is a bit of a theme, is that there are a lot of different things that could be funded with this. And there's a lot of different things that we talked about funding with this. Roads being one, stream improvements being another. But as Ross Gordon brought up, it's like $18 or $15 million sounds like a lot of money, but it goes very, very fast. And so if it's only available to like 300 people, that's why there's matching funds and some things like that. It may make sense to give scholarships or something to those who are truly in need. If that's the board's decision, that's not something that we did. Because we felt that if people were going to take advantage of this and they were in earnest of putting in water storage or converting to solar, it was going to require them to commit funds to it also. This is not something where this program can fund everybody to upgrade their water storage, upgrade their solar, upgrade their roads, and fix all the streams. Their $18 million won't even scratch that. And so we tried to bring forward a program with a priority of addressing the water needs, because that seems to be the biggest struggle from a permitting standpoint. And I do just want to say that Ms. Tornario is correct. What we're proposing is a hydrogeologic analysis. We're looking for well permitting requirements. And so we really are looking to see how groundwater travels, where it is, where wells can be safely drilled, where wells have the potential to adversely affect water supplies and upstream headwater conditions. We also included within this the recognition that ponds are more cost effective. Not everybody has the space or the ability to put in a pond, but ponds certainly would be covered. We did not include an oversight committee, primarily as Michael emphasized, because one of the things that we do want to do is turn this around as quickly as possible and get money into the hands of the cultivators. That being said, back to Supervisor Madrone's comment about can we move the dates up, and yes, we will do that. That's all I've got. Michael, do you have anything to add?
No, except that the first year of the program, we're probably not going to have all of the paperwork signed with the state until beginning of April. And so we're not likely to hit the target of getting funds out in the summer months this first year, but certainly in the second and third and fourth years, we can target that.
All right, thank you. Back to the board on this. Supervisor Wilson?
I was just hoping someone would make a motion. It doesn't have to be me.
Well, your hand's up. You're you.
Just moving forward with staff recommendation and with the taking into consideration the discussion of the board.
That was a motion?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
We'll need clarification on it.
Second.
Thank you. I was gonna say, I could do it. So I have a motion at second.
If I may just speak to the motion for a second, which is that this is just an application, that this is all going to be coming back to us for, you know, what that program is really going to look like. So I think we need to move forward with this application. So that's that.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Bushnell.
So the second part of this is approving guidelines for the new grant loan program and administered by planning and building. Is that wasn't in part of that motion, was it? Or are the guidelines already in here?
That's part of the recommendation, yes.
So to just utilize the guidelines that you've stated in the staff report?
That is the recommendation to move forward with, yes.
Okay.
With taking into consideration the discussion that the board has, which is to move the
data.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Well, with that, I do have concerns about, again, the guidelines associated with grants that don't take into account property or sales of licenses. Again, it's very unusual and can to not have a drawdown period associated with that. I just, if that's not included in this as a recommendation, then I'm not going to vote for it, but I will move forward with this because I've been through many of these where this is not, this is totally normal, and when you don't do it, it's really taken advantage of.
Can I ask a question around what Mike is saying? Is there any guidelines in the state according to that? And with my question, then I'd also like to make a statement that the monies will be for improvements on the properties, and those cannabis licenses stay with those properties. Is that correct?
That is correct. In direct answer to that, that is correct. The licenses run with the land; they do not leave the land. So that it may add value to the land, though, and so I think that is the concern that's being raised by Supervisor Wilson. There are not direct guidelines addressing that currently because I don't think the state anticipated a county doing what we're doing. In the meetings we've had with them, we're so far out ahead of everybody else. We pitched this idea. They're excited about seeing what we're going to do, but this is not something they envisioned.
And let me give an example, if I may, and I apologize for jumping in. Someone applies for a grant to put in a pond, for instance. They put in the pond and then they sell the property with the pond, and maybe not even for the purposes of growing cannabis anymore, or maybe with, but nonetheless, they derive the value of that instantaneously and they walk away with that $100 and some odd thousand or whatever it is, if that's what it is, or whatever that, I'm just saying, for whatever assets that you are asking, if they sell the property and then advance the value of the property and then derive that advance, that is, we could be running into some issues. And I'm just saying, this like a facade program and other programs where you see it in other places, or even granting programs on houses and stuff like that. You have a provision that protects against that. And I just think just because this is cannabis doesn't mean that we don't protect ourselves against that potential abuse. And I'm not saying people are gonna do it, but it has had the reason that those rules exist in every other granting program that advances capital value to properties is because people do take advantage of it.
So our liability, Mike, our liability, if it's not stated in the grant program, where do you feel our liability is going to come from?
It would be gift of public funds. And I'm just saying, and it's also just not fair. It's just not what taxpayers in general are, their expectation is that people are going to take these things and use them in a way that advances them from a financial perspective without actually doing the job of advancing what we're trying to get done. They're just turning it around
Can I ask one more question? I understand. Can I ask one more question though? The $18 million that's coming from the state to us, is that cannabis infused money or just grant money from the state?
That's grant money from the state.
So from general taxes?
Yep.
It would be from general taxes, not cannabis infused taxes. Okay.
I would say that, I interpreted Supervisor Wilson's motion to include that as something we would add in to the guidelines as we go forward.
Could you explain what it would mean though? So someone gets a grant for this, they put in a pond, and then they go to sell their property, and what you think because of
they're agreeing to basically hold the property for a certain amount of time, and if they don't, and there's usually a scale that identifies how much of that money would come back to the county that would then be reallocated.
I'll just give an example. A facade grant that it goes out typically would be like $20,000, right? And it's a 10-year time frame. And basically, if you sell the property within 1 year, you pay back $18,000 or whatever it is, because you derive that value, you've invested in that property and it's a higher value and you've derived a value from it. If you go all the way to 9 years, you only owe $2,000 on that. So basically it's a 0% loan to a certain extent if you're selling the property. And if not, it's a full-on grant. In terms of capital expenditures, it's a really good deal. And it protects the public from that kind of abuse. And especially in an industry that is really quite volatile in this context right now. I would say that, properties are buying and selling, and it's definitely a thing. And so are licenses. And I just want to, from my perspective, I want to protect the public's investment in this, that it's really going to that and not to just some quick turnarounds. That's just me. If you got 4 votes or 3 votes to move this forward without that, it's fine with me, but that's my requirement on voting for this.
Can I ask a question, Michelle or Supervisor Bushnell? I just want to see if I have an analogy just to make sure so in some ways it's almost like speculation. I mean, there could be people who that is their goal basically, is to get those dollars, fix the issue or put in the pond, and then sell it in order to realize profit from those dollars. So that's where I see it can be kind of related to more of a speculative maneuver. I'd like to think most people are not going to be doing that, but I do understand that, I understand where the concern comes from because I've been involved in programs that had facade and, but to people who haven't been involved, it does seem, I'm sure it seems strange. So I just wanted to say,
cannabis farmers have already made a huge investment in their property, and most of them they're looking to improve forbearance, especially the water issue. They're not looking to sell their properties. They're looking to improve and make it more sustainable. And so to me, it just feels like another hit. I don't know. I understand what you're saying, Mike, but it's not in the monies that are coming towards us. I don't know why we would put more conditions on it.
From my perspective, it's only a hit if they sell the property or transfer the license. That's it. There is no hit otherwise. You just go
You can't transfer, you would have to sell the property to transfer the license. The licenses go with the property.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that transfer of assets, that's when it would happen.
Well, that property also produces excise tax for our county. That property also, if you put a pond on it, it increases the value of property taxes coming to our county. So I don't like that stipulation.
I think my question would be if it was really, I mean, I get the public funds. If our attorney comes back and says, yeah, we believe that this would be such a situation. I just wish the state, we are doing something the state was not anticipating. It's not saying that the state may not put some kind of parameters on what we move forward with. It seems like who knows what they could do. Director Ford, would you expect that they would mess with whatever we, decide to do? Are they going to put their own spin on it?
I do not know. I can't answer that directly. I can simply say that their primary objective is to move permittees, licensees forward. And I don't really think they thought beyond that.
That sounds like probably sounds like the MO. Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I have a clarifying question and then a couple comments. What's sod? I'm thinking of sudden oak death, but I don't think that's what you mean when you're using the term sod. Or did I hear that wrong?
Supervisor Wilson, or who are you talking to?
Well, Supervisor Wilson used the term a bunch of facade. Oh, pretending you're doing one thing when you're doing another?
No. The facade is like in downtowns and like, say like in Eureka and
gingerbread on the front of a house.
You had like, the places they're run down or whatever. And the city says, okay, we'll give you 20,000 for, if you do the front or 50 to do all sides of it.
Okay.
Right. And it's an investment in your property. I mean, you get to keep it, right? But the issue is do you take it and then turn it around you're basically taking a free loan to then advance the value. And I think Supervisor Bass really hit it right, nailed it, which is like getting people over the hump in terms of that permit, maybe the value that they want to then sell the property and the whole thing off to somebody else. And so basically what's happened is basically giving them that advance so they can sell the property and then derive a profit from that. And that's not profit from the business per se, that's profit from just basically speculation. And I'm just saying, like, it happens. And I would like that we would be protected against that. And that's all I'm asking for. It just basically solidifies the intent. And that's all I'm saying. And that's my threshold for this. But if there's 3 votes to move forward without that, I'm totally okay. Like, I mean, we don't have to belabor this anymore. I think everyone understands.
I got my question answered, and now I just have a couple of comments. And while I absolutely agree with what you're talking about, Supervisor Wilson, I have to say that in general, this concept is applied to loans, not grants. You use the housing example, for instance. There's a lot of CDBG housing rehabilitation grant loan programs, right? Where the landowner gets this loan to rehabilitate the home. It might even be a completely deferred payment, 0 interest or 2%, very low interest rates. But the landowner doesn't pay a dime unless they refinance the property and get money out of it, or they sell the property. And at that point, one has to pay that entire loan back. But I am not familiar with such a thing with any grant program I've ever managed or applied to. I mean, there are all kinds of grant programs out there, in particular for environmental work, stream restoration, forest health work, watershed work, erosion control, etc. But in none of those cases, even if the property were to sell, are those landowners where that work occurred responsible to repay the grant? There's a very big difference between a grant and a loan. And so while I understand your concept.
Well, hold on. I have to interrupt just for a second, if I may. I apologize for this, but I have actually been through this grant program, which is the facade grant program. And I have to say the difference between environmental grants, which you were talking about, and actual capital assets that are actually valued onto the property versus, stream restoration doesn't necessarily add demonstrative value to the property by standards by which most people value property, and just saying by which it's assessed at. But when you're adding accessible value to a property, in most cases for grant programs, they actually do have this, and in my experience. So we have different experiences with this. I'm just saying, it does exist. I've experienced it more than once and administered it more than once. And so I'm okay with this.
No, you're right. You're right. It is a difference of experience with different grant programs. I think a lot of the reason why the ones I deal with don't consider them loans or have to be paid back is because they're primarily designed to create a lot of public trust benefit. Fisheries restoration, for instance, or cooling the water in the stream, or making sure there's more water. And to some degree, I think that's what we're talking about here with storage and forbearance and moving to renewables. I think we are talking about kind of a mix of both personal benefit to the landowner, but also public trust benefit to the resources. It's kind of a mixture. At any rate, I don't have a strong feeling either way on it. I did second the motion. I'm fine with the clarification you've added, Mike. So I've been educated a little bit today about some of the differences with these facade grants and other types of programs. So I think either way we go with this, I think you made a really valid point, and that is it doesn't become a burden to anybody unless they do sell the property, right? And hold on to it for 10 years and then you're free and clear. Some of the housing rehab grant programs had like a 15-year clause. If you held the property for 15 years after getting the loan for housing rehab, then the entire loan was forgiven. So that's a pretty typical standard that you provide some sort of timeline. And so really that says, if you're not going to sell it, you're not going to ever pay anything back on this.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
And
I would accept that amendment that was made by Mike as a clarification as the seconder.
No.
I think it's standing as it was. Yes, Michelle?
No, I'm not okay with it at all, because how volatile the cannabis industry is. They may have every intent to keep their property and financially just may not be able to do it without any thought of profiting. I don't want that in there. I don't want it in there unless the state requires it. I don't want to over require things. And I think that's what we're doing. And I don't want it in there. So I would like to make a motion to amend it to have it removed from what John assumed he was putting in there to Mike's statement.
So who made the original motion?
Chair, I think that's an amending motion and requires a second.
Okay.
I refuse to. How many amended motions can we have? I understand what she's saying. We're saying that we're smarter than the state has given us this item.
No, I'm saying just go with
No. I'm agreeing with you. Be quiet for a second.
Second my motion.
No. It's an amended motion. I don't want an amended motion. I want just a straightforward. I hate amended motions. That's a silly thing I've ever done.
It's called process. Just second or amended motion.
Second.
Because I'm actually going to be, I'm going to say I'm going to be supportive.
Is the horse dead yet?
Vote.
Well, if we keep going,
I'm just saying, and I haven't said a word. So
can we, now that we have this amended motion that was made, and
he seconded it.
Yes. We need to vote on that then, or that?
You vote on you vote on the amended motion, and then you go back, and if it amended the original motion, then you vote on the original motion.
Okay. Well, would you like to tell us exactly what is the motion now then, John, or shall we ask Nikki what she's captured?
The amended motion is to remove the requirement for any kind of pay down or transfer or pay down requirements associated with the grant.
Okay. Got it. And I would just say, I will support the motion. It's not, I think what's frustrating is, Mike and I have both had experiences where we've seen things go sideways. I'd like to believe it doesn't, you know, and this may be something that we have to revisit in the future, but I don't want to see it hold up anything. And I think we've got what we need to move forward to make this just move on to the next item. But
wait, just for
Yes.
clarification, we have 2 votes to go through right now. We have one for the amended motion and one for the base motion.
so, but the amended motion is the first vote.
No, the amended
No.
motion is well, you're right. The amended motion is the first vote we have. You are correct. So let's, please, let's do this.
Okay, so the amended motion was the one that Michelle made, seconded by
Right.
Rex. And
Every-
the
every
attorney
minute.
now is popped on.
Yeah.
No, he's off now.
So you can vote for both, or you can, you can do whatever you want. So
Jefferson, you joined us. Well,
I was just going to say that is correct. You're going to vote first whether the motion should be amended. If it is, then you'll vote on the amended motion.
got it.
And just so your board knows, this was the same rule under Robert's rules and your new rules. It hasn't changed.
It just doesn't come up that often.
No.
As lately.
I got thrown by the sod grant. Okay, so Supervisor Madrone?
Well, yeah, just to be clear, I mean, the whole argument here is that somehow this grant money would increase the value of the property. And therefore, if the person that got it sells the property, they've received some sort of a public gift. You know, it's also true, I would assume, that if they did go ahead and sell the property, it's going to sell at a higher value, and that higher value could easily be used to pay back the grant, right? So, I mean, again, I don't see it as a burden because it works out either way. But at any rate, we all have our feelings about this. I'm ready to move forward.
Well, it's one of those things that just didn't come with really good guidelines. So, Nikki, would you like to do the roll call vote on to see if we're going to amend the motion?
The original motion, okay. Supervisor Bohn,
Yeah.
Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
no.
and Supervisor Madrone.
No.
That motion passes 3-2.
So now we have the new motion is the amended motion, and that's what we're voting on now.
Right.
Okay,
Another roll call, right?
great. Yes.
Okay, I'm new, remember. Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
No.
Supervisor Bushnell, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
and Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
That motion passes 4-1.
Okay, we're going to close this public hearing. And we have another public hearing that's coming to us also from Planning and Building. Is there an interest in taking like a 5-minute bio break? Yes. Yes. Is that a yes, Michelle? 5 minutes, okay? 10, 5? Okay. Come back somewhere around 5 minutes. Four. Okay, I think we have 5 of us. I see at least 3 of us, so we'll begin our next public hearing, which also comes to us from Planning and Building. It's regarding appeal of the Planning Commission decision. So at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing. And prior to the staff report, I'd like to ask if any board members has had any ex parte communication that they would like to share on this item before we begin. Any supervisors had any conversations? Apparently not. Okay. So with that, I'd like to send this to Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good afternoon once again, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department, here to present the appeal of the stock outdoor advertising sign. This is application that was denied by the Planning Commission on August 10th of or August 5th, excuse me, of 2021. It's for a 480 square foot double-sided off-premise billboard. I'm going to share my screen to walk through the presentation. So you should see a slideshow that says Start Outdoor Advertising.
Yep.
Very good. And so as I mentioned, it's for an appeal of the Planning Commission decision. Location of the sign is at Drake Hill Road and Highway 101, just southwest of the community of, or the city of Fortuna. This is the particular parcel that it is located on. The sign would be in this corner. This particular parcel is designated in the general plan for commercial recreation uses. This is a image showing the existing condition of where the sign is or would be proposed. And the lower image shows what the sign would look like once it is constructed. This is from a view of the area from looking south on Highway 101, and you will see that there are two existing billboards located to the south of the location. The sign itself would be 50 feet high. It would have an area of 480 square feet with 40-foot dimension across and 12-foot height. So the project was originally applied for, and when it was determined that could not be supported nor approved, the applicant was advised that it was inconsistent with the Q overlay zone, that it was inconsistent with the general plan, and we offered to refund the application fees. The applicant wished to have a hearing before the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission considered the sign and denied it with a 4-3 vote. The justification for denial was that it is inconsistent with the general plan. The general plan includes specific standards and policies that address billboards, and the project is not in the public interest, and that primarily has to do with the fact that the general plan desires to see Highway 101 designated as a scenic highway. And that's what I just mentioned here, and this lists the policies that are in play. And it further states that until it receives that scenic highway designation, that the highways, Highway 101 in particular, is to be treated as being scenic during development review. There's a lot of different things going on relative to the discussion of this sign and whether or not it's inconsistent with the development standards that are applicable to scenic highways. But I think the core fact of the inconsistency has to do with this policy right here. It says new off-premise signs shall be allowed basically in areas designated in the general plan as being for commercial services and or industrial general, and it limits the size of the sign to 300 square feet. The land use for the proposed parcel, or the parcel where the proposed sign would be located, is commercial recreation. So the land use is not consistent with the general plan. The sign size is 480 square feet. That is not consistent with the 300 square foot limitation imposed by the general plan. So this is really the crux of the inconsistency. It's not in the right land use designation, and it's too big. There's also a finding that there's a substantial public interest in the denial of the sign, and that has to do with wanting to preserve the scenic view sheds and the scenic corridor along Highway 101, that the continual approval of signs could result in the ability of the city or the county to obtain the scenic designation for Highway 101 could be compromised. Now, as I mentioned, there are two signs located just to the south of this site. Those signs were approved in 2005 and built in 2012. That was before the general plan. And that I'll address a little bit more in the applicant's appeal. In their appeal, they identified that the adopted resolution relies in part on incorrect findings regarding zoning. They referred to the Q overlay zone, and that was identified in the original staff report. It was corrected verbally at the meeting, and the Planning Commission omitted the finding relative to the Q overlay zone, unfortunately. We sent out, the department sent out a incorrect resolution showing that finding still in there. That was amended, corrected, and resent out. But it was clearly the Planning Commission's action to not rely upon the Q overlay zone as a rationale for denial of the billboard. Appeal issue 2 is that the project is outside the 200-foot scenic buffer as discussed in the general plan. This is really not an applicable standard. SR-S2, Scenic Highway Standards, has the following criteria in it. It talks about a 200-foot width, and it talks about uses allowed within the 200-foot area, and it says that billboards are prohibited. This sign is not within the 200-foot boundary, so we're not trying to use this as a finding for denial. The appeal issue 3 is that there was no mention of other general plan policies in support of the project. And while it's true the general plan does include economic development policies that support economic development, those policies do not supersede policies that are specific to a certain type of development or regulating certain activities. And that is particularly true relative to off-site billboards. Appeal issue number 4, the applicant claims that the county's lack of a billboard ordinance is highly problematic as determined by county council. This reference comes from a memo written in 2005 by county council and was written about the consideration of the previous 2 signs. That is not addressing the current situation. That was written before the 2017 general plan. And the general plan does require preparation of an ordinance to address off-site billboards, and that is within the implementation plan to be completed in 2022. The appellant also states that the county's policies relating to scenic highways makes little sense. Staff would respond that the general plan reflects the community values, and those community values involve protecting scenic highways and addressing where and how billboards can be constructed. In the appeal, the applicant also claims several commissioners noted that the proposed location seemed appropriate for the sign. And that's true. The commission did discuss that. The struggle is that the sign is inconsistent with the general plan land use designation, and it's inconsistent with the sign size that is identified within the general plan. The appellant also states that the sign structure proposed for the subject property is identical to the existing signs, which have operated a quarter mile to the south for a decade, and the applicant's not aware of any complaints regarding the operation of these signs. And it is true that these signs were approved in 2005. They were constructed in 2012. They were constructed with a 15-year time limit on them that they were to be removed after 15 years. And that was all done prior to the current general plan. And ironically, those signs are also on land that is designated in the general plan as general industrial. So the signs, provided that they're 300 square feet or less, is in a land use designation, which would allow the signs to be there. They could be approved outside the 200-foot buffer and at a size of less than, or 300 square feet or less. So it's the recommendation that the Board of Supervisors find the application exempt from CEQA as projects which are disapproved are not subject to environmental review. Find that the project is inconsistent with the Humboldt County General Plan. find that the proposed billboard would be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare, find that the denial of the proposed billboard is in the public interest, deny the appeal as submitted by Stott Outdoor Advertising, and deny the conditional use permit. That concludes staff's presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Actually, if it's all right with you, Director Ford, I'd like to give the appellants an opportunity to provide their comments now. And then I don't know if that's you, Greg. You'll have a period of time to try to, let us know what you want us to know. And then after that, your main part will be answering questions from the board. But right now, we'd like to know what it is you want us to know.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Bass and members of the board. Thank you for considering this today. I know it's been a long meeting, so thank you for your patience. My name is Greg Redicker. I am with actually Lamar Advertising. Stott was purchased by Lamar in between when we have filed the appeal and today's hearing. So if it's all right with you, I'd like to share a PowerPoint that I have ready to go here.
Sure.
All right, can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, first I'd like to make sure everyone has had a chance to review all the correspondence that we have submitted. That's letters, 2 of them in August, and then the response to the staff report that we submitted last Wednesday. There's a lot of information in there. The report or the letters submitted last Wednesday included an alternate resolution for the board's consideration, which would appeal the project. Just to reemphasize, this is a discretionary land use entitlement. The board does have the authority to either approve or deny the project. Secondly, several points in the staff report and in the resolution, planning staff does talk about traffic and hazards and traffic safety and things like that. So we provided a report that was prepared by the Virginia Tech Transportation Institute. It's a few years old now, but the findings are still valid, showing that there is no statistical hazard created by having billboards as you are driving by them on the highway. All the recent data is showing that it's things inside the car, infotainment systems, cell phones, texting, things like that that are truly the hazard. So a little bit about Lamar Advertising. We've been in business for over a century, currently operates in 40 states. It is a publicly traded company. You can buy shares on the NASDAQ. And we also do partner with local governments for various things, including transit advertising, bus shelter advertising, and gateway signs. These are typically branded signs that are digital in nature. So just a quick review of the, take this over here, no, that's not working. Okay, quick review of the context. So there's a lot of development in this area, and all of this discussion regarding scenic highways really has to do with being pristine and undeveloped. Those are the things that the state is looking for. So just to show, there are 2 existing signs here, a lot of development, a lot of structures, including the lumber business. Okay, here's a site plan in case we need to refer to it for any reason. The sign is a little bit further south than may have been said earlier, but it certainly is consistent with the rest of the property and with nearby development. So why are we here? Because 2 reasons. 1, local businesses want it. They are calling us up saying, I'd like to advertise to people driving by on Highway 101. And frequently our answer is, I'm sorry, we don't have anything available. So like any well-run business, we're trying to accommodate customer demand. This is one of the few locations where a new sign would be permitted in this whole part of the Southern County. So once again, approving this particular sign is not going to usher in a tidal wave of new sign applications, which would jeopardize the state's or the county's ability to get the state scenic highway designation for those areas which do qualify. The other thing is that it is zone CH, and when it comes down to it, the code allows it. The adopted zoning code of Humboldt County allows this sign in this location with a use permit. Yes, there are certain findings which need to be made, but it is the board which makes those findings. Staff makes a recommendation. The board is the one who makes the findings, makes the determination, and decides whether to approve the project. Also note that even if this sign is approved, there will still be fewer signs in this area than there were a dozen years ago, because 5 signs were removed as part of the 10136 interchange project. So what is the position of California legislature? This is actually in the Outdoor Advertising Act. This is part of state law. It is a legitimate commercial use of property next to the highways in the state of California. It's part of the business and marketing function that should be allowed to exist subject to reasonable controls. As said previously by Director Ford, it is designated commercial recreation. The county has previously found that the C1, C2, and CH zones are all consistent with the commercial recreation land use designation. This property is zone CH, highway commercial, and staff has also said things about being unable to make a finding that it's consistent with the purpose of the commercial recreation. I would respectfully disagree. This is inherently visitor serving. The bread and butter of outdoor advertising is for things like food, fuel, lodging, local attractions, things that are all going to be of interest to visitors who are visiting the county and looking for things to do and places to eat. It is definitely compatible with the area, unlike many other commercial uses. It has no noise, vibration, traffic, dust, odor, sewage that's being created. It is an unmanned facility. This is especially important because the property is located in a flood zone. Typical commercial uses would not be viable here without massive grading, amending FEMA flood zone maps, and things like that. So here's that excerpt from the general plan showing that the CH zone is consistent with the commercial recreation. I'd also note that the C1 and C2 zones are also consistent with that as well, and they include a whole bunch of other things that are not necessarily geared towards commercial recreation. So we talked about some of the general plan policies having to do with economic development. They're just there for reference. This is really what it comes down to, and this is why we're having this discussion. The general plan talks about various implementation strategies for actually implementing these policies that are contained in the general plan. And the way to do that is to, regarding scenic highways, is to initiate a public process to identify and map them. This is actually done under the auspices of state law. Caltrans has heavy involvement, and there are a whole bunch of things that need to be done that are frequently controversial. In terms of the actual sign ordinance, it needs to be amended, and currently it has not yet been. You have a memo from your county council back in 2005 saying, hey, we really need to amend this sign ordinance to address billboards specifically. You have policies in the general plan in 2017 saying we really need to amend the sign code to address billboards, and it hasn't yet occurred. If that had occurred, we wouldn't be here having this discussion. And here's that county council's memo. A lot of text here, but that two main things. One, that parts of the code in the middle talks about the sign regulations. That is still the same as it was in 2005. And then the last paragraph, this office finds the lack of such an ordinance to be highly problematic, given the direction that's coming down from the federal courts. And that's only gotten more stringent in the wake of things like Reed versus Gilbert. It is recommended the county establish a billboard ordinance to address these constitutional implications. All right, so here's the big question. What will the view be like from Highway 101? These are slightly updated from what was previously provided to staff. So here is the view looking north at the project site. I'd like you to note that in addition to what we're seeing here, there's a whole bunch of power poles. There's development on the ridge behind it. There's the large Burl Country sign. There's various outbuildings and things like that. And here's what it will look like with the sign built. So once again, current conditions, or at least as they were 18 months ago when I took the photograph, and what it will look like after the sign is built. Looking the other direction here, we can see once again, there are many man-made structures. This is not a pristine, undeveloped area consistent with the state's scenic guidelines. We have the two existing signs. We have the lumber property. We have a bunch of other structures there. Current look, and after the sign is built. So once again, current, after it's built. Not a huge change in the appearance from the highway. So this is the process that needs to be done in order to implement that one general plan policy. This is a complicated process. Caltrans is involved. There are public hearings. There's going to be downzonings of property, amending the sign code, all sorts of things. Of note here is a couple things. One, the dashed boxes are the controversial parts where formal conflict resolution may be warranted. So this is not a quick and easy slam dunk. And then the second item has to do with the scenic route sign on the right. Once a scenic highway has been officially accepted by the state, these scenic route signs go up. And then there's no question about what is or is not scenic. Right now, there's a bit of a disconnect. We have a locally mapped scenic highways, but they are not officially designated pursuant to Caltrans's rules. So just talking a little bit about what would be the scenic criteria. This is a view from Highway 101. As you can see, there's hardly any development nearby. It's striking landforms. There's water on both sides of the road. Where is this? This is up approaching Oric. We are near Freshwater Lagoon on Highway 101 northbound. That's the Pacific Ocean to the left there. Now here's another view from Highway 101. Has a bunch of functional architecture there, commercial and industrial buildings on both sides. No view of the ocean, no view of Humboldt Bay. Where's this? This is south of Fortuna, heading northbound on 101, approaching the project site, which is about a half mile up there on the right. So regardless of whether or not this sign is approved, this is not a good candidate for being designated as a scenic highway. So in conclusion, we're recommending the board does have the discretion to approve this. We would request that. The sign is compatible with existing and future land uses. The code allows it. It's a low intensity highway oriented commercial use. It supports local businesses, and it will provide an opportunity for the gardeners to gain additional money from their commercially zoned property. So we would respectfully request that you either A, consider adoption of the resolution of approval, or B, direct your staff to prepare findings for approval and bring it back at a future hearing. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, Greg, thank you. And if you will stop sharing, I'm sure there'll be some questions for you at some point in time. So I did want to ask our staff if there's any, excuse me, comments they wanted to add after hearing the presentation, or if we should just go straight to the soups for questions.
I would recommend opening it to the public in the event that there is public here, and then there are a few things that I would like to have the opportunity to respond to.
Well, if you want to talk on this, press *9. There's only one public call-in right now, so which is highly unusual for a billboard item. So, and that person has not raised their hand by pressing *9. Okay, I am now closing the public comment portion of this meeting. Yes, Director Ford.
Yeah, I would just say I think Mr. Rediker does a tremendous job of representing the advertising company, and I would agree with much of what he said. There's just one thing that I'd like to remind the board about, something that he didn't say, which is the general plan is very clear in terms of what land use designations that billboards can be allowed in. Commercial service zones and in industrial general. And it's very clear that outside billboards are limited to 300 square feet. This is 480 square feet. That's all I would like to say.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Wilson and then Bushnell.
Thank you, Chair Bass. First of all, I don't really want to, it's hard for me to accept the definition of scenic highway from billboard, purveyors. I just have to say, like, that's really, that's a community decision that we make in this community, and not a corporation from far away. And so I just want to say, and we did that process through our general plan process. And so I do believe that also the trajectory of that particular location, yeah, there were some more signs there, but the decisions in the past were made to remove those signs, specifically to move it in a direction to make it less blighted, make it look better. To use some, things that we don't really, on a landscape that we don't view as necessarily beautiful as a reason to move more to less beautiful is not generally, that's not I think that's just a bad precedent, a bad way to move on this. I think the zoning and I don't even know how we would make the findings, really. That's the other part about this. I mean, if this board chose to move forward with approval of this, we would have to come back with findings because there's nothing in our packet that provides findings for this. And certainly with regards to the public benefit, I have received dozens of comments, all in the negative associated with this. I'd also note that even if someone was to make some specious argument that this is in favor of visitors, because it gives direction to businesses, there's no requirement. That's an unenforceable thing. You can put anything you want on a billboard. It doesn't necessarily have any direct benefit to visitors. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. So there's not something we can require that's the case. And I don't believe that that's I think it's again a specious argument. So from my perspective, I'm ready to move staff recommendation to deny this application for a permit. I just think it shouldn't even have gotten as far as it did. And I know that it seems odd to me that this would even get to the planning commission level, considering that it's not even appropriately zoned. I don't even know. I guess I'm a little bit grumpy that it's taken up this much time of our staff in this regard. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, so that was a motion?
Yeah, you can take that as a motion to deny.
Okay. Let me see if there's a second to the motion. Yeah. Let's see. Supervisor Madrone, I just want to make sure you're there because we don't see. Okay, you're there. All right. So apparently there's not a second. What, Steve?
Second the motion.
Okay. Okay, so at the moment we have that, but Supervisor Bushnell actually had a question.
Thank you, through the chair. Director Ford, could they change the zoning there? Is that something they could do?
Sorry, to be clear, the zoning is not the issue. It is zoned CH, as Mr. Rediker correctly pointed out. The zoning does not prohibit signs at this location. Okay. It is the general plan land use that identifies where signs can be placed. And in short answer to your question, yes, an application to amend the general plan could be applied for.
So with the information that Mr. Rediker, the thing he showed us that says our policies need to be updated, how long have we been waiting to update our sign policies?
It's a good question. 4 years. And it is in the work program to be completed in 2022. The thing that I do want to point out, and I should have said this as part of the staff presentation, is that just because we have not adopted a sign ordinance does not mean that the general plan does not need to be complied with. The general plan still is the pinnacle land use document for the county.
But
and part of a discretionary action requires a finding that is consistent with the general plan.
So my last question would be, who would designate a scenic highway? How would that come about? Huh?
The state adopts the formal scenic designation. The county would apply for it. The implementation within the general plan is to begin that process.
And have we identified areas that are scenic and that are not, and where signs would be allowed?
So the short answer is yes, outside of that buffer that was identified and on land that's either designated as commercial service or industrial general.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Ford? Supervisor Madrone?
So the zoning is not an issue, but the zoning hasn't been updated to reflect the changes in the general plan update. With the general plan update that we completed in 2017, 2018, was this particular area proposed to be rezoned to match that general plan designation?
Currently, the general plan designation and the zoning are consistent.
Currently,
and previously. That has not changed as part of the 2017 general plan update. The only thing relative to this application that changed with adoption of the 2017 general plan are the policies specifically related to billboards.
Okay.
And scenic highways.
Yeah, and I guess my thought is, when people talk about general plan, and I thought that things must have happened magically as soon as the general plan got adopted, which does not happen that way. It takes, literally, there is a work plan. And so it's not unusual to take the time to make the ordinances, which is unfortunate because it would make things more clear. But from what I'm seeing, it's like this one is still not in the right place. We said commercial residential. I mean, the intent in the general plan language is pretty clear. And we hashed it out for like literally years. And then also the size just doesn't fit in at all. So what I'd ask Director Ford is, if they wanted to assign them or somebody else, where would they go? Where would options be, whether in the future? It's not saying that we're not allowing them anywhere, but we're saying this is not the type of property we at this point in time have wanted to have them developed on. So what do you do with someone that does come in and say, well, where can I go?
Property that is designated general industrial, property that is designated for commercial service, and is outside the 200-foot buffer.
And those exist?
Yes. Ironically, the signs to the south are on property that is designated for general industrial.
The signs to the south are like quarter mile?
But it's zoning. Okay, and so, Greg, generally we don't have you speak again unless we have a question. I don't know if you had something you thought you could clarify from what you've heard.
I just wanted to respond quickly to what Director Ford said. Because the section of state law that is cited in the general plan includes the entirety of 101, 299, and 36 in Humboldt County, it is effectively a moratorium for any new signs within 200 feet of any major highway in Humboldt County. And that's our concern. It's effectively a stealth moratorium without due process. The ordinances and the regulations have not yet been updated. I can understand staff's desire. You want to keep Humboldt beautiful. I've vacationed there many times. But good intentions are no substitute for constitutional regulation.
Thank you for that. I still believe that for me, it's the language that was set forth clearly in the general plan update of what we intend. And we know that we're creating follows as the rest. But any other supervisors have any other questions? We do have a motion. We have a second. Supervisor Madrone.
Well, I agree with what you just said, Chair Bass, in regards to general plan regulations. I also want to respect the work of the planning commissioners who voted to deny this permit. I always hear a lot of talk about that we appoint people. Of course, we have the choice to change things. I recognize that as well.
All right. And I would say I didn't get a whole lot of input from the community on this one, which is kind of unusual given billboards. If there's no other supervisors wishing to make a comment, I mean, are we just ready to vote on the motion that's on the floor? Supervisor Wilson?
I think one of the reasons that there wasn't a whole ton of comment is because the staff report was so solid and strong in the reasons why we would deny. There just was no findings that you could make that would functionally make this work. And I think people just believed we would make the right decision. So.
All right.
Through the chair, can you restate the motion?
Sure, I can restate the motion, which is to deny the permit as set forth in staff recommendations.
So is the seconder still okay with that?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
I'm just, we haven't heard from Supervisor Bohn. I'm wondering if he has anything to say.
I'm just watching his face, but yes, Supervisor Bohn, we've been waiting.
I think it's all been said. I apologize to Mr. Rediker. I think he did a good report. The Planning Commission was 4-3. We have people that hate billboards. I got no comments. None of the neighbors complained. I didn't see any letters or complaints or anything in there. I know that's a scenic highway because there's a Crosswhite sawmill. There's across the street, there's 150 yards. There's 2 trucking companies, and then you've got Caterpillar dealership and a trailer park and a car repair shop. So I hope that doesn't drive away the tourists. But I've always said about billboards, I think the best way against billboards is if you don't like them, don't go to the businesses that advertise on them and talk to the companies that advertise on them. It helps their bottom line. And I mean, I think Alan Bond show said it best. It's an unmanned facility, generate no traffic, noise, dust, odor, demand for services. It increases property tax and it lets those people make a little bit more money that they'll spend in our area for very little impact in an area. I mean, I don't know how many I drive down there all the time. I know Michelle drives it every day. There's a big old yellow, orange, fluorescent yellow Burl Country sign right behind it. I mean, I'm justifying it by saying the report was so good. Nobody cared about this one for some reason. I mean, I don't think the staff report was written so good that everybody got to stay home because obviously, Mike, you said you had dozens of phone calls. I had none. I had one email. So I'd love to abstain or something like that because I'm sure I know somebody that would advertise on it. I think Mr. Rediker put a good proposal forward, but 16 years later, hopefully our new council will tell us. I was thinking if we voted for it, maybe that would light everybody a fire under everybody's keister and we'd actually put something on paper. But instead of, hey, we need to do this. Thanks for calling on me, Michelle.
Well, you weren't raising your hand that I could see. So Supervisor Wilson and Bushnell, I hadn't gotten finished with everybody yet.
Yeah, I'd just like to, respond that this isn't just about immediate neighbors. Thousands of our citizens have to look at these things and have to view them, and they have an impact. And sure, I suppose there is some positive impact related to some commercial activity, but I can for surely say that no one's spending more money with more billboards. You're just spending money at the place the billboard may advertise. So you're going to buy goods and services. You're going to need gas anyway. So whether or not you spend money at the gas station that puts on a billboard or one that doesn't, it's still money spent in the community. And so I disagree with the economic impact argument to any real degree. I understand that there was some benefit with regards to, but again, it's an outside company. Most of the profits are external to us, taken out of our area, not spent here. And in terms of that, and I would argue that if you move in the other direction, then the argument would be like we should have hundreds of billboards, and that would just be so wonderful for our economy. And I could tell you that's just not the case. So I think we're moving in the right direction. I think that this staff report is clear. I think our general plan policies are clear, and I'm ready to vote. Thanks.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Director Ford, the size in the general plan for billboards in Humboldt County is how much?
300 square feet.
So regardless, then that would be over that. And then would you anticipate when the work is complete or a billboard thing is adopted that area would be suitable, given that there are a lot of billboards on either side of that general area?
Now, one of the things I would need to research a little bit more, I don't know why we limited the number of land use designations that billboards could be allowed in to just 2. That tells me that the intent of that policy is really to narrowly prescribe where billboards can be constructed and to limit the number.
So that would explain why there's 2 billboards a quarter mile from there?
Well, those billboards were approved before the general plan was adopted.
Okay.
I mean, that's one of the things that's really important here is that this is a bit of a, billboards are a bit of a hornet's nest for folks because they have been calling for an ordinance for a while. Obviously, County Council opined on that in 2005. That language was incorporated into the general plan that was then ultimately adopted in 2017.
So if he was to reduce his size to 300 square feet, would there be a pathway forward?
Well, the pathway forward would be to somehow reconcile whether or not the general plan allows billboards within the commercial recreation land use designation.
Okay, thank you.
So Director Ford, the gentleman mentioned a de facto moratorium. So from what I'm hearing him say, there's no place along the highway that will ever be able to put any. I'm not hearing that coming from you, however. So I would just wanted to get your sense of if this was a 300 square foot and it was in, you seem to believe that we do have availability if at some point in time people want to. And I'd be curious, if not today, in the future, to have an idea of where are those places.
Okay.
I mean, that would be helpful in the future for anybody else who may be interested as well, I would think. And
we can certainly provide that. That's not a hard search to do. I can't pull it up off the top of my head though, unfortunately.
Oh, that's okay. It's something I would like to have for future reference. Supervisor Wilson.
And I would argue against that. I would say that we have billboards and plenty of places have moratoriums on billboards. We don't have a moratorium on billboards. I don't think the public is clamoring for more billboards. I don't think that, why would we spend time entertaining the idea of finding ways to create new billboards in Humboldt County? I think it's not a good conversation to have, and I wouldn't be excited about having it.
Supervisor Wilson,
yeah. That's it.
No, and I appreciate that, Supervisor Wilson. I'm not a big fan of lots of billboards. I'm just saying we were told that it was a de facto moratorium, and you're fine with that. And I'm just going, I personally would just like to know. So I'm not saying, hey, let's go out and fill all these places with billboards. I just want to know that.
What I'm saying is that the term that's coming from the billboard company is de facto moratorium. That's an interpretation from a billboard purveyor. And I don't think that we should drive our conversation and our vision for this county based on that narrative. I just think that is not.
I think you're getting the wrong idea of what I was asking. For my own, maybe I should have asked offline because I'm just curious. That's all. It's not like it's supposed to drive this conversation. Anyway, I think that we have a motion, we've got a second, and I think we already know most of us probably are ready to vote. Unless one of you is not, just say, when I'm not ready yet, I'm ready. I don't know how many times
we're a cranky board today.
Hey, it's been entertaining if nothing else.
I guess.
Much caffeinated tea for me.
Okay, Nikki, I guess we're ready. Do you need anything restated as far as the motion, or did you?
No, I got this one. Okay, go Supervisor Bohn.
I don't even know what the hell we're voting on.
Staff recommendation.
No.
Okay, Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And my issue is the size, and it goes, I think maybe we could work with the other things, but the size is definitely not consistent.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
No. Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Go ahead, Mike.
No. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Perfect. Vote passes 4-1. Thank you.
All right, we'll close out public hearing. I think we're now down to.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Director Bohn.
All right, so we're on to closed session, I think. County Council Billingsley. What do we have in closed session?
Thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session, and I apologize, 5 items. 2, our conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code 54957 to consider public employee appointment, 1 for county surveyor and 2 for the Director of Human Resources Risk Management. 2 items are conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1 to discuss existing litigation. The first is County of Humboldt versus Purdue Pharma et al., case number 118 CB04375. And the second is the case of North Coast Environmental Center et al. Versus County of Humboldt, case number CB2100518. The last item is a conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6 to meet in closed session with the county's designated labor negotiators, Kelly Barnes, Alicia Hayes, and Jack Hughes, to give instructions regarding the various employee groups cited in the closed session agenda.
All right, thank you. We'll go to the public comment. Are there any members of the public who'd like to comment? There are no hands up. So we'll go back to the board. Before we completely adjourn, I did want to mention a couple people we are adjourning in memory of today, in case people aren't here when we break. Mary Lou Goodwin and Richard Johnson were 2 really involved community members from various parts of the community, and I won't go into great detail right now, but I just wanted their families to know that we are thinking of them, and it's hard when you lose community members who have been so active in our community for so long, and it's like you lose a lot of great memories and the service that they provided to the community, and they're just really good people. But I just wanted to at least mention a little bit before, not knowing when we're coming back from closed session. So we'll meet you over at closed session.
Thank you, Chair. On items M1, 3, 4, and 5, there's no reportable action. On item M2, the board voted 5-0 to authorize the CAO to contract with MRG for the appointment of Darlene Rhodes as the interim Human Resources Risk Management Director effective November 6, 2021.
All right, thank you. So with that, we're adjourning in the memory today of Mary Lou Goodwin and Richard Dick Johnson. So thank you for sticking with us. I think this is a record for us this year. I hope we don't beat that record later.
Me too.